Chapter 1, Alan Parker. 2005. New York, Queens. A family located on 7th Avenue. There are 4 people living happily in the family, and that is the Ben Parker family. Ben Parker has 2 children, his 6-year-old brother Peter Parker and his adopted son Alan Parker, who is just under 1 year old. He also has a sexy, beautiful, and considerate wife, May Marissa. Although housing prices in Queens have been rising, Ben Parker feels that life is perfect. At this moment, in the Parker's yard, his adopted son, Alan Parker, is lying comfortably in the stroller on the front lawn. Although it was midday, it was a scorching summer, and under the scorching sun, Alan, lying in the stroller, was nothing unusual and didn't feel the heat at all. On the contrary, he had an inexplicable sense of comfort like a mother's embrace. Alan was holding his little pacifier in his mouth, and eating, while watching the sky. The red one gushes out like a furnace of boiling molten steel, the golden sun is dazzling, and the sound of sucking the pacifier is extremely cheerful. Coupled with making comfortable screams from time to time, for Alan's habit of crawling to the front yard to shine in the sun when it is sunny, May, who is sitting at the door and shaking the fan, has long been used to it. Looking at Alan, who was happily under the scorching sun, sweating as a hot dog in contrast, and wishing to change the small courtyard into a refrigerator, May felt a little depressed. Regarding Alan's habit, May didn't think about stopping it at first. After all, although children are good for sunbathing, there is no one who runs out to sunbathe when the sun is blazing. What should I do if the sun goes out? In order to change Alan's habits, May has repeatedly caught Alan who tried to escape from the stroller, overturned the wall, or flipped the window, but it was useless. As long as he didn't watch it for a second, the person would never be seen. In this way, after several twists and turns, now the family knows that even the neighbors around them know that Parker's family has a little baby who loves to bask in the sun, and the key is that this little child is also very cute, with a small fleshy face. Coupled with big watery eyes, Alan once became the new favorite of the neighbors around him. Some neighbors even brought delicious meals or milk powder to Parker's house every day to see Alan, just to pinch the cuteness Alan. Later, with the passage of time, because of this quirk, after the husband and wife took Alan to conduct various checks and determined that there was no problem, Ben and May did not stop Alan from continuing to enjoy the sun. But watching Alan every day is a must. I don't know who the parents of this child are, how come they have such a habit, but apart from this, they are very good. Don't cry, don't make trouble, don't pee indiscriminately. This is the best child that May has ever brought. At first, May looked at Alan in the stroller not far away with chagrin, but then looked at Alan with bright eyes and incomparable affection. Seeing May could not help but stand up, walked carefully to the stroller, and looked at Alan, who was tapping on Erlang's leg comfortably while smacking the pacifier. May couldn't help but wrinkle, her hands on hips couldn't help but think, this little where does the guy have so many bad habits? Hey, it seems that Ben can't be taken with him anymore. All the bad habits of the whole body have been learned by Alan. Next time, let Parker take a try, that's it. Looking at Alan, who was full of bad habits, May couldn't help but blame Ben. After all, the children learned everything from adults. There must be no problem with him and Peter. That must be Ben. The problem was, May couldn't help being more affirmed of her thoughts and nodded secretly. Then walked in front of Alan, squeezed Alan's face happily, and left contentedly. Helplessly rolled her eyes at the foster mother who was about the same age as her previous life. A year, 11 months, and 23 days. Alan thought silently in his heart, who would have thought that he, who is almost 2 years old, is actually a traverser. Before crossing, Alan was an out-and-out Chinese. As a young man suffering from the second illness of the internet novel in the 21st century, for crossing this kind of thing, except for being a little panicked because he became a baby at the beginning. After a period of adaptation, he has been able to accept this event very calmly. Unlike the previous life, his grandparents passed away early. He grew up alone and became an American in this life. He has a very happy family. May marry Sue, who is very fond of him every day, and the uncle who is helpless to himself but cares about him very much, plus Peter's family who comes to visit his nephew from time to time. The life is simply it's so uncomfortable. Except for the flustered feeling when they first knew their names, there was nothing unusual afterwards. There was no way. At the beginning, as a newborn baby, there was no way to say anything. Every time I spoke, I thought it was babbling. I was hungry, and every time he spoke, May would put the milk bottle in her mouth. After going back and forth, Alan accepted this fact. Alan, who was sucking on a pacifier while thinking, suddenly froze and felt something was wrong. Hey! What is missing? Oh! Correct. May changed her pacifier to a new one. Alan took out the pacifier from his mouth, saw that there was no familiar sign on it, and suddenly thought of helplessly. Well, that's much better. Looking at the brand new pacifier in his hand, Alan's eyes were red, and a red laser shot from his eyes. Finally, under Alan's skilled debugging, a capital S logo was imprinted on the back of the pacifier. Looking at this familiar sign, Alan nodded in satisfaction, and squinted comfortably to put the pacifier in. As an authentic Superman, how can his own exclusive items not have his own mark? In fact, at the beginning, Alan knew that he had superhuman abilities. For a while, he was panicked. After all, the universe where the Kryptonians live is only the DC family, and there is no semicolon. In DC, it is notorious danger, not to mention the number one boss in human society. Luthor is not a simple figure. He possesses the 9th level of wisdom. He is not inferior to Tony Stark in invention and creation. Iron Man, and the most important thing is that this person is a racist who is the supremacy of human race, thinking about Superman every day, and the key is that he really has the ability to fight Superman, and the other big guys, the Lightning and the Flash, are also. It doesn't make sense to restart the universe at every turn and open a new timeline. It is also a headache for these two hanging walls. In addition to these close ones, there are things like Paradise Island, Atlantis, and Apocalypse. The dark side, General Zod the Kryptonian exile, and DC also have bigwigs like Lucifer. In this way, after several days of panic and anxiety, I overheard the name of my adoptive father and mother inadvertently afterwards. This was completely relieved. Without him, the name May Marissa might not be heard often, but Ben Parker, Uncle Ben is a big name that all Marvel fans can react to in the first time. Although Ben does not have the ability of a superhero, he has raised a superhero that everyone likes to love, Spider-Man. Chapter 2, Is there anyone who wants to murder me? So Alan, who came back to his senses, couldn't help but feel happy after learning that he was not in the DC universe but in the Marvel universe. If it weren't for his age, he would have to open a bottle of champagne to celebrate. Although the Marvel world is also very dangerous, after all, it is still not as perverted as the DC world. He is a ruthless person who restarts the universe and destroys the planet. Although the Marvel universe also has a starburst boss, it can't hold up the backstage of our Earth. Guyi's Hizun the mage's name is a golden sign. It's no joke to repel Domum abruptly. As the Lord of the Dark Dimension, one of the most famous dimensions, he is strong enough to harden Odin at his peak. And the most important thing is that as long as he is invincible in the Dark Dimension, he is immortal and immortal. Even if he just can't pass you, he will return to his own universe and consume you. As long as the 5 great creation gods can't understand, Much Mam is basically invincible, but if you want to pass between the dimension and the dimension, someone must portray the formation in advance, which is equivalent to you want to go to someone else's home, and throw away the possibility that someone else's home is too strong to turn the window. Then only let the people inside open the door for you, so the latter Domum invades the earth only needs his own believers to destroy the earth's 3 major temples. So just by this comparison, Guyi's strength can already walk sideways in the universe. Therefore, with his back on such a big boss, Alan said that he was not panicked at all, and his abilities are real taxis. Don't treat each other with admiration for 3 days. You can change every day. Just give yourself time, even the best. The few gods in the country are not unable to pull their wrists. But I don't know if there are any mutants in this world. Hey, I am too young. Except for the regular sun exposure during the day, May doesn't let himself touch electronic products. Besides, as one of the few electronic products at home, the old landline that rings in the living room from time to time because of product promotion is the old TV that needs to be repaired by hand. Otherwise, if there is a computer, you can quietly get up at night to look up the information. After crossing into a baby, Alan couldn't help feeling depressed, and it was inconvenient to do anything. And Alan is still feeling the trouble caused by the baby. At this time, the air suddenly freezes. Everyone's actions seem to have pressed the slow button, and gradually everything, including Alan and the surroundings, froze at this moment. Time stopped. The leaves hang quietly in the air. The wind stopped abruptly. Even May, who was sitting in front of the door and fanning her hand, stopped her movements, like a sculpture. Finally I found you, little guy. In a yellow robe, although his head is bald, he has a kind of indescribable beauty. It is different from the Buddhist monk who persuades people to be kind to others. The bald head in front of him is in the universe. The top powerhouse, that is, the big master Alan who wanted to hide in the shadow before a great master of ancient times. Sure enough, you are still cute at this time compared to the little devil in the future. Guyi has to admit that he is the cutest now when he is used to seeing all kinds of human beings, compared with that when he grew up. The character of the great demon king is arguably the most cute and cute now. Grow up early, maybe I can get rid of early this time, you little bastard. Guyi said with emotion as he looked at Ellen, who was squinting his eyes and squeezing the pacifier with great enjoyment, but then he seemed to remember something. Generally speaking, he squeezed Alan's fleshy round face with a little irritation. Yab! Suddenly feeling an unusually evil aura, Guyi immediately cast his gaze into the deep space, and his eyes seemed to be as vast as the starry sky and Milky Way. It's finally time to come out and take a look, and the result, oh, it's really not worrying at all. After taking back his gaze, Guyi couldn't help but sigh. After looking at Alan for the last time, Guyubian carried his hands on his back and stepped straight into the orange circle that suddenly appeared in front of him. On the other side, there was boundless darkness. The occasional burst of light was also the starlight after the planet exploded. Looking at the ugly alien creatures in front of him, Guyi was plain and unremarkable before the change, as friendly as a confidant sister, bursting with momentum. After Guyi left, the time and space that had been stagnated began to return to its original state. The leaves began to fall slowly. The wind also gently brushed everyone's faces. May also continued to gently shook the fan in her hand, looking at the little Alan in front of her in a daze. The entire Earth's time also began to continue to run at this moment. Everyone continued to start their lives without even noticing it. Among them, our little Alan suddenly let go of his small hand holding his pacifier, the carp straightened up like a rolling, a pair of watery eyes, with eyes full of endless doubts, began to sweep around. Okay. Is there anyone who wants to murder me? Suddenly, Alan, who felt a strange face on his face, began to look around vigilantly. After all, the painful sensation on his face has been constantly fading in his nerve center. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. This is a big deal. After all, if someone really looks at you, they can take advantage of their attention, well, pinch yourself. Then this person is too boring. Alan, who reacted and thought about this problem, also felt that he should be too sensitive. Shouldn't anyone be so boring? If there is a situation that is really unfavorable to you, you should go straight to the knife. Hey, I'm still too sensitive. Then he picked up the pacifier lying on the side, ready to take a breath to be shocked. Yab! How could it be, this? The milk is finished. Alan suddenly seemed to notice something big, his eyes widened, and thought in disbelief. Beep yet! There is no way. Although Alan can talk and communicate at this time, but he can't be lazy, and can be solved easily. Why is it so troublesome? Hey! Why did it suddenly start to make trouble again? May, who heard Ellen yell, reacted immediately and walked towards Ellen, but she was still muttering in doubt. Have you finished drinking again? Little guy! You are such a big stomach king, every moonlight your milk powder money is several times more than Peter drank when he was a child. Looking at Alan, who was shaking his empty bottle vigorously, May resignedly said with emotion that when Peter was young, she also took it for a while, but no child has such a milk-heavy adoption as her own, and the only hobby every day is to hold a baby bottle and soak up the sun. However, the children in this class are really good. Little Alan usually doesn't cry or make troubles. He makes noises when he urinates and urinates. He eats and sleeps every day. The schedule of work and rest is also super regular, which is really good. It was in vain to buy all kinds of baby care teaching materials beforehand, May couldn't help but think with satisfaction. Chapter 3, Peter Parker in Foster Care. It's so comfortable. Trojan Horse. Seeing Ellen, who was happily taking over the baby bottle he had refilled, showed a super cute attitude. May couldn't help being overwhelmed by maternal love, and she rubbed Alan's little face. And then couldn't help kissing Alan's fleshy little cheek. Hey, women, always covet my beauty. Alan made a frowning expression, then stretched out the other side's face. Hee, little Alan, let's get some sun. Looking at Alan's cute expression, May smiled and rubbed Alan's little head and said. Then returned to his position in Alan's shocked eyes and continued to sit down. Fuck. Women, don't be shameless, kiss and leave when you say kiss, don't I want face? Feeling May's irresponsible behavior, Alan scolded with great heartache. I'm going, are you coming again? Alan felt the tiredness sweeping through his mind, and couldn't help sighing. After the journey, Alan spent most of the time in the past in a muddle-headed state, mainly because the child's body and brain are not yet fully developed, especially in need of nutrition, and as long as he thinks, he will feel tired and sleepy. Wanting to sleep, because of physical reasons, Alan has to develop the habit of milking and sunbathing now. After all, only powdered milk and being exposed to the sun can accelerate his growth and allow him to pass his infancy early. Holding back his tiredness, Alan couldn't help thinking about the current timeline and the upcoming events. It is August 2005, and there are still 3 years before the birth and arrival of the Iron Man, Thor, and Hulk Marvel. So what should I do? Should I go to Marvel's richest man, Black Leopard, to get some vibes, or go to Marvel's boss Guyi Bald to learn spells? It seems a bit messy. Superman knows spells, and the gods can't stop them. When I think that I can open a portal to all parts of the world without the help of flying, isn't this more handsome than flying yourself? High efficiency and high compulsion. Ever since I saw Doctor Strange before crossing, I saw Steven running around with the portal open. This skill has made Alan jealous even now. Hey, forget it, I suddenly thought of Guyi, the guardian of the earth. Alan was frustrated. This Guyi is a famous guardian. If she knew her identity as a smuggler, she would exile herself every minute. It is considered to be burning high incense. Hey, let's get some sun. After finally recognizing his position, Alan fell into a dream completely. Ben, the kid Peter will trouble you. Mary and I need to go abroad in a hurry. In his sleep, Alan seemed to hear what Uncle Richard and Aunt Mary were talking about, but there was nothing. Too much care, after all, during this period of time, Peter's family often came to visit, it is very common, and because of the nature of Richard's work, often need to go abroad to communicate with those scientists or industry progress forums and the like. Richard, what's the matter with you? Why are you so anxious? Ben looked at the husband and wife who were sweating profusely in front of them, and originally noticed something was wrong, so he asked. It's nothing, Ben, promise me that if we have something wrong, don't investigate it. Looking at the brother in front of him, Richard solemnly warned Ben. After all, he deeply knew that he was stuck in this place. The benefits that can be brought about by this event involve so much, but if there is a person who dares to step in, those people will not easily let them go. He likes to turn on a small light when he sleeps at night. Mary looked at the young Peter in front of her and said in pain. No one can know when this person will be able to see you again. If you are lucky, maybe they will always live in a small town in a remote country, and if you are not lucky. Mary, we should go. Looking at the dark night around him, Richard hugged Mary and said softly after explaining the precautions to the couple. Dad. Looking at the sobbing mother and the serious father, even the young Peter felt the seriousness of the matter, and couldn't help but want to hold his father's left hand when he tried to close the door and leave. Observe, Peter. Looking at the son in front of him, even Richard couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. He couldn't help but start questioning the meaning of all of this for a moment, but it was only a moment, only a blink of an eye. Richard regained his father's time, told Peter, then took Mary into the car and slowly disappeared from Peter's sight. Mom, was Aunt Mary and the others here just now? With Richard closing the door hard, Alan, who was sleeping upstairs, also woke up, feeling the sound of Peter's family that he had heard in a dream before. Alan couldn't help but rub the corners of his sleepy eyes and climbed down his crib to ask May downstairs. Well, Ellen, Parker will stay with us from now on. You have to get along with your brother. On the other hand, May, who tried to comfort Parker, was also overjoyed after hearing Ellen's voice. Children only quickly forget their sad memories when they meet children, so May said to Alan, who was coming downstairs. Hey? Did something happen? I seemed to hear Aunt Mary crying just now. Hearing May's words, Alan also felt something was wrong. After all, Parker used to come here often. I live in my own house, but the word that Mama May has always said is a bit harsh. So Alan asked suspiciously. May. Just as May was about to explain, she suddenly heard her husband's deep voice, and immediately stopped what she wanted to say. After all, Peter is here now. If we really want to explain it, maybe the child will be sad again. Although Peter doesn't want other children to be so noisy and crying, but even just sadness is not what the couple want to see. Alan, Peter, Richard, and they just changed places to work. When you grow up, they will come back to pick you up and play. Seeing Alan staring at him with surprise, it was in my heart. He couldn't help but soften. He regarded Alan as his own. He would reflect on himself even if the tone was a little bit harder when he spoke to Alan. Now he just shouted loudly to May in front of his children and Peter. I also felt that my tone was too heavy, so he said to Alan and Peter in a gentle and soft voice. And when I heard Ellen here, I remembered the sobbing sound of Aunt Mary in my sleep before, plus Peter, who had a sad and frustrated look on his side. Even if it was Ellen's slow response, I suddenly understood. Come here, the pursuit belonging to the Osborne group has begun. And when I think of this, even Alan is not calm. After all, if it is purely watching a movie, it can be regarded as a plot and passed as usual, but this is the Aunt Mary who has been caring about her all the time for the past 2 years. A family, even if it's Richard, Peter's father rarely comes because of his busy work, but he has always cared about himself, and now thinking that they will be hunted down, Alan instantly becomes anxious. Chapter 4, Supervision Perspective Mode. It is 9 o'clock in the evening, which is the traditional parent-child time of the Parker family every day. The family will start playing games or chatting at this time. Although they can find reasons to dismiss them, they want to be undiscovered. If you sneak out under the circumstances, it's impossible. Now the most important thing is to calm down first. It is necessary to make a plan. After a long sigh of relief, Alan forced himself to calm down, and said to himself secretly. First of all, to determine the location of Uncle Richard and the others, I hope they haven't left New York yet. Oh, I see, Mama May, my father, then I will go up and sleep for a while, I always want to sleep today. Alan, who wanted to understand the key points, pretended to be sleepy, and said to the two of them. Okay, Ellen, you sleep on the upper bunk today, and your brother Peter is going to sleep on the lower bunk. You will be roommates in the future, so get along well. Looking at Alan's sleepiness, May agreed to AI again. Lone urged. Good mother, brother Peter, I will take care of him from now on. Alan smiled sweetly at Peter, and then returned to his bedroom with Peter's reluctant smile. Then take a look now, where are Uncle Richard and the others, don't run out of town. Alan returned to the bed and couldn't help but pray. Now he is still very weak with the abilities that belong to Da Chao. He can barely see the situation in New York City. If they ran out of the city, they would really have to be blind. So Alan turned on his supervision and looked around with a nervous heart. At this time, there is an endless stream of cars coming and going, in a black car. Richard, is there really no way we can come back in the future? When Mary thought of her son's helpless look when she left, she couldn't help feeling like a knife in her heart, facing Richard with demanding words. Da said. My dear, you know, if Peter is staying with us, it will only bring him endless suffering. Looking at Mary, who was heartbroken on the co-pilot, Richard said with a sigh and looked at Mary. The look of heartache is not like this in his heart, but at the moment of life and death, he can't allow himself to show even a trace of cowardice. Sadness is left to the living. At this moment, he is just wandering between life and death. A survivor on the edge. Hurry up, as long as you get on the plane, everything is okay. Looking at the traffic ahead, Richard couldn't help but eagerly thought that as long as he got on the plane as soon as possible, there would be no problems with the safety of himself and his lover. As for Peter's side, Richard doesn't have to worry about it. Things are in his hands. As long as they are not stupid, then they won't hit his son's idea. On the other hand, Alan is still looking anxiously at this time. After all, due to limited conditions, he can't fly into the air to look down and search, so it is much slower to come, and at this moment, with a large number of characters and dialogue content entered into Alan's mind. At this time, Alan was like a processor, constantly filtering junk content, trying to retrieve things useful to him, but until now, there is no clue. But all kinds of weird pictures came into his eyes, it was crazy. A famous European and American star is trying his best to please a rich man who is old enough to be his father in the room. Hey! See no evil. An uncle in a red tights beating a young guy, oh, it's so miserable. May those young men be discharged early. A flaming skull, oh, God, terrible. Alan watched the little punks in front of the skull were turned into ashes with a whip, murdered and destroyed the corpse, and also raised the ashes of others, too. Terrible. There is also a beautiful Asian mixed-race woman with a little golden long hair in black. The reason why she is determined to be mixed is because her face is well-defined and has a light yellow skin, and her eyes are large and bright with a pair of brown. The pupil is obviously a beautiful mixed-race woman. At this time, this Asian beautiful woman is in a tattered van, drinking a drink from the table, and banging at the computer in front of her. Appears very skilled. A small New York City, in just a period of time, Alan saw all kinds of punk fights, superhero fight scenes, if that skull is a superhero. There are also a variety of heartwarming and passionate shots, but unfortunately most of them are plain and unremarkable, but the most important thing is that Richard and the others have not been able to find any traces. No matter what, let's fly into the air and search. It's already night anyway, and no one should be able to see it. As long as Alan moves fast enough and always pays attention to May and the others, he can get things done before they are finished. Alan, who was ready to pay attention, flashed his figure. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com came to the window, and then jumped up, soaring into the sky, and flew over New York City in the blink of an eye, overlooking the face of New York. When I usually take me to play, I don't see you running so fast. When it comes to looking for you at a critical moment, you run faster than a rabbit. Alan, who flew into the air, couldn't help muttering in his heart, but he still didn't stop looking for Richard and the others. His eyes are like X-rays, and he starts to scan the past where he hasn't explored. However, after a period of inquiries and investigations were fruitless, Alan had to look back in despair. After a long period of loss, as if he did not believe in evil, Alan continued to scan, although there was still no clue, but this time, the appearance of the figure again reminded Alan of something. The Asian mixed-race beauty that I saw before reminded Alan of one thing, another heroine in the later Marvel expansion plot, Wong Qing, which is Sky Daisy, excludes her own body. As far as she is huge, she is no less inferior to Tony Stark, one of the three giants of Marvel, in terms of the computer technology she has learned. And now Alan, who had lost the trace of Richard and his wife, brought his attention to Sky, because as long as Sky's help, it would be easy to find out Richard and the others' whereabouts through hacking techniques. Just do it if you think of it. Time waits for no one. Even if 1 minute is over, you might not see Uncle Richard and the others. Alan flew towards Wong Qing, that is, Sky. Just flew to the door of the RV, but he stopped when he was about to knock on the door. P.S. The work is already in the contract process. Friends who have not invested yet, please invest more and vote. Chapter 5, Sky. Because he was hesitant to wear a mask or go back and put on the Superman suit that he collected, otherwise he would not be able to explain how he is so small, so if he is using force. Well, it looks like a mess, Alan nodded involuntarily. Hey, brother, why are you alone in such a place? Did you get lost with your family? Before Alan knocked on the car door, Sky opened when he noticed a little boy staying outside his RV. I walked through the car door, looked around in confusion, but never saw a figure again, he asked Alan, although my previous experience was not very good, or even bad, but I was treating children, especially on a child as lovely as Alan, who looked like a porcelain doll. Sky showed a gentleness that he had never had before. Hey! Hey! Woo! Miss Sister, my uncle and I are lost, can you help me find them? When I saw that I hadn't had time to knock on the door, I opened the door and looked around, then wondered. Alan asked himself, but the first time he behaved very embarrassed, because in his plan, he eliminated the option of normal communication at the first time. After all, his age and Sky's childhood, his experience made him feel that this matter is unlikely to be negotiated amicably, and at most he apologized for compensation afterwards. However, according to the current situation, Sky seemed to have misunderstood something, but Alan, who reacted after being confused for a while, looked at Si with a pitiful cry and a pair of watery eyes with incomparably helpless eyes. Kay said. Lost? That's really troublesome, but fortunately, you met my sister, or if you run into a bad guy, you might be sold. Seeing this one who is at most 2 or 3 years old. The little boy, aggrieved and helplessly said to himself. Sky couldn't help but get out of the car and picked up Alan and then returned to his car while talking. No, because I met you, the beautiful fairy sister. Seeing that his temporary strategy had succeeded, Alan couldn't help but be overjoyed, and there was also a flurry of slaps on his lips. Hee, the little cutie is really good at talking. Okay, who makes this lady so caring? Just find it for you. What do your uncles look like? Or are there any characteristics? See, such a cute kid, his mouth was still so sweet, and Sky's heart was instantly adorable. Holding Alan was just a bite of ba, and then put down the cutie that people couldn't help but want to hold, and said to Alan. "Thank you, Miss Fairy, my uncle and they are riding a Black Thunder Star, the license plate number is LF12138, only my uncle and my aunt, Sister Fairy, can you find it?" Hearing Sky's answer, Alan was also relieved. Basically, as long as Sky went out and found Uncle Richard and the others, it was only a matter of time. Then Alan immediately read Uncle Richard's license plate to Sky. Looking for a needle in a haystack described by the character, it is much simpler to find a predetermined car license plate number. After describing the information of the two people, Alan asked Sky again with a pitiful expression. "Tao. Don't worry, don't talk about anything else. As long as it's about the computer, your fairy sister and I are all hands on things. Little guy, you should be ready to wait for your uncle and aunt to hit your little butt, and you don't need you for everything else. No matter." Seeing the aggrieved little cutie once again helplessly ask for help, "How can I bear this?" Finally, a missing cutie finds himself for help, not to mention that Sky has the dream of a superhero in his heart. But as far as beauty is justice, she would not stand idly by, so Sky directly took up his sleeves and made a guarantee to the little Alan next to him, and then began to help others to become a superhero in the future. Step. Then Sky devoted himself to helping the little guy find his family. Amazing! Watching Sky entered the city's surveillance system in just 3 or 2 times, Alan, who was on the sidelines, was shocked and said that this helper has really been found right, and there are really not many good-hearted people who are so enthusiastic and beautiful. Alan looked at Sky, who was working hard, and couldn't help having a different beauty. Slowly, Alan became stunned, and even his hand couldn't help touching the little face that Sky had kissed before. What? After a while, Alan, who came back to his senses, thought of his previous thoughts, and couldn't help but shook his head for a while and threw out some weird ideas. He is still an infant now, even if he grows up to a teenager, it will take 10 years. UU reading www.uugonshu.com, let alone legal adulthood. When you have time to think about these, it is better to think about how Uncle Richard and their problems will be resolved afterwards. After all, if you are going to save them, then your identity must be, It seems not necessarily. If Sky can find out their destination, then before they board the plane, find a place where there is no one to stun them, and then send them to the destination, right? It always feels like this is too eye-catching, so what about trying to get rid of the killer hidden on the plane? After all, if the Osborne group wants not to attract the attention of other forces, then it will definitely try its best to disguise the accident as an accident, which means it will definitely not use weapons such as C4 bombs, even machine guns. In this case, how about finding a way to kill that person before takeoff or during the flight? Will it be good if you fly to the nose of the aircraft and kill the killer with a hot sight while flying? If there are only 2 small holes in the plane, there shouldn't be an accident, right? But this way, I would kill people. Don't even kill people in the previous life. I didn't even kill a chicken. Isn't this too big? When I think of killing, Alan can't help but shudder. As a law-abiding student, Alan, who has not experienced social beatings, still holds a good view of everything. The most malicious is also often affected by those strange novels, but it is only biased. That's it. Hey, forget it, let's act by chance. If it doesn't work, knock Uncle Richard and the others to the destination, and attract attention. Anyway, I have a body of steel, even if I don't have the hardness of an adult Superman, then it's not that ordinary bullets can break the defense, these adults now are really not worrying. Chapter 6, Sky. Hey! On the other side, Sky, who was concentrating on searching for the information of Uncle Alan's family, increasingly found something wrong, because as the scope of the target gradually narrowed, she began to discover that there were no fewer than dozens of data streams. At the same time, they were searching for the same target information as her, which means that somewhere in the city there is still a group of uninformed forces who are also coveting the family of the little guy next to them. And these people are by no means an official force, otherwise they won't be the same as themselves, going backstage and hacking into the monitoring system. This kind of computer is proficient and has a large number of people. It is obviously an organized and premeditated team that feels things are getting worse. Simple Sky couldn't help but let out a questioning voice. What's wrong? Miss Sister? Alan, who was thinking about what was going on, couldn't help asking after hearing Sky's doubtful voice. Little guy, do you know what your uncle does? Looking at the white and plump porcelain cutie next to him, Sky felt that things were much more than just what he thought. If you don't ask clearly, I'm not sure I will pay for it too, but in order not to put too much pressure on the little cutie, Sky still asked softly and gently. Well, my uncle seems to work in the Osborne Group. I heard them say what a chief genetic scientist should be. I don't know much about it. Anyway, it's amazing. It should be Sky who has noticed something. It was abnormal, so I started to ask my uncle about their work, but Alan did not hide it, and told her truthfully. After all, if Alan didn't guess wrong, the man behind the scenes this time is not just the Osborne Group. Alan is going to act alone as soon as Sky locks the position of Uncle Richard and the others. After all, you still can't do things like letting others take personal risks for your own family affairs. Osborne genetic scientist? It doesn't make sense if you look at it this way. Sky couldn't help but muttered as he looked at the file about Richard Parker Osborne's chief genetic scientist that popped up at the top right of the computer. After all, it can be tracked purposefully by such an organization, and the escape route is obviously well planned. So it seems that the little guy next to him and his uncle's family were lost. It can be said that it was carefully planned to avoid let him get involved in this vortex. Super Warrior Serum. No wonder, this means that following Richard Parker and the likes on the internet, it is very likely that they are also hunting down in reality. Sky secretly hacked into the backstage of the Osborne Group through the computer, and retrieved the information that had been deleted by Richard Parker. Although it was deleted cleanly, Sky still got it sporadically through professional data recovery. The big characters in that row are familiar to all Americans: Super Bing Serum. Although the recovery is incomplete because of data damage, this doesn't affect Sky's interpretation, the Super Soldier Serum plan. So in this way, the identity of this little guy's uncle's family is incredible. As one of the top scientists of the Osborne Group, if there is no result that leads to escape and hunted down, she will not believe that she will be killed. The greatest possibility is it's because the little guy's uncle has discovered some unknown secret, or ran away with the results selfishly. So, should I help? At this point, even if he helped this little guy find his family, he would still face cruel chase. The better one would be desperate, and the worse one would die on the spot. When he thought of this, Sky couldn't help but hesitated, and if he continued to investigate it, maybe he would also be trapped, so finding his own life experience and the car he just bought would be in vain. Hey! The little girl inside, you have occupied the territory of our evil prisoner gang. It's time to call this uncle a protection fee, you know. While Sky was still hesitating, there was a rapid knock on the door outside. Get up, followed by an extremely arrogant and domineering clamor. I don't know any of your evil prisoners. This is a government-controlled public parking area. You don't need your protection. Sky looked from the car window to 5 or 6 surrounding the van, holding a knife and stick aggressively. Hunk couldn't help but panic, but he still subconsciously hugged Alan on the side, and then said to the people outside. Hey! Brothers, this new girl is a bit arrogant. It seems that we want us to give him a long memory. Hearing Sky's words, I felt that my Majesty had received the provocative young bully leader, and couldn't help but laugh. Said to the people next to him. I warn you, if you don't leave again, you read www.yuyugonshu.com, I will call the police. My brother works at a police station nearby. He is very powerful. If you know him well, please run away. At that time he came and put you in jail directly. Looking at the who was still unresponsive and even irritated by him, Sky couldn't help but say nervously again, "But this is the kind of words that there is no silver 300 taels." Not only didn't scare the gangsters, but laughed one by one. "Ha ha ha. Brothers," she said, her brother works at the police station. "I'm so scared, so scary." Hearing the bravado of the chick in the car, several gangsters couldn't help but smile at each other, and then the leader said with a smirk, "Boss, I think you should go to hide in the car. I heard others say that ghosts are afraid of crowds. You just have to hold this girl and sleep together, so that you won't be afraid when there are more people, ha ha ha." The gangster with the machete coaxed and said, Yeah, I think Feliza's suggestion is very good, boss, you can try it, he he he." Several people next to him shouted, "Haha, the beauty inside, since this is the case, I am so timid, but I have to come in and avoid me, wait for me." Hearing the echo of the brothers next to him, the little bully leader said cheerfully, "Before, I heard from my younger brothers that there is an extra van that resides here." Originally, he thought it was a few other gangs who ran to his side to watch, so that he was ready immediately. "Today, I brought people over to swear the territory, but I didn't expect to find out that it was a beautiful woman." This was so exciting that the leader, who was single for thousands of years, was so excited that he could not wait to rush up immediately. In the evening, after several waves of inquiring and confirming that she was alone, she immediately started to act. Chapter 7, Sister, have you heard of Superman? Little guy, stay here, I'll drive, and remember to hold it firmly. Sky, who realized that he could no longer sit and wait for death, began to choose to drive to the cab to start. "Unload the tires for her." Seeing Sky, who climbed into the cockpit trying to start the car, the boss gave orders to the surrounding men in an instant. And several people around seemed to be very familiar with this kind of thing, and they scrapped one tire in 2 or 3 steps. In just a few seconds, before Sky's ignition, all 4 tires had been flattened. The other gangsters who saw this were no longer patient, and began to smash into Sky's car door. One of the baseball bats even directly smashed the glass in the cab, and countless glass splashed into the room. Fax quid. Sky, who saw his car being smashed, opened the door and kicked it up. The sudden force directly knocked over the gangster who tried to pry the door, and then Sky immediately dropped the door. The lock was closed, and after running to the carriage, he held Alan in one hand and the only anti-wolf electric baton in the other, ready to take Alan and start running. Did it die? Just as Sky was about to open the car door by surprise, the computer desk placed aside began to ring. The two looked back, and the location of Richard and his party was displayed on it, one outside New York City. The location of the remote and abandoned airport. But it was exactly this time when the door of the van was successfully pried open by a few gangsters, who were looking at the 2 people in the car unkindly. "Miss Sister." At this moment, Alan, who was hugged by Sky, suddenly looked up and spoke to her. "Have you heard of Superman?" Seeing Sky looking at herself with a puzzled face, Alan said to Sky with a smile before she could speak. As soon as the voice fell, Alan gently broke free of Sky's embrace, flew up in the sky, turned his head, his eyes flushed and looked at the few punks in front of him with an angry expression. "Are you ready for the second battle? Scum, although my fist will not let you die next, it will never let you out of the hospital easily." After getting the answer I wanted, Alan without any scruples. He exposed his identity in front of Sky directly and undisguisedly, but these are all harmless. Now the real warm-up activity is about to begin. Looking at the few people in front of him, Alan couldn't help but start from his heart. For the first time in this world, I want to hit someone like this. Super power. Seeing the volley in front of him, he used those horrible eyes like the scorching sun to face himself and others. For a while, everyone panicked. After all, they have been in the shadows of society all the year round. It's not uncommon to hear about superpowers everywhere, and the Hell's Kitchen next door often has a red demon haunting to fight crime. I didn't expect that I and others would just come out to declare that they were bullying and extorting some money, and I came across such a situation. Heaven pity can see that they are just ordinary punks. Why do you treat me like this? All of these thoughts have penetrated for a while in the minds of these gangsters. Run, run! Even the weakest person in their minds is the existence that can play with them, let alone the child who can fly with red eyes in front of them. The couldn't help but yelled and threw down the weapon in his hand and ran away. Hat! You want to run if you bully? Seeing these 5 scumbags in front of him, Alan couldn't help but smile contemptuously, and then disappeared in an instant. Before a few gangsters took 2 more steps, the sound of broken bones sounded through the entire street, followed by screams one after another. Sister Fairy, all the bad guys have been solved. Later, you can see if there is anything on them that can compensate you. I'll go to my uncle first. After interrupting all the limbs of these little bastards, Alan recovered. After arriving at the cute and harmless look of humans and animals before, after speaking to Sky obediently, he turned and flew away towards the sky. If it weren't for the remaining touch when holding Alan and the wailing little in front of him, Sky felt like he was dreaming. I originally wanted to be a superhero, the reserve force, but the person who was helped by myself is a superhero, and at this level of horror, I am afraid that only those superheroes in the comics can deal with it, as in reality. Sorry, even as a hacker, Sky, who knows many secrets of the general public, does not think that anyone can be compared to the previous child. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Oh, by the way, Miss Sister, my name is Ellen Parker, this is my home phone number. You can also call me if you have anything to do. If you have an emergency, you can call my name loudly, I will be the first. Came here in a moment. Alan, who flew into the air, suddenly turned back and smiled at Sky. Although she would be able to find information about her own home as long as she deliberately checked it, it was always polite to say what she took the initiative to say. And after others had done so much for her, she told Sky about her situation. Then flew into the air to go to which remote and abandoned airport. Alan? I remember you, little guy. Looking at the figure flying away, Sky couldn't help but mutter at last, but in the end he still wore a smile like victory, because he has gone through hardships to be profound. Knowing the benefits of ordinary and happiness, Sky, who grew up as an orphan, has experienced many hardships that his peers have not experienced, so he is more envious of the superheroes in the comics and fantasizes about them rescuing people like himself. And until now, Sky's original intention has not changed. He has been looking for like-minded teammates or organizations, and wanted to help the public. That's why he joined the charity organization Rising Tide Organization after the TV series. Now, his previous dream finally there was hope and possibility of realization, and Sky couldn't help but feel happy, and even the van that had just been bought was damaged by these gangsters and needed to be refurbished, and he didn't care much about it. And what Sky's little head has been thinking about is how to cooperate with Alan in fighting crime and make Alan a real superhero, and he is like the team or teammates behind the superheroes in the comics, supporting him. It's exciting just thinking about it. Chapter 8, The Great Superman. Richard. You are being watched. Time is too late. Tonight, you will leave as soon as possible. Someone will pick you up when you arrive at the scheduled place. At this time, Richard suddenly received a call from the other party. A man was urging in a low voice. What tonight? But this person who is staring at him knows who it is without asking, but what Richard did not expect is that the Osborne group reacted so quickly, and he still has something unfinished. Richard looked at the progress bar on the computer screen in front of him and said hesitantly. No, but as soon as possible, this is the last retreat we can provide you. If you hesitate any longer, they will find the door." Richard, who was still hesitating at the critical juncture, was on the other side. The man couldn't help but was anxious, and then stated the stakes of the matter to him, so it was annoying to say that these researches were annoying, hesitating in doing things, and not decisive at all, but there was no way, although the other party was an advisor to SHIELD. Everyone who can become a consultant of SHIELD has outstanding talents or research results in related fields. To a certain extent, everyone's value is a walking banknote in units of tens of millions of dollars. Each loss will make SHIELD a pain for a long time. If this time it wasn't for the opponent's brain to provoke the Osborne Group and the military, and change to another force, they would have sent an emergency team to the rescue. It seems that even if they are rescued now, they can only be secretly provided a place to hide. No wonder others always say that lunatics and geniuses are only on the front line. It is estimated that only lunatics can do things like this. At least I think so. The agent on the other side of the phone can't help but think of it. Well, I will prepare now. After hearing the contact person on the other end of the phone, Richard calmed down. After all, the earlier you act, the easier it is to escape. As long as you survive, you can start again. Mary, pack things up, ready to go. Richard, who hung up, turned his head and said to Mary, who looked tired on the bed. Finally found it. Looking at the desolate and abandoned airport below, Alan couldn't help but said. Through the desolate scene outside, Alan peeked in. Uncle Richard and the two packed their luggage in a basement room. It looks like the decoration is really not bad. There is electricity, signal, and air conditioning. It is perfect for vacation. Moreover, the surrounding area is still covered by dense jungle, and I can't help but feel relaxed and happy. On the other side, in the warehouse where the plane is parked, there are two other crews resting there, but at this time, there is one outside the warehouse. The figure was sneaking closer to the warehouse. Looking at the agent, who wore night clothes all over his body and only had a silencer pistol all over his body below, I couldn't help but pleased Alan. This is really nowhere to look for it. He hasn't started looking for it yet. The black hand behind the scenes came to the door, and it seems that there is no need to reveal his identity this time. Snake's Nest, this is the Viper 12138. It has reached the target location and is ready to start sneaking. Now it will start hibernating. In a remote grass outside the warehouse, a black figure placed his left hand on the intercom on his left ear carefully. Said. "Okay, I received it. Viper 12138 has begun to hibernate. It has been recorded." After hearing the reply of the electronic voice on the other side, the black figure carefully put away the intercom in the left ear and began to quietly move towards the warehouse. Sneaking. Snake's nest. What kind of stuff, but if you look at it this way, then you don't have to run. As for the remaining two crew members, there should be no problem. After hearing the conversation between the mysterious black man and the other side of the intercom, Alan directly identified him, and the suspicion of the two maintenance personnel in the warehouse was directly ruled out by Alan. I believe that no organization will be here. In this case, continue to play the undercover game, and the two inside are watching a small movie and the other is playing a video with his girlfriend. They don't look like undercover villains. That's you, boy. After repeatedly looking at the black mysterious person below Cheng Guangguoliang and making sure that there were no other weapons or help-seeking devices, Alan started to act. Hey, now you only need to wait for them to come out alone, and you can kill them and replace them. According to the organization's intelligence, these crews are all peripheral agents of SHIELD, and because they follow Nick Fury's set, each has a policy of not communicating with each other. These personnel do not know each other, and there will be simple exchanges unless the task starts. And now, after I cut off the power in the warehouse, one person must come out to check the wiring problem, then I can naturally kill one or two of them, and then, thinking of this, the person in black seems to see that he is done. After the mission, I took a large bounty and went everywhere in a chic and happy day. Is this person a fool? Isn't the recruitment of agents so casual now? Through the standard black nightwear of the man in black, Alan saw the person in front of him with an extremely wretched expression. He couldn't help but start to degrade his image of the members of the Secret Service organization. Anyhow, the secret agents in the previous life movies like 007 are more handsome than the other. How come this guy has become a fool? Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Hey, forget it, let's kill it first, or he will soon be discovered. Seeing the man who was watching a small movie on the computer before was walking angrily from the room towards the main switch, Alan immediately no longer hesitating, he swooped down, and before the man in black hadn't reacted, he took it directly to a height of 1,000 meters and flew towards a large lake not far away. Now, let's talk about your identity, name. Forget it, it doesn't matter whether you ask it or not. The man in black, who was held in his hand like a chicken by Alan, couldn't get rid of the result of the resistance along the way. When he grasped the enormous power of his arms, he gave up the struggle, and now, Alan brought the man in black to his face and asked him, but thinking of the field staff sent by this kind of spy organization after being thoroughly brainwashed, Alan gave up his intention to continue inquiring. As a Superman who pretends to be righteous, I think it's wrong to kill, so I plan to give you a way out. As long as you swim from the center of this lake to the shore, I won't try to assassinate my uncle and aunt before thinking about you. Behavior, do what you say. Alan said righteously to the black man. Then in the black-clothed man's happy expression, he directly crushed his arms, and then accompanied by the screams of the black-clothed man in front of him and the warm communication with Alan, there was another burst of bones. There was a cracking sound, and then it fell straight into the lake like an iron block. Look, I'm still very kind. If you don't kill people, then don't kill people, but you can't swim by yourself, but it has nothing to do with me. Seeing the man in black sank straight to the bottom of the lake, his whole body Xia and Xia's mouth didn't move anymore except thanking him for his help from time to time, and Alan couldn't help shrugging. Chapter 9, New Action, Independence Day. Then, after watching Richard and his wife successfully board the plane in the night sky, Alan realized that the matter had finally come to an end, and smiled with satisfaction. The next day, Alan, who perfectly solved the problems of Richard's family, naturally laughed at Yan Yan. I got up early in the morning, and after washing, I pushed my stroller and came to the yard to welcome the first rays of sunshine. In a short period of time, Alan, who has no more worries, drank his first cup of milk that he personally soaked in the morning with his calf lifted up. Now he sees everything is extremely pleasing to the eye, and for a while, he feels that this passing girl, my elder sister, looks good, and for a while I think the other young lady looks good, but the best thing to look at is the slowly rising golden sun in the distant sky, a kind of unspeakable vigor and hope. There was also a feeling of light that filled his heart, and even for a moment, he felt that he could do it again. Alan, it's time to eat. Forget it, it's okay. Just when May made breakfast and opened the door to happily ask Alan to eat, she saw that the little guy, Alan, turned the already filled milk bottle towards herself. Shook his head and said helplessly, "Mom, I want to go out to play today." Looking at May's appearance, Alan suddenly thought of Sky. This is not good. If it takes a long time to go out, how can you go out and pretend, save the world? Part-time superheroes contribute their part to the harmony and stability of human society. In view of this, Alan decided to start brainwashing his mother and them, to make them believe that they are capable of taking care of themselves and will not run away. Very good, this time the operation code is named Independence Day. The combat operation is now starting. Arching his forehead with his index finger, and Alan with shiny eyes turned his head to look at May. Ellen, how come you suddenly thought of going out to play? It was a bit surprised to hear Ellen suddenly said that she wanted to go out to play. After all, Ellen had walked the farthest way alone before, from the bedroom. When he walked into the yard, even the next door kid about the same age as Alan came to play with him, and he ignored them. I want to find Xiaobai, Xiahua, and Xiaopeng next door to play with them. Hearing May's question, Alan decisively reported several names. Ellen, as I said, you are impolite, you can't just give others a nickname. Hearing what Ellen said, May said angrily with her hands on her hips, pretending to be angrily. But, don't you think it's so vivid and easy to remember? After hearing May's words, Alan put his hands on his back and interlaced, and then said innocently with his big watery eyes, like in order to make sure that his words are average, he winked at May twice. Puff. Ahem. That's not an excuse for you to give someone a nickname. Next time, let me know that you give someone a nickname in private, and you just wait for your father to clean you up. Here Alan, after the vivid metaphor, the children seemed to emerge in her mind in an instant. May couldn't help but laugh, but still guessed that he would maintain his majesty as a mother or hold it back. Facing Alan, Shah said something in the matter, and also sacrificed Ben's banner. Okay, I'm wrong, Mom, I promise I won't do it again next time. Hearing that May was sacrificed, Alan was very wise to admit that there was no way. Ben Parker. Although a person never beats or scolds a child, he will preach to you, and whether you are a good aunt in your 60s or 70s, or a child of 1 or 2 years old, as long as you make a mistake, he will use that kind of good guy's piety and come to admonish you that it's a bit better for outsiders, just say a few more words seriously, but if it's a family member, then I'm sorry, as long as if he doesn't recognize his mistake, he will keep staring at it and tell you until you recognize the mistake and correct it. This is especially vividly reflected in Alan. It's okay for him to be too young to communicate. Since Alan's second birthday is approaching and he can talk to them normally, he has stopped setting an example and correcting them all the time. Some of Alan's bad ailments, because of this, he who liked to go outside to smoke occasionally from time to time, he completely quit smoking. And this series of operations simply made Alan stare at him. A person can quit smoking. How ruthless it is, this person is so terrifying. So in summary, after experiencing the so-called love education several times, I completely regarded this so-called love education as a tiger. I still worked hard to be a good baby in the eyes of my parents, and the other people in the eyes of my neighbors. Home child. Well, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com has a good attitude. If you want to go out and play, I will let Peter accompany you later. You two should get along well. Originally, May was worried that Alan would go out alone, although Alan is much smarter than other kids of the same age, but that's just a comparison of his peers. If he really lets a child under 2 years old go out to play, then how much she feels like being a mother, and then both herself and Ben are doing things today, and she can't take care of him. It just so happened that Peter moved over, and May directly gave Peter the care of little Alan. Anyway, it's today. He didn't have to go to class on weekends, and the two children also had a caregiver. It was the best of both worlds. After figuring it out, May said to Alan, "Hey, Mom, but this is our children's carnival. Brother Peter is 8 years old, so old, isn't it appropriate?" Hearing that May put Peter on himself and let him keep up, how good was it? Alan suddenly reacted. If this allowed him to play with his friends, then his whereabouts would not be squeezed by this guy all the time. So how did you stage the escape of the golden cicada? It was a good Independence Day action, that is, to be completely independent. And to go out to play, then there should be no follower, Alan immediately replied to May without even thinking about finding a reason, but the moment I said it, I regretted it. Because of the supervision that ordinary people don't have, Alan could easily see May's green veins trembling because of the stimulation of words and the clenched fists of both hands. 8 years old, old. Hearing Ellen's words, May's face sank directly, clenching her fists, extremely restrained from the anger in her heart, staring at Ellen with a bad face, and constantly admonishing herself. Peter has just arrived home today. Give him a good impression. Don't get angry or get angry. Children sometimes get confused when they drink too much milk. It's normal. You need to understand. Chapter 10, Ready to go out. Well, mother, you have to know that violence cannot be used to treat children, I mean, even soft violence is not acceptable. Seeing her angry lioness, she walked towards herself. Alan wisely counseled on May, and retreated a little behind him, then swallowed and said to May. I just think that you are almost 2 years old and you are already an older child. You can't develop the habit of drinking milk powder every day. In order to help you quit milk, you will not be allowed to drink milk powder for the next week. Alan, who was already curled up but still stiff-mouthed, could not help but raise Alan's milk bottle and said with a kind smile. Humph, dare to grow old in front of me. You are afraid that you have never been beaten by the society. After you cut your fur a week, you will dare not utter rants. Hey, let's not say it, it's quite delicious. After May took away Alan's milk bottle, she couldn't help but think of the milk she was going to pour, but she felt a pity, so she tasted it and found that it tasted unexpectedly delicious. So, is 8 years old already? Peter, who was standing behind the door, looked at Alan not far away with expressionlessly, then touched his skin and couldn't help but think that this society is changing too fast. Now, Aunt May's stick can't keep up with the bear boy's ass. Good morning, Peter, you have your favorite ham sandwich this morning, and double cheese. It's on the table, let's eat it. May walked to the door and looked at the door standing behind the door. Peter said with a warm smile, after all, in May's heart, Peter is also his own child. Okay, Aunt May. Peter said to Aunt May obediently. And Ellen, if you are still lying in your stroller and not eating, then I think I need to consider whether it is time to quit your milk powder completely. May opened the door and stopped. Without looking back, he said formally to Alan behind him. Okay, Mom, come right away. Alan, who originally wanted to protest against May's ban on her milk powder for a week, suddenly heard that May had a heart to quit her milk powder. It's about the overall situation. Alan said, how could this be possible? Shinobu immediately jumped up and said to May obediently. When it was time for breakfast, the family sat neatly. Peter, we'll go out to play later, okay? Alan said to Peter, who was eating alone and silently, while tinkering with the pasta on the plate. Well, no, I still have manual work to do. Hearing that his younger brother wanted to take him out to play, Peter decisively refused. He was still in a sad period, so he should feel hurt. I was already an older child who had experienced grief, and the things the children played with were no longer suitable for him. Peter shook his head and said to Alan. Why did you suddenly remember that you were going out to play? Don't you usually like to stay at home? Ben, who was eating at the side, asked curiously, because Alan usually stays away from home. Even if they wanted to take him out to play, they didn't go there, and May and Ben were worried for a long time. I want to find Xiahua, Xiaobai, and Xiaopang from the house next door to play with them. Alan said to Ben cutely with his little finger. Ellen. Hearing Ellen chanting someone else's nickname in front of her again, May frowned and called Ellen's name. I think Brother Peter must be very boring at home. I want to call him out together. I think my friends will like him very much. While talking, Alan jumped off the table decisively and hugged Peter. The thighs said to the two of them, if this is to make May grasp the sore spot, then don't think about peace today. After all, the big demon king Ben's father is sitting opposite. If you don't change the subject as soon as possible and get caught by your father, you will die. No, I'm too old to play with you. Seeing Alan jumping from a chair to hug his calf, Alan had said that he was too old and didn't want to take him out to play in the yard before. Therefore, Peter directly rejected his brother's proposal to pull himself into the water with a blank face. Ellen, as you can see, your mother and I are going to work today. If you can't convince your brother, then..." Seeing Alan's worried little eyes, I couldn't help but feel amused, but they still spread their hands. Declared to him, "Brother Peter, do you have the heart to see a child who is not yet 2 years old, who is sad and lonely at home and feeling desperate because of your choice?" Hearing this final statement, Alan knew what he wanted to go out. After thinking about it all on Peter, he raised his head and looked at him aggrievedly with a pair of innocent big eyes, and said pitifully, "Peter, boys should go out to play more and go around." Seeing Peter, who was still hesitating, and Alan, who finally wanted to go out, Yu read www.uuganshu.com couldn't bear to beat Alan's enthusiasm. Ben also opened his mouth and said to Peter, "After all, the child's parents, hey." Thinking of this, I couldn't help but sigh. Although he didn't know what happened to Richard and his wife, Richard's very solemn advice to him before he set off still lingers in his ears. This is the second time he and Richard have heard such serious words from Richard since they were young, and the last time was when the two were on a mission of latent destruction without any rescue operations in the Middle East. Hey, I hope everything goes well for them, and the only thing I can do now is to help Richard take his only son safely, and make sure that they will give them a fat boy the day they come back. Okay, then we have to come back earlier. I still have homework." After meeting Alan's big, cute and innocent eyes, Peter was also relieved, and then added that Uncle Ben, who heard the side in favor of going out to play, Peter also reluctantly agreed with the situation. "Forget it. Let's go out to relax." "Good." After hearing the consent of Peter's brother, Alan happily tilted his head and said happily. Then Alan jumped into his chair contentedly and happily ate the pasta made by May himself. "Eat, clean up the dishes, put them in the kitchen politely," and then under Alan's big watery eyes, Peter reluctantly took the small purse he put under the bed, but it was hard to save up before saving. The $7 that came down. You have to know that a bottle of milk 500 ml is only 30 cents, and a large-scale Lego Death Star model of your favorite is only $5. Seeing this little guy in front of you is eyeing his own pen with ulterior motives. Huge sums of money, Peter is a heartache. Chapter 11, The Sad Prince Peter Parker. "Brother Peter, I'm ready, can I take your little money and set off?" Alan said obediently, looking at Peter in front of him. After all, the man in front of him is his big benefactor today. He is cute and will not die. He is not stupid. Today's consumption can be counted on Peter, brother. Licking the dog, licking everything to the end. Be careful on the road, Ellen and Peter, be careful of the car, Peter will take care of his brother. After cleaning up for a while, May urged when Alan led Peter out. "Don't worry, Mom, I will take care of my brother, goodbye." Before Peter could take over, Alan pulled Peter to the run, and said loudly without looking back, "Alan, you should say goodbye to Aunt May." Peter said to Alan with an expression that you owed me $200. After all, in Peter's heart, both Uncle Ben and Aunt May will take care of Alan's important task. "Entrusted to myself, then I will shoulder the responsibility of taking care of Alan." Of course, this also includes the question of politeness. After all, Aunt May repeatedly reminded him when he went out, but it was a cry of love. I feel sorry for the parents of the world, and his eyes dimmed when he thinks of this Peter. There was a time when I was like Alan in the blessing but didn't know it. Okay, brother Peter, I already know the seriousness of this matter very deeply, and I keep it in my heart. I promise I will never commit it again, so now, let's go to my friends and them. Alan turned his head back and said fluently and solemnly without knowing how many rehearsal words he had rehearsed. After he promised to Peter, he tilted his head and said to him cutely, "Let's go, brother, stop being stern, you know, you look like this is very unpleasant to girls. If you keep on like this, don't think about puppy love, it is probably not your turn to fall in love." Looking at Peter with a dull nerd look in front of him, Alan couldn't help but wonder if he would be stupid to read if he was not bitten by a spider later. I don't like sports, I'm introverted, I don't like to communicate with strangers. Although I am talking about TB, this skill is only effective for familiar people. It is of no use at all. If I am a younger brother, if I don't help him get rid of this bad habit. If so, how to find a girlfriend in the future? Hey, did Spider-Man find a girlfriend before he crossed? It seems to have. Oh, yes, it is true, but this is also after being bitten by a spider, and looking back at each version of Spider-Man, they all have one thing in common, that is, one of these romances is all tragedy, too miserable. Up. Thinking of this, Alan couldn't help feeling cold, and looked at Peter with sympathy on his face. It was too miserable. If you weren't my brother, I would definitely be 8 feet away from you. The legendary Broom Star seems to be like that. You are the only prince of sadness. Hearing Alan's words, Peter only felt that countless sharp swords had pierced his heart, and he couldn't help but feel an urge to vomit blood. The kids know what love is, don't talk nonsense if you don't know. After hearing Alan's words, Peter went straight back. Hey, the stubbornness of the weak. Looking at Peter, who was composing himself, Alan said with an expression that had already seen through your heart. What's the matter with your disdainful expression? It's okay to save you the least qualified to say this. Seeing Alan's expression, Peter roared at him. Miss Sister, Miss Sister. Peter, on one side, only saw a blonde head facing him, with a pair of jewel-like azure pupils, and a high-rise blonde lady wearing a light blue dress and walked towards him and the others. Coming over, before Peter could react, he heard Alan's voice. In a blink of an eye, Alan, who should have been beside him, ran over with his little hand held high. What's the matter, kid? At this time, Jessica, who was about to go out to buy breakfast, saw a cute kid running towards her with her little hand high. She couldn't help but feel good. She squatted down and hugged Ellen easily. And then said sweetly to Alan. Miss Sister, my mother said to me that you should cherish and protect the beautiful things you see, because they are seldom precious and need someone to protect them, and you, young lady, are the best-looking young lady I have ever seen. I want to protect you. Ellen, who was picked up, said gruffly while looking at Jessica's milk in front of him. Hee, the little guy speaks so little but so sweet, so cute. In the past, when she heard such words, Jessica would choose to punch them, or ignore them, but the first time she heard something like the words of the 2- or 3-year-old child in front of him were different in his heart. Jessica, who was obviously sweetened to his heart, immediately smiled and kissed Alan's cute little cheek and said to him, Miss Sister. Feeling that he was taken advantage of, Alan suddenly became serious, and said with 2 small hands holding Jessica's smooth face. Hey? What's the matter? Little friend. Seeing the child in front of him suddenly became serious, Jessica suddenly became confused and said to him suspiciously. Miss Sister, do you have a husband? Alan still maintained the serious expression before, and asked Jessica. Hey? Husband? No. Jessica replied, still confused. Then young lady, can I be your husband? My mom and dad said they love each other the most, they want to protect each other, well, and me. But if that's the case, then I will be a young lady your son, but Miss Sister, you are still so young, sure enough, if you count it, Miss Sister, it's really best for me to be your husband. I will protect you from now on. Alan said to Jessica said, while speaking, he broke his little finger and explained the reason to her. Until the best solution was finally made, she raised her head and watched Jessica blinking her little eyes and said cutely, and then there was a shouting declaration of sovereignty. Puff! Little brother, you are so cute. Jessica, who was amused by the elusive logic of the cute child in front of him, said to Alan. Okay, my little husband, you will be the guardian of my sister in the future, and you must grow up quickly. My sister is busy with things now, kid, are you his brother, right? Just leave it to you, he is very cute, take good care of him. After seeing Alan looking at him with a grievance, Jessica immediately changed his mouth and called out the one Alan wanted to hear the most. Then Jessica handed Alan to Peter, who was standing not far away. After talking to the two for a while, he turned and walked in the direction where Alan and the others came. Ah! Ah! Oh! Oh! It took a long time for Peter to realize that after Jessica disappeared from Peter's sight, his scalp was numb with Alan's slapstick operation just now. Chapter 12, Batman, The Dark Knight. Is this still what he thinks a 2-year-old child should look like? 2-year-old will make a girl's dream come true, but what did you do when you were 2? Weaned yet? Forgot. Anyway, this child was afraid that Aunt May and the others were abducted from the alien. Peter looked at Alan and couldn't help but think. What are you looking at? Humph. Weak chicken, not even a wife. Alan, who felt Peter's sight, looked at him, then turned his head with disdain and said arrogantly. Aunt May, I miss you. I covered my chest secretly. Although I knew it would not be a good thing to come out with this little kid, I can't think of the completeness of being educated by Alan. It's the biggest and most suitable one, Peter thought helplessly. Hi, Uncle Morgan, I want one, no, 2 hot dogs, and a tortilla. As Alan passed by Uncle Morgan's snack car, Alan stood under the car and shouted to Uncle Morgan. Shouted. No way, people are too short to be seen by others. If you don't shout louder, you might just ignore it. To be honest, Morgan's snack food truck is quite famous on Allen's street, especially the hot dogs and tortillas. They are super delicious, but Ms. May is still growing up as a child. He couldn't eat these junk foods because he had eaten them once, but he never took him to eat them again, but it made Alan hug his baby bottle and grieve for a long time. Ah! See who's here! Isn't this our cute little Ellen? Morgan recognized the cute little boy in front of him at a glance. There is no way, her own girl passes by Alan's house every time after school. I always go to see this little guy, and he often brings milk. He likes to go when he is on vacation, and he can't move. These actions are in Morgan's eyes, but he has made his dad jealous more than once, but there is no way, after all, he is too jealous. Like this little guy. Uncle, I made a special trip to take my brother over to take care of your business this time. I want to be a bigger one. With that, Alan pulled Peter over and introduced him to Morgan, and then spent a lot of money. The numbered circle means that I introduce customers to you, so you have to give me some benefits. Haha, okay, cute little Ellen, you are Peter, right? Richard's son. Although it is in a big city, but as a neighborhood in the street, every family on this street is big and small. Basically, they know each other a little bit about small things, and in the eyes of these people, Richard is also a well-deserved favorite of heaven. Whether it is knowledge, experience, work, or whatever, they make them sigh with excitement, and famous people are always easy to be rejected. Especially remember. Uncle, hello. Compared to the hopping Ellen, Peter is now much more disciplined. He politely greeted Uncle Morgan, and then said that he had just finished eating and he didn't need to eat. Declined Uncle J.P. Morgan. After a while, the fragrant tortillas just out of the oven were ready. He didn't care about the heat from being overheated and hot. Alan took a bite without paying attention, then smiled like a crescent, and smiled at Morgan. The uncle said, Uncle Morgan, your craftsmanship is getting better and better. It is simply the best in the world. If only my mother had your craftsmanship. Ha ha ha, the little guy is really good at talking, no wonder when the neighbors mentioned the child, the first thing they think of is you, and they are full of praise. Eat slowly, be careful of blanching, come again after eating, and have time come to your Uncle Morgan's house as a guest, and your sister Petunia is talking about you every day. After hearing the children's heartfelt praise, Morgan was also happy, smiling and saying to Alan, and also said that he invited Alan to have come home to be a guest. "Okay, I must be back, Uncle Morgan, then I'll go play with my brother first, bye." Regarding Morgan's kind reminder, "Be careful," Alan doesn't take it seriously. "Just kidding, is he a Superman? Growing up, it's worth taking a bath in the sun, let alone the low temperature. Although I can't take a bath in the sun now, the temperature of a few tens of degrees is less than 100, which is nothing short of a trivial matter." Then he greeted the tools around him. No, after the dear brother Peter paid the money to Uncle J.P. Morgan, he took Peter to continue walking forward. Hey! When suddenly passing by the entrance of a movie theater, Alan was suddenly attracted by the posters at the entrance. "Batman, The Dark Knight." I didn't expect to see movies in the universe where the previous life was in the Marvel Universe. Although I knew that the relationship between the Marvel Universe and the DC Universe was very good, it could appear in the other's universe. Alan hasn't thought of it. Comics like Superman and Batman in the Marvel Universe are the top bestsellers, as well as adaptations of anime movies that are also popular. From the perspective of the poster and introduction alone, this movie should it is the same as Batman in the previous universe, and the sharp-eyed Alan, reading www.yuyugonshu.com also saw the name of Heath Ledger. As a loyal audience of the superhero series of movies, Heath Ledger the clown that plays is really a complete interpretation of this character from the animation. Even if it is just a supporting role, it will steal the entire movie and the entire performance. This is the biggest evaluation of him, but it is a pity that he passed away not long afterwards. Looking at the movie poster in front of him, Alan couldn't help feeling sad, but here, Alan also discovered that there are many things in this universe that are the same as the previous life: the origins, legends, gods, development history of the East and the West. Can't help but. What's the matter, Alan? On the other side, Peter, who suddenly found Alan stopped and looked at the cinema on the other side, turned around and said, "Oh, do you want to watch a movie?" Peter looked at the promotional posters of several movies hanging not far away, and then said suddenly, "Yeah, brother Peter, let's go see that." After hearing Peter's words, Alan, who came back to his senses, pointed to the Batman poster with enthusiasm. "But didn't you say you are going to see your friends? If you finish watching the movie, they will all go home." Peter looked at the clock in a nearby convenience store and said hesitantly. Although he wanted to see it too, he didn't forget what Alan said to Aunt May and them before going out, and he had saved a small amount of money for many years, but he really wanted to buy a Star Wars Lego bricks. Yes, that's right. There are Lego and Star Wars in this world, and the development history of the two worlds is roughly the same. Even Bruce Lee has this world, but Peter doesn't know this information, he only knows the mysterious and ancient East. The kingdom has the legendary Kung Fu, but Bruce Lee has a deep and true biography. Chapter 13, Little Fandy Peter. It's okay. Friends can see me anytime there. Movies can be watched once less once. Not to mention this is Batman, a superhero, and it's just released. I believe that as my friends, they will understand me. Yes. Alan was like a little demon with the horns of a devil, constantly tempting Peter to say. After all, it's hard to come across something of interest, so I must have a deeper understanding, even if it's a movie I've seen before, but this is not to better compare the difference between the two. I believe Franklin will understand him, Ai Lung comforted. Then, under the fierce offensive of Alan's non-stop temptation, Peter was successfully persuaded. After paying $4 for 2 movie tickets, he took Alan into the cinema. Originally Alan thought it was to watch it at such an early time. Not surprisingly, there should be only a few scattered people even if it's not a private room, but after entering the theater, what is surprising is that, although it was just a little past 10 o'clock in the morning, but there were surprisingly many people watching, and most of them were students in their teens. Everyone was full of expectations and dancing with friends, discussing with great enthusiasm the deeds. Even a young man in the front row of Alan was equally excited to train and said that if there is Batman in this world, it is better to become Batman and fight crime everywhere. Become a great hero. When I heard this, Alan couldn't help but feel like spitting out in front of his face. He couldn't help thinking, my friend, Batman doesn't have one, but would you like Superman? And feeling the love and admiration of so many young people in this world for superheroes, Alan is also fantasizing that one day, wearing a Superman uniform, he will continue to fight crime, punish evil and promote good, and even save the world from fire and water. At that time, countless people will be like now, shouting their names loudly around the TV, mobile phones and even in front of the square, even cheering for themselves. That scene, Xiaomai Mei plus 99, is it not beautiful? Alan, Alan. Alan. Peter on the side saw his younger brother who suddenly started to giggle in his seat. He was also depressed. Sometimes this younger brother is not as clever as it is. Some things don't need to be taught, but sometimes but like a fool, laughing on the spot, he couldn't help but start to wonder if his younger brother is energetic, at ideological problems. Hey, what should I do to save you, my stupid O'Dowdu, hey? Why does it feel that something strange has entered into it? Forget it, the movie has begun, so let's remind Ellen. Oh. I understand. Alan, who is still addicted to the fantasy world, finally recovered his mind after hearing Peter's shout, observed the surroundings, and then understood, and turned to Peter. A clear look, and then sit quietly like a good baby, waiting for the opening of the movie. Wow, Alan, do you know? Batman is so powerful, that cool high-tech equipment, and the Batmobile, too awkward, there is nothing. As the movie ended for more than an hour, the two followed the crowd walked out of the movie theater one after another. Peter immediately talked to Alan as if he opened the gate, and he was accompanied by a group of audiences who had gone away, and he was also facing all kinds of madness at his friends. Blow. Well, it's okay, it feels okay. Hearing Peter screaming at the master, Alan nodded in agreement. In fact, the current technological development in this world is the same time period as the main world before Alan passed through. If you look at it, they are all the same, at least for the current civilian products. This has led to the fact that these things in the movie are really black technology, and for Peter and others, they are really high-tech, but because they know in advance in this world, from the technological side alone, not only robots will come out in a few years, but even artificial intelligence will come out and wipe out the world. In comparison, these are slightly pediatrics. But in general, it is still very good looking, especially Heath Ledger's Joker. This is an actor worthy of admiration. By the way, Ellen, you said, if we simply build the Bat Chariot of the Master, is it still very feasible? If it is just a simple driving, the outer shell is not considered first, only the general metal is fine. Considering the pressure on the front bearing of the Batmobile, then using two large articulated arms to create a strong enough front suspension can complete the setting, and then complete the tail jet engine of the Batmobile. Although I heard Alan's obviously perfunctory words, Peter didn't care. After watching Batman, Peter felt as if his whole brain was opened. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com has a steady stream of thoughts. He popped up, then immersed himself in his own world, muttering something in his mouth. Stop! Peter brother, I think it's a good thing for young people to have ideas, but please be realistic. Hearing Peter started talking again and again, based on past experience, Alan was very wise. I interrupted him. After all, the worm's talent is naturally full. Whether before becoming Spider-Man or after becoming Spider-Man, the only difference is that he was more introverted before becoming Spider-Man and only talked with familiar people. He never talks to strangers. Generally speaking, he is introverted and lacks self-confidence. He becomes a superhero and makes up for his shortcomings. Well, from Alan's point of view, maybe this is a bad thing. After all, until now, Alan felt that few could stand the speed of his machine gun. Hey, Ellen, even if you are still young, you can't hurt your brother's self-confidence at will. This is a good idea. It's not realistic. After Alan interrupted his creative source, Peter Yeehee looked at Alan with a bitter face, and then retorted, after all, this is the perfect idea that fits the reality most in my opinion. It is much more interesting than repairing a radio or doing radio walkie-talkies, although both are my own hobby, but one of them must be the Lord of the Harem, right? First of all, I think brother, you didn't give special emphasis at all. Is this a question of good creativity? The most important question here is, do you have money? Alan began to try to persuade Peter to dispel these problems. Realistic thoughts, Sounian, don't you know what's the situation at home? You are already poor, but you still want to invent. Let's not say if the money is enough. With this money, take your lovely brother to eat a few delicious meals. Isn't he fragrant? Chapter 14, One Day of Fun. Why do you spend on these inexplicable hobbies? The rich rely on technology, and the poor rely on mutation. Uncle Parker has arranged it for you. You can wait for the mutation. Can you just go to the technology side to find some excitement? Really? I have. I can save. I wanted to refute it directly, but when I thought that today, even the $7 that I have saved over the past few years, I guess I don't even have enough money to buy a screw, let alone the money was still spent, and when he thought of this, Peter felt like he was splashed with cold water, and he was in a bad mood, but he still said bluntly. What to save? $3 a year, $7 2 years of pocket money? If you calculate it like this, it is estimated that when the Earth enters interstellar civilization tens or hundreds of years later, you should be able to save a bat chariot. Model money comes. For this kind of completely wanting to lose the idea, Alan is determined to kill him in the bud. The money must be used on the blade, the way of the technology side civilian players will not get through, that is all it is left to RMB players. I don't see you, even if the Hanmer military industry builds out the steel soldiers, is the military just showing little interest? The main reason is that it is too expensive, and this is still a reduction in the Iron Man armor series. If it is really based on the Iron Man armor, the entire US military can make up a small team, not to mention such astronomical maintenance costs and artificial intelligence have been developed. So in the end, the military is basically taking the road of strengthening super soldiers. Although the research and development funds are also huge, they can directly create gods. Maybe they can live forever or even reach immortality. Although immortality is a bit exaggerated, it is hope is enough for the senior management, and the key is that these examples are simply countless. There are Red Skull, Captain America, Scarlet Witch, Fast Silver, Hulk, and these are the military's obsession with the super soldier program, and even if there is no progress, a huge amount of funds will be allocated every year. Hey! Maybe I will have a great invention in this period of time. I will definitely become a great superhero like Batman. Just wait and see, Ellen. Hearing Ellen if he did, Peter snorted coldly, and then fell into Batman's devilishness again. Seeing Peter's appearance, Alan knew that he was completely playing the piano, and he didn't know if Peter concentrated on developing technology, would he become the next Iron Man? Oh, no, it's Batman, but if I remember correctly, it seems that Peter has inherited the legacy of Iron Man when he traveled, so is this the rhythm of betraying his master and deceiving his ancestor? Alan couldn't help but touched his chin. Hey, forget it, I don't want to, let's go play. Alan shook his head to get rid of these extraneous thoughts, and then began to think about where to play next. But, do you want to go to Iron Man for a while to get a good impression? So maybe Tony will leave all his inheritance to himself when he goes to justice. Uncle Tony, what should I do when I suddenly realize that I don't want to fight anymore? Alan looked at the picture of Sayabao Tony on the screen of the building on the side, and then thought. Alan, should we go back? It's almost noon. I think Aunt May will be angry if I don't go back. While Alan was dreaming about the good life of inheriting Stark's estate, Peter was silently beside him. Said. So, after Alan's abduction, Peter ran out of his last pocket money. The two brothers spent the afternoon playing in the playground. Although some projects weren't taken due to funding reasons, they still had a very happy time. When they returned home in the evening, there was no surprise. The two were successfully scolded by Aunt May and Uncle Ben. According to them, when they found that they had not returned in the afternoon, they even searched the whole in the neighborhood. I went to the Hell's Kitchen next door to find someone. Brother Peter, you have to think in a good place, at least we had a nice day today, didn't we? Alan comforted unconsciously as he looked at Peter, who was looking resentful. So you are telling me that today we went out, spent my little treasury, and then forgot the time because of playfulness. As a result, Aunt May and Uncle Ben were offended, which led us to clean the whole house tonight. Is it? Peter put down the veil in his hand for wiping the glass window, and said with a gloomy look at Alan, who was holding a broom taller than his height and cleaning the yard with a leisurely expression. Brother Peter, you are too negative. You have to look at everything from the good side. Looking at the negative Peter brother, Alan exhorted. After all, he still spent other people's money today. Short, cannibalistic mouth is soft, no matter what, it should be comforted. Like. Peter stared at Alan blankly. You reading www.uuganshu.com. For example, you are going to start saving money again from now on. Seeing Peter's expression, Alan thought about a lot of sorrows, but didn't expect what to say, so he hurriedly compiled a reason to be careful, said tentatively. Haha. This kid is too old to beat him. Peter swears that if he has a chance in the future, he must beat Alan well. Bear kid, he should accept the caring of the society. Just like that, a few more days passed. Alan is still basking in the sun in the morning every morning, still living a day like a salted fish. This feeling of getting stronger by lying down all the time every day is fascinating, no wonder. And because of Alan's precociousness and wit, after experiencing the last time, May also began to look for work outside, and I heard that he was a salesperson in a clothing store not far away, and I heard that it was still a luxury store. The salary is pretty good, at least the family started a big celebration after hearing that May was working in that store. And Ben continued to work in the previous place. As for Alan, every day May's mother came back to eat lunch with him, and then went to work, leaving little Alan alone in the sun at home. Live the leisurely life of grandpa generation. As for Peter, he ran to school after the weekend early, and only people who could see him every night, and according to Alan's recent observations, what should be Peter's situation, he lay down every day when he came back. A man on the balcony giggled and didn't know what he was laughing. Although Alan has no evidence, he, is a child with a puppy love again. In such a warm and harmonious family, every day, step by step, lead a simple and pleasant little life. Chapter 15, Superman is online. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. Alan also successfully passed his own second birthday in this world. It was also on the day of success. Alan finally won the right to go out independently. Although the scope was restricted, it was still much better than before. After all, he had to make progress gradually. Of it. Hey! Is it the police? Yes, I want to call the police. At the intersection of the 11th block in the 3rd block of Brooklyn, the innermost, someone in the 37th alley is preparing to rob. What? Why am I? Think so? They wear black stockings and hold pistols. Is it for good looking? Alan was inexplicably angry when he heard the police officers questioning. If it wasn't for my mother to be at home, it would still be useful to call. Are you coming? Alan glanced through the wall, and May, who was cleaning the housework in the living room, made sure that his mother had not found the problem, and then continued to look at the place before. Boss. Are you sure we are going to grab this law firm? I heard that the business is not good, and the owner is still blind. A facial features is a bit funny, but his body is very sturdy. The bandit and the other two younger brothers gathered together in a deep alley to discuss. You are stupid, but they open a law firm. You have seen those who graduated from Harvard, Yale, MIT, and other universities and went to begs. The skinny camel is better than Marathon. Do you know that they are poorer than us? A few are rich. The boss in the middle said to the little brother who was interrogating next to him, who hated iron and steel. If it weren't for being driven out of the Hell's Kitchen, who would be willing to rob in such a place? You must know that Brooklyn is not like the Hell's Kitchen, which is basically in a state of negligence. As long as they don't actively provoke the police, even if it is a murder and a dead body, no one cares. Of course, the object is an exception with a special background. Looking at this stupid boy next to him, he missed the days when he was in Hell's Kitchen. Everyday life is so exciting. Cannabis, beauty and guns. As long as you have money, there is heaven. As long as you get this ticket, you can buy a gun and recruit a kid, grab a site, groat, sass. You wash your body? No, wait for my neck. And Janet, Danny, you also wait, come on, linger and panting, don't accompany you, I will dominate New York in the future. Who you are. At this moment, Trevor seems to see himself wearing a high-end shirt in the future, lying in a Hawaiian villa surrounded by beautiful women. Rot, Nigel, the time has come to change our destiny. As long as we work together, a lot of banknotes and beauties are waiting for us. The present QEFO feels the bright future and is ambitious. Said to the two powerful generals on his left and right. It's really a pity that this person doesn't do MLM, what a eloquence, it's a pity. Alan looked at the three people who had been surrounded by the police but still didn't know it. It's a pity. If it wasn't for the cloudy day, Alan had nothing to do. If it wasn't for them, they just wanted to rob a disabled person. The law firm of, maybe they really did what their boss said, but unfortunately there are not so many. If, Alan glanced at the blind lawyer upstairs who was processing the documents, and behind him, behind the painted wall, the hidden red uniform, and then withdrew his gaze. After more than a month, there are always a few days in each month when it is cloudy or even rainy. I am hooked on Alan, who feels stronger all the time, and suddenly stops, and suddenly feels that the whole person is not. I feel comfortable, the whole person is like a salted fish, so I focus on the whole city. Things like the above are not the first time Alan has done it. In the daytime when I am bored, the sense of justice is overwhelming. We'll use supervision to inspect people in the New York City area, and then call the police. In the daytime, except for non-essential circumstances, Alan will never go out. This is a rule he set for himself. Although he does not care whether his identity is exposed, it is the second choice between 990,000 and 1 million. The same, although the essence is the same, no one will refuse to get 1 million. From the field work that went out in the past month, Alan also has a general understanding of his own strength. Anyway, the speed is fast. As long as the movement is continuous and there is no pause, ordinary people will not find themselves at all. As for superpower, I haven't come into contact with them yet, and there is no final conclusion yet. On the other hand, his physical strength is also strong. At least a big adult man with a punch is no problem. You can pick them up and beat them up and beat them, let alone your super. With vision and super hearing, it can completely cover the entire New York City, and this range is still expanding as I grow. So out of self-confidence in their own strength, UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Alan didn't worry as much at the beginning, but he still couldn't go out during the day. Whether it was for himself or his family, the exposure of his identity thought it would put them in danger, and he did not have the greatest certainty to protect the safety of his family. Under the circumstances, not to riot, this is the basic protection for the family. However, the waves are still getting waves. At night, with the rising of the moon, in the residential area on 7th Avenue, in addition to the dim street lights on the streets, they also stand in their posts and keep working. Many people have basically already worked. The lights are out. Crack was on a bunk bed, followed by a hand knife that Alan was familiar with, and there was a sudden noise. "Oh, sorry, brother, I tried a little bit harder, I must be gentle next time." Hearing the crisp sound that belongs to the bones, Alan suddenly whispered, "I'm sorry." Then put on his own shirt, with a little toe, and flew out directly. Ding! The Superman kid is online, dungeon mobs, pay attention to hide it. Alan flew over New York with a smirk and said in the distance, "Oh! Friends, look what I found, a team of drug dealers on the order. At this time, we must be careful not to disturb them. After they relax, we will go up and catch them, screaming." Forget it, I don't think they should relax their guard." Alan looked at a silent alley in the distance. A small group of drug dealers were preparing to sell, but judging from their standing guard, they were undoubtedly a group of veterans. The three people each occupy a corner, can not only have a clear view of the export, but also take advantage of the terrain to actively counterattack, while the remaining two people carry drugs inside the container into the travel bag. Chapter 16, Alan. "There is something, brother." Alan slowly flew over a few people, and muttered while watching the people below. Only disappeared in the same place after a while, galloping downward. Boom! 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 Day! Da-da-day! Beep toot, toot toot. After a fierce battle of hardship, Dan, suffering, Fang, Mian, Zhou, Tu, and absolutely, Shat, there are 5 unmoving big men who remain on the ground, if it is not for more bloodstains all over the body. I believe that even if they are drunks lying on the road, some people will believe it. Hey! Yes, I am very satisfied with this copy. Alan, with a flushed face, said to the few people who had been beaten and fainted on the ground. Then it's time to liquidate the rewards. Alan, who has his own perspective plug-in, knows exactly where the small vaults of these drug dealers are, and even how many hairs they have on them can be counted. Alan found their cash in a familiar way, then poured out the bag full of drugs and put all the cash in. The reward is very good. I like it very much. Then, I will help you destroy this thing. It's just to accumulate virtue. Maybe when you go to hell, you will suffer less than a few years or decades. After Alan packed up the cash, he said to himself, and then with a flash of red light in his eyes, all the drug hills the size of small hills were directly evaporated, leaving only the black smoke that continued to puff. And the ground as if it was scorched. By the way, does this drug come from inhalation or injection? Seeing the black smoke that started to drift towards the sky and was still spreading towards him, Alan suddenly felt that he might be a little sloppy. However, after looking around and confirming that there were no crowds around, Alan decided to forget it. It just so happened that these drug dealers chose to pick up the goods in such a remote and unmanned place, otherwise they would have to work hard to blow away the black smoke. This is a technical job. Forget it, who would call me a good old man in the world, the crime nemesis Superman. It would not be good to just leave you in the same place, so let's find a place for you. I can take care of the food, maybe I can find the other half of your each other's lives. That's right. Alan said pityingly, holding the bag containing the half pocket of cash. Then hurriedly tied about to the 5 people. After looking around and determining the target, he pulled the rope directly and took off. After a while, several figures appeared out of thin air on the playground of the Washington prison in New York, and each of them had different types of guns in their hands. Although you have forgotten to get evidence of your drug trafficking, the crime of armed robbery in prison will not be lighter if you think about it. Then I wish you a happy life. Looking at the fainted people from high in the sky, and the distant post a strange guard had been found on the tower, Alan said with a smile on his face. Boom! On the other side, a few hours later, when Jin received the news, he punched the table with a fist. Tens of millions of goods, not only the goods were lost but the people were also sent to jail, and this news, it took me so long to know that I spent money to raise you, is it just a bunch of rice buckets? As soon as the table made of solid wood shattered, Jin Chi looked at his kneeling hands in front of him, and said with great anger. Yet. I'm sorry, Mr. Kim Nam. The incident happened suddenly. We didn't expect that Skirna, who was supposed to receive the goods at the West Wharf, would be quietly sent to the Washington jail dozens of kilometers away. The subordinate who was kneeling on the ground and reporting the news on one leg, if anyone saw it at this time, they would find that this person was the famous and fearsome poisonous wolf among the gangs in the west side of New York. Just this one is even in some people who can talk equally in front of government officials. At this moment, after hearing Jin Bing's angry roar, the whole person looked even more humble. He directly changed from kneeling to lying down, and the whole person could not stop trembling, like a cold sweat. Stay like rain. At this moment, I believe no one knows better than him, how terrifying this person is. If New York is managed by the US government, then this person is equivalent to the shadow of the US government, the underground emperor of New York. Give you one more chance. I want to know who it is that dare to provoke my majesty on my sight. Besides, I found those idiots and asked about the situation and dealt with it directly. Jin Bin calmed down, he glanced contemptuously at the creeping subordinates on the ground, and then said in a cold voice. Yes, 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 thank you for your magnanimity, I will definitely bring the rat in the gutter to the adult to send it off. After dying, the leader of Jin Bin was immediately anxious. Said, showing your determination. But before he could say more, Yu reading www.yunsha.com walked out under Jin impatiently waved his hand, until he walked out of the room. Only when Vinono closed the door of the room, he was relieved. The temperature is not high, but at this moment his clothes are all wet with sweat. Ho ho ho! Jin Bin, I think the rats this time are not easy, do I need to go out and tear them to pieces? No matter who he is, even if it is the president, I can kill you, GGGG. A crazy but neurotic voice rang in the room. No, you have another task to solve the mice in the gutter of another team. This is the task goal. I don't want them to see the sun tomorrow. Jin did not hear the sudden voice in the room. Any response was just that the enemy who pulled aside threw an envelope and a file at the black shadow near the window and said in a deep voice. Ho ho ho! Don't worry, you will see their bodies on the news tomorrow. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the flying file, opened it and saw the target, and used that crazy voice to respond. Zhu Jin and said. Then, after a cursory glance at the envelope, it disappeared in front of the window, like a ghost, coming and going without a trace. Hello. Vanessa. I'm done here, it's okay, it's just some work matters, I will be back soon. I also brought you your favorite opella, I love you too. The underground emperor who was so gloomy and cruel like a tyrant before, at this moment, is gentle as a spring breeze. His sweet smile and kind low voice no longer reveal the happiness that belongs to him at this moment. Thank you for the 100 book coins for the funny writing face reward, thank you boss, and the author here again ask for votes, collection, reward, thank you very much. Chapter 17, If someone bullies you, call him with a shovel. The next day, it was another sunny day. Alan, who woke up early and filled the milk, pushed his exclusive car, baby stroller, into the yard as usual, then turned on his horse skillfully, feeling the sunshine. The feeling of comfort and warmth that comes. Morning, brother, how is your rest? Alan, who was drinking milk, saw a thoughtful Peter walking out with his school bag. Morning, Ellen. Peter responded mechanically at the door without looking back, and then continued to walk forward. "Oh, yes, Ellen, I want to ask you something." When passing by Ellen, Peter suddenly recovered and said to Ellen, What's wrong, brother?" Ellen felt that Peter was a little nervous today, and couldn't help thinking, could it be that the concussion was caused by accidentally knocking on the neck last night? "But didn't you control the intensity?" But Ellen still showed a look of confusion, and asked his little head crookedly. Forget it, nothing, brother, you'd better be careful at home yourself, and remember to tell him if there is anything unusual." Peter looked at Ellen's appearance, hesitated, and finally did not say the specific reason. He wanted to say something and stopped talking to Ellen and left. "And did he find something? But it's not like it. Is this a concussion or a little secret of mine? Ah, it's so annoying. Dogs with broken chapters deserve to die." I thought for a long time. Lun didn't know what his old brother was going crazy with early in the morning. He wanted to say that he didn't want to talk about hanging people's appetite. If he wasn't for his own brother, he would have to hang him up with a rope and let him taste what it was called. Light of love. "Good morning, Ellen." Not long after Peter left, May, who had packed up the tableware, walked out the door in beautiful work clothes, and said kindly to Ellen lying in the yard, "Good morning, Mommy, you are getting more and more beautiful." After seeing May, Ellen said sweetly with a smile on his face, "This is the truth. There is no exaggeration. Now May is only a little over 30. She is at the most beautiful age of a woman, and coupled with her own natural beauty and careful maintenance, even if she is a college student who has just stepped out of school, everyone will believe it, not to mention that she is pretty good at the luxury store. Work uniforms that were carefully selected. Trojan horse, baby, you are really becoming more and more able to talk. You have to be obedient at home by yourself, don't run around, come back at noon and give you some good food." Cute, May was really melted into her heart in an instant. After kissing Ellen's little cheek, she exhorted, and then went to the store to go to work. "Okay, Mommy, goodbye." Ellen waved his hand. It's another beautiful day, so what am I going to do today?" Seeing Ellen lying in the stroller after May walked away, he couldn't help but think of a baby bottle in his mouth, like a salted fish. "Forget it, it's the same as usual, let's patrol as usual." Ellen, who was free, decided to start his job as a defender of the city, and then whispered around with small eyes. "Girl, if someone bullies you in the future, you will call his face with a shovel, you know." At this time, an old father watched the scene of a boy bullying a TV, and couldn't help but bring himself into the role of the girl's father. It was simply filled with anger, so the old father turned his head and said to his daughter, "But, Dad, the girl in the bedroom, you always teach me to be a lady." The girl curled her skirt with her index finger. She didn't understand why her father said this suddenly, but she said hesitantly, "Then you can use a pink shovel, just like this." The old father, who heard his daughter's words, said immediately, and then handed the pink shovel next to his daughter. "Like this." The daughter took the shovel, hesitated, and called directly on the old father's face. "Isn't it said that children in European and American countries are precocious? What did you tell me?" Alan, who accidentally saw this scene, squirted out the milk in his mouth. "Well, yes, that's right, that's it, but you have to call it harder than before, no? If it still doesn't work, come back to find Dad, Dad still has a pink AK here." And seeing my daughter said involuntarily he directly called the shovel on his face. Although the old father couldn't help but feel a dull pain on his face, he still held back and said seriously to his daughter, I'm not angry, this is my own baby girl. It's worth beating now. You'll remember that kid in the future. Your father-in-law, I'll be beaten today, and you must double back." The old father said silently in his heart. "Fuck it, it's too funny, it's dying, it's dying, it's dying. This is too funny. It is said that European and American teenagers are funny, the ancients honestly don't deceive me, looking at the old father with a dumb face and daring to be angry. Unbelievably, reading www.uukonshu.com. Alan suddenly laughed and the stroller creaked. Fuck, flash. Flash. When Alan turned his gaze to a coffee shop, an extremely familiar face came into his eyes. Is this NM that I crossed again? Or is the Flash crossing the wrong place again? But it shouldn't be, shouldn't he just wander through his own universe as he travels? Does the copyright barrier allow him to come to Marvel? For a moment, Ellen seemed to be dead. Although it is said that both of them are from DC, this NM Flash is a famous cudgel. He is definitely not in the universe. Peace of mind, who can afford to restart at every turn? Who knows that you can get a few or dozens of yourself in a flash? Alan shuddered even thinking about it roughly. Then Alan stopped thinking, and his two big watery eyes stared at the man, not even letting go of the hair on his body. Hey! Listen, Lincoln. What's the matter with you lately? Every day, mystery, even if I call you either without shutting down or answering, I'm really fed up with this daily routine of speculating about what you are going to do every day. Yes, today you will either give me an explanation, or the two of us will blow it up. On a table in a coffee shop, a young Asian girl said to the young man called Lincoln sitting across the table. Xia, listen to me, I really didn't mean to avoid you, but it's just that I really have very important things to do recently. Hearing my girlfriend facing me has always disappeared recently. After his dissatisfaction, Lincoln suddenly panicked. He had the intention to explain but he couldn't speak. He knew that some things could not be said. At this time, he simply couldn't say anything. Chapter 18, Alan in Action. Then tell me, Lincoln, tell me, I am in love with someone who disappeared for more than a month for no reason, and even disappeared without a word in the middle because of what persistence. The girl sitting opposite Lincoln stood up, propped up the table with both hands, and said to Lincoln with sincere and expectant expressions in his eyes. Yes. I'm sorry, Kashumi, I can't tell you, and. Let's break up, Kashumi. Looking at the longing and expectant eyes of the girl opposite, Lincoln finally said it with reluctance. You. Lincoln, you bastard. Feng Xia looked at the man who was once so familiar with her. At this moment, she suddenly felt so unfamiliar. She just needs an explanation. You just need to tell me, even if I'm sorry. Feeling the strangeness of the man in front of him, tears filled his eyes instantly. After a loud scolding, he turned around and rushed out. Asshole? Oh, maybe. Lincoln stretched out his hands as if he was examining an object. So what exactly is the current self? Ignoring the strange eyes of others, Lincoln walked to the front desk to check out, and walked out with a heavy step. Then he returned to the school dormitory under Alan's curious gaze, lying motionless on the bed, as if sculpture is average. Lincoln, Medical School. Although the name and identity are different, when I see this face, Alan always feels familiar, a bit weird. Just remember, Alan took out the little book he put in the stroller and skipped it. After a few pages full, I found the blank page, and wrote down his key points. After all, he must be a person with identity to make an impression. Alan couldn't help but think. However, from Alan's observations during this period, the world has become more and more dangerous. There are hidden dangers and disputes everywhere, and other places are not discussed. In New York alone, there are gangs fighting and looting. All kinds of forces are fighting for me, assassin killers are in an endless stream, one after another, all kinds of superhumans, and skulls are also showing their sense of existence repeatedly, and I should have made plans early. Looking in the distance, Mame, with a smile on his face but a little tired, and the hard-working father, and Peter, who is still young and looks immature, these people are the people he wants to protect, but even tigers sometimes doze. future alien invasions and artificial intelligence rebellions, and even family planning class teachers visiting the house to check standards. These are all dangers that cannot be escaped. Then, the first problem now is to solve the safety of one's own family. At least not to be slapped to death by the villain who can't name anything, or shot to death with one shot. So where do you go? First, think about serums that directly enhance physical fitness. Extremis virus, well, this thing is powerful, but it may be in danger of self-destruction at every turn. But for this item, Alan eliminated him, but it is not impossible to observe it, as if after the collapse of Shield Simmons and Fitz eliminated this explosive side effect. Although it was a centipede serum, it was not all in the same series. However, it is estimated that it is still in the laboratory stage at this stage. It is not certain whether human trials have started. Therefore, Alan only made a slight mark. It's a pity that Captain America's serum has been lost. Otherwise, this small bottle alone can ensure that his family ignores many dangers. Alan shook his head and looked at this written in the notebook, "Hey. Then there is only Uncle Richard's spider serum, this one plan, but this injection of this serum is also risky. In the anime, Spider-Man injected this thing but mutated into a human-shaped spider, although it is not reflected in the movie. It came out, but in the movie, didn't you just make 2 movies about this universe Spider-Man? And it's still the plot in high school, who knows what to do if it mutates afterwards, so this serum is not the first choice if you don't have enough confidence, but you can discuss with Uncle Richard at that time to see if it can continue to be improved." Alan silently put a tick behind the spider serum to use as a spare. "Oh, yes, there are heart-shaped grasses, he. Thinking of this, Alan suddenly showed a smile like an old father. The African savanna, Wakanda, not only has the powerful ability to enhance the physical fitness of people in all aspects as long as they are taken, and the universe is indestructible and defenseless. The hardest metal vibration can not only resist and fight, but also bounce back the enemy's own energy accumulation, which is a proper Marvel Black technology. And Alan still remembers, reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Heart-shaped grass, not only can improve your physical fitness, as long as you still have a breath, don't breathe on the spot, eat a slice, and immediately resurrect lively and vigorously on the spot, comparable to the fairy beans in the Dragon Ball. Not only that, but also those battle spears and cloaks that look very low, but they are full of technology. Wakanda's various high-tech technologies are even more dizzying. If the current technology gives Alan a nostalgic feeling in the early 1920s, then Wakanda is definitely a city full of future science fiction. Then it was decided, to go to Wakanda to play the autumn breeze. Alan sketched it heavily in his notebook, and then stood up. "Say action, just act." After Alan left a note to his mother saying that he would go to Xiao Peng's house next door for dinner, he went straight into the sky. Flew towards the distance. As the speed continued to increase, after passing through the clouds, there was only a beautiful white line behind Alan. Of course, in this process, Alan still turned on his supervision all the way, otherwise he would fly and collide with the plane. Although he may not be okay at that time, saving people is also a technical job. Now those with small arms and legs pick up the plane with bare hands like the Dachau next door. To be honest, it's really a bit embarrassing. It also avoids the chance of being monitored by satellites. After all, although I am not afraid of exposure, it is better to do more than less, and I can never charge. In this way, Alan has been hiding and adjusting his position for 10 minutes. Later, Wakanda arrived on the African savanna just before dawn for breakfast. Seeing this dense and exuberant prairie, Alan, who has lived in the city for a long time, suddenly felt refreshed and happy. The youth and wild atmosphere belonging to the prairie also made Alan a lot easier. Chapter 19, Wakanda Prairie. Unlike in New York, in order not to reveal his identity, he had to constrain his restraints and be responsible for May's own safety all the time, so Alan never really indulged himself once, even to play with friends of the same age. When playing, you have to control your own strength and depression to the limit. This is Alan's most intuitive feeling about himself. Throughout the past and present, illusions from various countries, no one will show off or even conquer after gaining a powerful force, let alone Alan is just an adult student before crossing. So the only thing that can release one's pressure is to go out to enjoy the fun of saving the citizens and fighting crime every night after quietly knocking on his brother's sap. Ah! Alan, who was relaxed, couldn't help but yelled to the sky. At the same time, accompanied by Alan's silly roar, the old king and princess who were dining in the palace on the other side were surprised by the roar that burst in, and accompanied by the roar was violent on the ground. With a sense of tremor, the girl guards guarding the king had just surrounded the two of them for transfer. The roar and the shaking of the ground suddenly stopped. "I'm okay here, don't be nervous." After all, it was the old king who had been in the high position for a long time. With a little panic at first, he quickly calmed down and said to the female guards beside him, "Father, is it the silly group from the west again this time?" At this time, a little black girl who looked weird at first glance, asked the old king who was sitting in the middle of the dining table. "Surui." Before the queen could speak, the black boy sitting aside, Tkara, who was the son of the old king and the first heir to the throne of Wakanda, was facing his own serious face at this moment. Said the younger sister. They just told the truth. Sometimes they will be shaken every few months. I don't know if they have been concussed." The black girl just now, the same father of Tkara the half-sister, the noble princess in the country of Wakanda, Surui stuck out her tongue and muttered because of the lewdness of this older brother, but just as her attitude, it seemed that she was often said by her mouth. "Those so-called silly and ridiculous. Did they have something changed again?" At this time, the queen didn't care about the pair of children, but said worriedly to the old king. "After all, although her home is not only separated from there, it is definitely not far away. It's okay, they can solve their own family's affairs by themselves. Don't worry, the tower will not come down, and I don't think it is like their problem this time. At least the previous roar is definitely not." The old king comforted the queen and said, but then the style of painting changed. After all, although the previous roar was amazing, the old king could still hear the clear and tender meaning. If this came from them, it would be better to believe that the earth will explode tomorrow, at least the latter are all equal. While the old king's family was still gathering to discuss, Alan didn't realize the impact of his previous roar. After the roar, Alan, who was relaxed, with the help of supervision, finally successfully locked the destination, this time Wakanda. Alan looked at the vibrating gold veins in the mountains in Wakanda and the heart-shaped grasses growing like weeds in the cave. He grinned at the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, Hey, my darlings, I'm coming." But Alan was full of joy. After a while, he ran into another problem. "I took a look, forget it, I can't see it," touched the transparent cover in front of him. Alan suddenly got a little bit troubled. This protective cover is an important barrier for Wakanda to protect his country's seclusion and resist aggression. Even in the movie, there is nothing wrong with Thanos' army attacking this thing. Of course, with all this, Alan is not here to break him, but the key is how to get in. Wakanda has the key to get in by himself, but he doesn't have it, or knock on the door. Thinking of this, Alan took the attention. Anyway, the cover is not broken, and the city of Wakanda is a long distance from the border. Alan decided to increase his efforts to give himself this future home leaves a good impression. That's right, Alan intends to set up his own camp. After all, the people of Wakanda are still very friendly, and all kinds of welfare are also very good. Not only are military weapons developed, but even medical technology is also developed. Even cancer and tumors are also developed. It's not a matter of minutes to cure, and this has led to the high happiness index of the people of Wakanda. Everyone concentrates on their own 1-acre 3-point land, and takes part in festivals and worships the of Black Panther. Of course there are other gods, but for now, the Black Panther is the most worshipped of Wakanda. So here is definitely a large rear area suitable for retirement and recuperation, as well as peace and stability. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Anyway, Alan has made up his mind to set up camp here, even if it's not possible now, he will have to do it in the future. When you blow up old Black Panther, save him, so there will be no problems, right? Alan, who has thought through this layer, suddenly has a beautiful face. I couldn't help but hit the barrier harder. Boom. 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 For a while, as Alan's percussion was too hard, a wartime alert bell rang in the city of Wakanda at this time, and the entire city and state machinery suddenly began to operate. Soldiers from various tribes began to assemble in an emergency, with a dignified expression on everyone's face. Although Wakanda's technological force is top-notch, there has never been such a rapid siren in the defensive shield. Although I have had it before, but it was just a small mess, but 1 or 2 groups of soldiers can easily solve it, but this time, the soldiers looked at the buzzing air defense sirens in the whole city, and knew they would answer. The seriousness of the matter came down. Okay, what's the situation now? How many enemies are there, which direction is attacking, and what is the intensity of firepower? So immediately gather all the troops of the kingdom. The old King Chaka and his family walked towards the safe house under the cover of the escort. He said with a grim expression, "Your Majesty, with all due respect, since the attack until now, we have carefully searched every suspicious place but found no trace of the enemy. Since becoming the captain of the Royal Guard, there have been battles of all sizes." Okoye asked himself that he had experienced hundreds of games, but it was the first time he encountered such an inexplicable situation. If it weren't for the sound of sirens that are still ringing now, reminding them of the fact that the defensive shield has been attacked, maybe they all just think this is just an illusion. Chapter 20, Unexpected Visitor. After hearing the words of the captain of the escort, Okoye, the old King Chaka stopped his hurried steps, stopped, and stared straight at Okoye without turning his eyes, as if he wanted to see some clues. "General, did you activate the anti-stealth detector?" After a long time, the old King Chaka slowly said after Okoye was stared at him by the old king. Yes, the subordinates started at the first time, but there was no surprise, and there was no result. Okoye, who had been staring at him inexplicably and frightened by the old king, breathed a sigh of relief after the king spoke. First time said. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Didn't I just knock on the door? Looking at the group of Wakanda soldiers in the barrier who are facing the enemy, as well as the scientific research personnel in the control room, busy and hurriedly walking, Alan suddenly realized that he had created a big oolong. Seeing that he made a mess, Alan realized for the first time that it seemed that this trip of indulgence in Africa was really a big deal. Although they don't know why, they haven't found themselves yet, but if they slip away now, it looks like, ahem. It seems too inconsistent with the life creed of my superhero and the essence of a tall and mighty hero. Thinking of this, Alan has put up his own chest. One person does everything. The big deal is, I sold myself to pay off the debt, and I cheered myself up. I also looked at several cameras around me that included myself intentionally or unintentionally. Cough cough cough. Let's do it again, this time with a little force, knocking on the door well, and doing such a big oolong the first time I came here. Alan doesn't want to not only not be able to borrow the heart-shaped grass, but also to provoke a showdown. This is not worth the loss. Boom boom boom. Alan knocked on the protective cover 3 times, and at the same time the whole person flew to the nearest surveillance location, and constantly greeted the surveillance friendly. Of course, if this is friendly, it is not because of knocking on the door in advance. It is good for others to enter a state of wartime vigilance. Your Majesty, I think we should have spotted the intruder. Okoi watched the surveillance video from the central control room for a long time before saying silently. Once, I'm afraid of Sibo. The old king and his party looked at the projected video from Ikai's arm, and said in shock. Father, this person is so young, I think he shouldn't be weaned yet. Princess Surui leaned her head and frowned, always feeling that there was an inexplicable spit, but she got stuck in her mouth. I couldn't say it. After a while, he blurted out and said with a chuckle. Te Kala looked at the younger sister next to her, she couldn't help but feel trigeminal neuralgia. This brain circuit is too strange, what's the situation now, is she paying attention to other people's small problems? Although it looks very small. But now is the time to talk about this. Okoi, what do you think? The old king and queen on the side were also speechless, but did not pay attention to her. After a while, the old king raised his head and asked Okoi, even though he already had something in his heart. Make a choice, but still want to hear the opinion of the captain of the personal guard. From the current information and the previous formation, the target is an extraordinary person and the strength must not be underestimated. The movement just now and the position of the target are consistent, so there is no doubt that this person is very strong and very strong. After hearing the king's words, Okoi looked at the projection on his arm and said solemnly, it is difficult to say whether Wakanda can survive if he is really an enemy of such a strong man. Able to fly, powerful, the defensive cover just like Enoch has the highest level of warning, and it is not necessarily full. Moreover, it is only a preliminary judgment that the age of the target should be very young, which also shows that his strength is still in full force. It may not even begin to develop for a long time. Tkara on the side also added his own insights. Although he is only 16 years old, his childhood environment and the old king's ears also belong to one another. The unique insight of the crown prince. Hearing the words of the captain of his guard and his son, the old king Chaka had a headache. When he thought of suddenly an inexplicable Superman came to visit Wakanda, if there was no purpose, it could be said that he would be killed. I don't believe it, but the situation is obvious now. It's not that you refuse people's problems. People's strength lies in them. Normal knocking actions can make your protective shield loud. If this is true, it started to smash. And so far, this superpower is still a kind of visit. Okay, tell the frontier tribes to open the defensive cover and welcome our guests in. In addition, you can drive the spaceship to pick him up now. Note that you must not take any radical measures until he shows complete hostility. After Kaya took the order to walk out, the old king also reminded him by the way. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Hey, troublesome autumn. After watching Okoi go, the old king Chaka sighed helplessly. The reason why Wakanda has always been unable to close out and isolate contact with the outside world is because they know how much of Wakanda's huge property that can be coveted, if Wakanda's Genjin mine is really realized, or even if it is half of the realization, it can surpass the total income of all countries in the world, but they do not, because with the development of technology and the exploration of the world, the more they understand, the more fear of the world. Heart of awe. It's okay, Tkaka, maybe it's just a curious child. Lamanda, who saw her husband's sad face, said comfortingly, holding his arm. Hey, Hope. Although he knew it was comforting, the old king said, after all, it is very possible to be a child based on Alan's appearance. Of course, the possibility of a 10,000-year-old monster is not small. But now I can only hope this. Otherwise it would not be a wise move for Wakanda now. By the way, you are now taking Tkara and Surui to the safe house. If I have any accidents, Tkara will be the next king of Wakanda. Tkara was solemn to his wife Lamanda. Said that being prepared is a good habit since ancient times. Raymond Dahl listened to Chaka's words, and originally wanted to continue to persuade him, but still did not speak any more, and then under the eyes of the old king, led the two children to the safe house under the leadership of the guard. Tara, who instinctively wanted to open his mouth, lowered his head under the double majestic gaze of the old king and queen, and silently followed the mother and sister out. Chapter 21, Wakanda Capital. Dem, please go down. I will entertain our distinguished guests in the palace hall, let the chef prepare all our Wakanda delicacies, entertain our guests, and gather a team of guards and warriors from the border tribes. Stand by at any time. After the queen left, the old king continued with orders, and the entire palace and Wakanda began to operate closely and orderly again. On the other side, Ellen, who had witnessed all of this from the periphery, had a look like dozens of husky expressions. Really, for a moment, Ellen wanted to ask when he saw the old king. This NM, I haven't done anything yet? How do you make up so many plots? Isn't it good to have this insight to make science fiction movies? This is too bloody, Alan thought silently. He didn't expect that the bridge in the novel could be encountered by himself in reality. Should I say that I am too innocent, or are these people who play politics dirty? A simple thing is so complicated. Haha, at this time, if the old king can know Alan's thoughts, I might want to kill him on the spot. TNND, you and the aircraft carrier, the aircraft cannons are against other people's heads, and then they say at the door, sorry, it's just here, who believes this? It is obvious that the logic is easy to understand, but because Alan is not clear about his own position, to be precise, he did not click the number in his heart, so it is no wonder that other old kings are so inspiring. Now things are getting bigger, hey, let's take one step at a time, it's really not good, I can only sell cute. Alan also had a headache to think, after all, this time I'm here to make equipment, and this time I made others like this. It's really a headache. But it didn't take long. After Okoye was driving the spacecraft and landed, surrounded by a few entourages, a few people walked up to the defensive shield where Alan was, and only one of the blacks was instructed by Okoye. Next, after a few taps on the bracelet worn on the wrist, a door-sized entrance appeared on the protective cover. Of course, if the entrance was not in the sky, Alan would be more happy to describe it. Thank you. As soon as he entered the door, Alan immediately returned to his former harmless appearance, with a superhuman standard smile, and thanked Okoye and several entourages next to him. You're welcome, I only welcome you on behalf of the king and queen. Although Okoye is still a daily dead fish face, he still has a slight smile comparable to crying, but the words are still respectful. One can't fault it at all. It's a great honor. Although Okoye flashed a reluctant expression, Alan didn't mind and replied with a smile. After all, I came here to fight the local tyrants this time, and I have been playing an oolong like that before. Isn't it just a little cold-eyed? I don't care at all. Please come with me, our king has prepared a banquet to entertain the distinguished guests. After saying hello to Alan briefly, Okoye turned and led the way. Then, Alan followed. There is a saying that Wakanda really has a plan for the green development of the city. The border here remains untouched and retains the feeling of the original African grassland. It is a plain, endless, and the deepest point is the center of Wakanda. With supervision, Alan has a full view of the city. This is an ultra-modern city with very advanced technology, even more futuristic science fiction than Silicon Valley, Trident headquarters, and the like. But there is a strange atmosphere here in Alan's eyes. The clothes of the people living here are really too low or retro. This is like putting a modern woman into ancient times. Although the looks are very different, the habit of wearing will make every ancient person feel very different. A city full of incomparable contradictions, this is Alan's first evaluation of Wakanda, but he still mumbles in his heart. After all, different races and different places have different living habits for everyone. And faith, Alan has not yet reached the point where what he likes is right, and thus rejects and denies other relative things. Your Majesty, I'm waiting for you in the capital, burning, please. Until he walked to a parked spacecraft. Okoi opened the door of the spacecraft, turned around and reached out to ask, and said to Alan, "Thank you." Alan nodded and said politely, then flew into the hatch, found a spot and sat down. Then, Okoi didn't say much, and sat in the pilot's seat silently, started the spacecraft and flew directly towards Bernin. After passing through a piece of grassland and dense woods, in Alan's vision, the spacecraft arrived in a city built by a river in a short while. As the distance keeps getting closer, Alan can see clearly even without supervision. The buildings in the distance are full of high-tech styles, and what is most amazed by Alan is that there are still suspended trains here. Looking at the trains constantly passing over the city, Alan really had to admire the group of Wakanda. www.readaloud.com. Although the style is old and slightly low-B, the science and technology tree is full of points. I really didn't say it. It's really cool. Alan couldn't help but praised looking at the scenery below. And Okoi, who was driving the spaceship in front, showed a rare smile after hearing Alan's words. After all, an outsider's hypocritical praise in front of you and sincere praise from behind is a big deal. In the same way, Alan obviously belongs to the latter, and the strength of Wakanda is also a point that Okoi is proud of. Immediately afterwards, the speed of the spacecraft slowed down more and more until it finally landed slowly on a tarmac, with all standard spacecraft parked around. There is no doubt that this will definitely not be their passenger plane, Alan thought. After getting off the spaceship and looking at the people communicating in different languages around, Alan couldn't help claiming to be curious. It is indeed Wakanda. Alan remembers that Wakanda's people mentioned it in the records of Wakanda in previous lives. Not only must learn the local languages Wakanda, Hausa, one of the 3 major languages in Africa, and Yoruba in West Africa, but also because of its advanced education system, so other African and European languages, some people can also speak very fluently. Therefore, there was a saying in the Marvel universe that said, if Wakanda were not too closed, otherwise the people of Wakanda would be friends with everyone in the world. This is Bernin. Alan looked at the bustling city and asked with emotion. That's right, Okoi replied. A very beautiful and powerful place. Alan praised. Wakanda is the most beautiful place in the world. And the most important thing is that we are the children of Buster, the of the Panthers. Okoi said as he walked ahead and led the way. Chapter 22, Old King T'Chaka. A woman with a strong sense of national belonging, Alan, who shows Okoi in her eyes, can't help but have a general understanding of Okoi's image in her heart. When talking about Wakanda, it is obvious that the whole person's mind has reached a level that is almost sublimated, but when discussing beliefs, there is not such a strong will. It cannot be said that she does not respect the beliefs, but can only say that it is not. It didn't reach the level of home country and nation, Alan thought to himself. There are several religious beliefs in Wakanda, such as the white gorilla god, the crocodile god, the lion god, and the hyena god. However, it is said that in ancient times when Wakanda was in crisis several times, the Black Panther god has extended a helping hand many times to save Wakanda, and this is why Wakanda is now basically the Black Panther god, and even the king appears as a Black Panther. The footsteps of Ellen's follower, Okoi, are watching as he walks. I have to say that this country is also very contradictory or weird. This is a highly developed technology, but the people's overall thinking is still in the period of feudalism. The combination of the two becomes very strange. Here, Okoi said. Alan walked into a palace like a high-tech building under Okoi's leadership. Please forgive me. Alan described it like this. After all, a man of the 21st century suddenly came to a religious feudal dynasty. There is some strange awkwardness, and this is obviously a science and technology building. Walked into it, and along the way, the female model team responsible for the safety of the royal family, oh, no, they were members of the royal guard, each holding a spear that can emit lasers from Bayou, standing on both sides of the corridor waiting in full array. Alan looked at these models. Oh, no, it was the guard. There was a feeling of being in the emperor's harem, although these people did not match their own aesthetics. In the end, the two stopped in a gorgeously decorated room. After Okoi walked into the room and reported to the old king, Alan finally saw the old King Chaka. "Welcome to Wakanda, friends from afar." As soon as Alan entered the door, the old king said enthusiastically. During the period when Okoi greeted Alan, the old king not only explained their conversation throughout the whole process. After listening without fail, he specially mobilized the war dogs to conduct secret inquiries. The result was very gratifying. I found it effortlessly. Alan Parker, 2 years old, May Marissa, the son of Ben Parker. In just a few minutes, the information of the Allen family was listed, and Wakanda hid it secretly. The strength of the old King T'Chaka is evident. Looking at the information projected on his wrist, he couldn't help being stunned by his age of 2 years from birth to now. From this moment on, the old king made up his mind that this person can only have a deep friendship, and he can keep Wakanda worry-free for 100 years, and it's better if he is younger, which shows that his mind is not fully developed or not yet fully developed. There is no such old, Lao, to seek, Jian, as deep, Ju, as, Hua, so it is still easy to handle. "Hello, Your Majesty." Seeing the warm invitation of the old King Chaka, Alan still felt stable this time. "Ha ha ha, the name of Your Majesty the King is too much. You are a guest of our Wakanda, not a citizen of our Wakanda. You don't need to call it that way. Don't be as brazen as I am, just call me uncle." He smiled and walked forward, showing a kind smile like an elder, holding Alan's little hand while saying, "Okay, uncle." After hearing Chaka's words, Alan felt a little honored. After all, people are the kings of a country anyway, and now there is no such thing as a kind of old man chatting with you like a kind old man. What else is not satisfied? "Haha, okay, nephew, come, my uncle specially asked the palace chef to make it for you," not my uncle bragging. "This craftsmanship is at least comparable to the top Michelin chefs outside, but I can't eat them. One portion is just a small portion. What is it called eating, torturing people? Come on, let us take care of all the good food here." The old King Chaka immediately happily replied a few times after hearing Alan's acceptance. Good voice, his attitude became more and more enthusiastic, and he took Alan to sit on the dining table, next to him. This scene really did not want Chaka's subordinates to lay. After all, this kind of scene has never been seen before. Even if it is the son of the king, Chaka has never enjoyed this kind of treatment. If it were not for sure that Ellen and the old King T'Chaka were of 2 skin colors, some people would doubt whether this was the illegitimate child of the old king. Next, with the enthusiasm and initiative of the old king, and Alan's initiative to welcome this meal, it was a joy to eat. To outsiders, the two seemed to be a harmonious conversation between father and son. After the old king took Alan to chat about the homework for a long time, Chaka said indifferently, feeling that the time was right, "Alan, I want to ask, how do you know us here?" I saw that, today my parents went to work, and then left me alone at home. I was bored and then I wanted to come out and have a look, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, and suddenly in the sky seeing such a large block of tall buildings that I had never seen before, I was a little curious, so I flew down and took a look, hee. Hearing the old king began to test, Alan's small eyes rolled and slowly said. At the end, she felt ashamed and smiled shyly. "Ellen, do you mean you can see this from high above?" The old King Chaka grabbed the point at once and asked Ellen with him. After all, Wakanda not only has a defensive shield, there is also a layer of full 3-dimensional virtual influence covering the virtual and the present. As long as it is not directly touched, even if it is viewed from close distances, it can reach the level of falsehood. This little guy can not only see it, even his own city can be seen clearly, which is a bit scary, but in the end it is the old king, even if it is a big surprise in his heart, but he still suppresses it. Yes, isn't it difficult? Hearing the shocked expression of the old king's expression and words, Alan couldn't help feeling amused, but on the surface he said simply. In order to get Genjin and heart-shaped grass, Alan is determined to show off his muscles in front of the old king. As long as he solves his worries, then the whole world can fly by itself. And this is not only to show muscles, but also to try out good ones. Of course, the old king may not be able to see it because of his age. No matter how good the affection level is, it must be steadily rising. The main thing is that compared with the intrigue outside, all kinds of conspiracies fly up at every turn. Wakanda has no such concerns. One is the geographical location. The remote location means that it is difficult for them to participate in the rest of the world. Go inside the conspiracy. Chapter 23, Lies Exposed. In addition, Wakanda is accustomed to living in seclusion and prefers to live in peace. People do not have the pressure of a house or suffering from illness. This means that the people here have a high level of happiness, that is, they are very happy and positive. The kind of evil conspirators who rarely give birth to them, although in Alan's round of observation, the environment is the habit of the Wakanda people created in this way, Alan is also happy to try them well. Alan also has this confidence, as long as they have a little brain, they won't have other ideas about themselves. Hehe, that's really amazing, little Ellen, is this your superpower? After hearing Ellen's words, the old king couldn't help but want to vomit blood for a while. Is this a difficult question? This NM is holding a cannon to hit mosquitoes. It's better to compare the two. Superpower? Well, it should be. I remember when I first discovered it, the whole person was very uncomfortable. All the people I saw were bones. I remember that I was autistic for several days. He told them that he was not afraid of them to investigate. After all, the Shang did not say whether they could find it. Even if they found it, they knew the facts. Moreover, during the time of awakening, Alan was indeed autistic, for several days. If you can't eat, there's no way. Anyone who sees bones and blood vessels walking around in front of you will have no appetite to eat. Alan remembers that because of this, May and Ben also took him to several hospitals in the heavy rain, but now when he thinks of May and Ben, Alan can't help but feel warm. Perspective eyes. After hearing Ellen's words, the guard murmured involuntarily, Okoi, who was at the side of the guard, if it was a perspective eye, then Wakanda would really be like a bathing person in front of this child. The girl is average, without the slightest precaution. Yes, big sister, when I was in the sky, I discovered that there are a lot of crystal mines in your underground that I have never seen before. Then I wanted to come down and take a look, but it was blocked by a transparent barrier. Alan turning his head and talking to Okoi who was whispering, he also explained the reason why he came here. Crystal mine. Genjin. When Alan said that he found many crystal mines when he saw Wakanda, the old king didn't react at the first time, but was thinking about which tribe was there again. The outside world bought a bunch of diamonds, but the more he thought about it, the old king suddenly came back to his senses and found that Alan was talking about Genjin, and he blurted out the idea, and at the same time both eyes looked in shock. Look at the little guy in front of you. You must know that Genjin is the lifeblood of their country. It is not only the basis for their national strength to become stronger, but also the hard currency to communicate with the outside world. However, they still dare not communicate with the world. The main reason is the Genjin or vein, because they have reasons. I believe that as long as the stock of Genjin veins leaks out, then there will be another large-scale war in the world, which is undoubtedly a devastating disaster for them. Hey! Uncle, is it called Genjin? A very cool name. After hearing the old king say the name, Alan continued, dumbfounded. Alan Parker, let's talk, what do you want? The words are talking about this point. If the old King Chaka still can't react, it really means that he has lived such an old age. This little kid is not a kid from beginning to end, or not the kind of kid in the true sense. If you really want to describe it, the baby's body and the old monster's mind will be more in line with Chaka's impression of Alan in his heart. Uncle Chaka, what are you talking about? Before hearing Chaka's sudden change, he began to talk to himself with a serious expression, and Alan couldn't help wondering where he was exposed. From the very beginning of your roar and your percussion before this, we will define it as the act of percussing our defensive shield. Both you are everywhere telling us in disguise that your strength is very strong, but I don't want to express it directly, but use your advantage and age advantage to make us fall into a misunderstanding of thinking, and then you knock on the sidelines, subtly guiding us to say the answer you want to know, and this is one point I have to admit, you are very smart, and you almost succeeded. The old King Chaka looked at Alan in front of him with a complicated expression, and then said slowly. At this time, as the topic of the old king became clear, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became more subtle. Okoi and the guards of the brigade also rushed in. One team protected the king, and the other team surrounded Ai Lun, showing a tendency to encircle. The scene became serious for an instant, and the queen, prince, and others who were watching the surveillance video of the palace in the distance couldn't help but take a deep breath. Well. Uncle Chaka, you are really true. Since I found out, I will tell you earlier. Then I don't have to pretend to be a childish child for so long, but what I want to know is, Uncle, where did I expose? After all, before I came, I watched dozens of books on actors' self-cultivation and actors' quick skills. After Alan heard the old king pick up the topic, the whole person was like a different person. The 4 words of self-confidence and power can be described as vivid and vivid in Alan at this time. www.readaloud.com. The whole person slowly rises into the sky, until he can look at the old king, and then looks at Chaka. Said. The first point is that age is the biggest advantage of your camouflage this time, but it is also a big disadvantage. You look at the spacecraft from the spacecraft, you are too indifferent to the performance of the aircraft, and until you get off the spacecraft, the only order what surprises you is the floating trains that are never available to the outside world. Both are actually considered to be a level project for a country or force, but you are only interested in floating trains, which shows that I must have seen it before or even touched it. The old king looked at Alan, who was looking directly at him, and said. And second, you show that you have perspective eyes, but you turn a blind eye to the guards who are obviously hostile to you on both sides, and never mention it. Instead, you are interested in the gold veins more than 10 kilometers away. It doesn't match the personality you created here. Both of these points show that you are definitely not the insight that a child can have in your ignorance. In addition, thirdly, your family background and the insight you have now are completely it doesn't match. And the most important thing is that I have reason to believe that you not only have clairvoyance, but also super hearing. Chaka said at the end of his inference, he couldn't help but take a breath. What is this NM like? Enchanting? However, when he was a child, he had superpowers that combined thousands of pets in one body. You must know that the superpowers Alan revealed up to now, even if they take one out alone, can be used to become a powerful person. A young man with a very high vision, excellent insights, and outstanding IQ. The combination of these shows that you are a person with intelligence comparable to that of an adult, and this time you. The old king said slowly, telling his reasoning. Chapter 24, Promise from Alan. Amazing. Chala, who saw all this in his eyes, once again marveled at his father's wisdom as a wise man. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding that I caused to your country before, but I really can't think of other ways. After hearing that the old king had pointed out his purpose, Alan apologized very sincerely for this question. After all, I not only ask for others, but also deceive others. The most important thing is to be caught on the spot. If this is the rhythm of being kicked out by others with an insincere attitude, do you want to vibrate? Looking at the kid who sincerely apologized, the old King Chaka didn't pursue too much. Some things could not be said through. As long as there is a step down, it's right. I don't care too much about it. Chaka continued. It's best if there is one, Alan said after blinking. Then what do you want? Except for Genjin, the old king couldn't think of any of the above things in Wakanda that would be useful to the little monster in front of him. Heart-shaped grass. Alan said embarrassedly. He also knew that although the heart-shaped grasses in the Wakanda cave were as many as weeds, they were countless, but they wanted to ensure the speciality of the royal family. It is strictly forbidden for outsiders to consume heart-shaped grass, which is equivalent to the blood relatives of the royal family and the emperor's dragon robe. The most important thing is to see how the person concerned looks. This. After hearing Alan's words, the old king suddenly showed a look of embarrassment. For Alan's request, it really made him a little difficult. Can you tell me what this is for? I don't think the heart-shaped grass will do anything for you. The old king hesitated for a while and said to Alan. After all, if it's not necessary, the heart-shaped grass really doesn't want to give it away. You must know that the heart-shaped grass has only been consumed by Black Panthers from the past ages. If it is to be given to an outsider this time, then the elders' meeting alone will be ordered. He has a headache. This is something that every leader of the Black Panther tribe has been able to consume since ancient times. Of course, now that the Panthers became the royal family, they naturally became the symbol of the royal successor, so this is an important hub for maintaining national order. This is also the old man after Alan showed strong muscles. King Chaka was caught in entanglement. If you change someone and tell the old king that you want to try a heart-shaped grass, you will be considered a loser if you can get out of this door. For my family, uncle, you also know that I have strong supervision and super hearing, so the light and darkness of New York City has always been open to me without a fig leaf since I was born. I want to change or try to do something, but my family is my biggest concern, and I can clearly perceive that the world will usher in an unprecedented major disaster in the near future, and this time, I just want to give them a little heart. The grass and the golden battle armor, prepare in advance. Alan looked at the old King Chaka and said very seriously. This time the words really come from the heart. The ghost knows how he has maintained a positive and optimistic heart shape over the years. He has almost countless incompetent omniscience and omnipotence. All the secrets of the entire New York City are in front of him. At night, New York is the filthiness and the sinisterness of the human heart were unreservedly displayed in front of him. Sometimes Alan also wondered how the Superman next door did it. Seeing so many sinister things in the rivers and lakes, he can still maintain the mentality of the Virgin. Although Alan still helps others sometimes, he does it only when he is in a good mood and does not affect his family. Moreover, he is not the kind of "don't kill Superman," and asks himself that he can't be a Superman. To the extent, the bottom of the sinking lake is the best way Alan can give them. Haha, since you yelled at one uncle, then if I don't give it to you, it will be unkind. Later I will arrange for the clansmen to get it for you. The old king was silent for a while, then said with a big smile, and then let the surrounding soldiers retreat. Since you want to give it, it's better to give it generously. This will increase your favor. As for the Presbyterian Church, let them die, you are the king, and the big deal is that this is an internal matter of the Black Panther tribe. Thank you, uncle. In the future, as long as Wakanda is useful for me, I will definitely go all out. Alan, who has already done the most important thing in this trip, smiled suddenly, and then solemnly to the old king. Promised. Ha ha ha, it's serious. Since you are all called me by your uncle, then you are a family. Needless to say, the old king couldn't help laughing after hearing Alan's promise. Doing so much and even risking being impeached by the elders, isn't it just for this? For the old king, as long as he can befriend Ellen, the future powerhouse, he can give it away with something like heart-shaped grass. The only difference is how he can win Ellen's heart. Now I heard Ellen. After the words, the old king felt that his previous efforts were not in vain. Well, I think you, this little guy, must be unwilling to be ordinary. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com will definitely do things after I go back. I will ask you to measure your size later, and I will give it to you. Make a set of vibrating jerseys. As for your families, we will arrange for someone to come in contact with you, and then send it to you. Good people will do it to the end and send the Buddha to the west. Anyway, the heart-shaped grass is given out, then why not continue to icing on the cake, and who knows that this is not a gift in the snow, the old king said directly and generously. Great, uncle, thank you so much. Alan said excitedly. God knows how unparalleled his dedication to the battlesuit. Every time he wears his own baby shirt, I always feel so lost. The disrespect of the opponent does not highlight his own strength. Oh, by the way, uncle, I want the one with the cloak, and if you won't be angry, can I ask to hurry up? If it's late, I guess I'll have to be punished by my mother for cleaning tonight. Alan made his request, and then said euphemistically. After all, the last time I played with Brother Peter was crazy. I went back at night and was punished by my mother to clean the yard. Alan still has a fresh memory of it. If it is too late for the second time, no one is in the guilty of going back, then his fate is proper, very miserable. Oh, ha ha ha, I almost forgot that our Ellen is still a kid. No problem, Okoi, you take our cute little Ellen to the laboratory and make him a set of vibrating armor. The best. For a moment, the old king treated Alan as an adult, but Alan's words immediately brought back this impression. He couldn't help but said with a laugh. Yes, your majesty. Okay respectfully saluted, and then took Alan out of the door to the laboratory where he made the suit. Chapter 25, Superman Suit. The young people nowadays are really, hey, forget it, work hard. After Alan left, the old king sighed with emotion. After thinking about it, the old king got up and walked towards the cave where the heart-shaped grass grows, and sent the heart-shaped grass to outsiders. This is not a trivial matter. If you don't take it, no one will be able to get out of the cave alive. Of course, except for the little monsters, the old king suddenly thought of the little monster just now, and then subconsciously abandoned him. Hello, Dr. Crown, please do you make a vibrating suit for the kid next to me. The king told me that everything is the best. Okoi took Alan to a room full of cutting-edge technology. Scientists come and go in an endless stream of underground buildings, and they can be seen only from the guards at 10 steps and 1 post. How important this place is for Wakanda, and it didn't take long for Okoi. Leading Alan into one of the laboratories, there was a white-robed scientist with a face full of vicissitudes, talking to the assistant, and then Okoi stepped forward to interrupt their conversation, and turned sideways behind him. Said Alan. Okay. Crown agreed directly, then looked at Alan for a while, then walked aside and started to operate the computer. Until now, Alan's feelings have been okay, and the benefits of a kingdom are also reflected in this. Regardless of the king's order, the first thing is to do it. Right or wrong is the question of the leader's thinking. On the way, Alan, I have a deep understanding of this. Although this situation has pros and cons, it doesn't matter to him, this is after all other people's affairs. What do you want from your suit? Crown manipulated the computer and said directly to Alan. You want to be handsome. Hearing Crown's sudden words, Alan hesitated and said. Cough cough cough, okay, I want Superman's uniform. The uniform is all black. The chest is a combination of red and black capital S-shaped logo, and the most important thing is a cloak. I wanted to make a joke and relax. In the atmosphere of Alan, seeing Crown looking at him blankly as if he was mentally retarded, Alan had to say nonchalantly. Okay. Crown, who looked straight at Alan, replied directly after hearing Alan's request. The answer is succinct and clear. Although the words are short, Alan is very happy, because it means that he is one step closer to his superhero dream, and even jumps up excitedly. However, he didn't know that he is now in the eyes of Crown, but he is a second-year child who is obsessed with two-dimensional comics, and this child is also very powerful, and he can let the king personally let him make it, which proves that their family is in Wakanda also has one of the best influence. As for outsiders, Krung-Ko didn't even think about it. Although Wakanda's vibration gold ore was flowing out, he could responsibly say that he didn't have a suit of the suit. You stand on top of this disc first. After a short while, when Crown turned his head to manipulate the computer, he said to Alan, motioning him to stand on the disc in the middle of the laboratory. Okay. After hearing Crown's words, Alan did not hesitate to jump up straight and neatly. How to say, this disc gave Alan the feeling a bit like the suit of armor in the Iron Man movie. Loading and unloading aids, but Alan didn't see any mystery after watching for a long time. Except for the complicated and sophisticated electronic instruments and the interspersed wires, there was nothing else. The only thing that smelled like that was the metal aperture on his head. The skin has already started. This is to build a 3D model for you. I'll let you see the design and don't move it. After Crown explained to Alan, he didn't continue to say it. It is still the same. The word Fu Xi is like gold. Oh, good. Alan answered obediently. Then the metal aperture on Alan's head emitted bursts of blue light from the inside, and then moved downward. The scanning process was very fast and very novel. It didn't take long for Alan to design his own vibrating suit with the doctor in front of the computer screen. Alan looked at the holographic image that the doctor had virtually projected the 3D modeling. He couldn't help but be full of curiosity. With a pair of small eyes full of curiosity, he stared at the reduced version of himself in front of him. Well, very handsome and cute. I don't know how many girls are admired by their talents when they grow up, and this is not to say that I am a superhero of justice, the best in the world Superman. This is Alan doesn't care about his position, and doesn't have a B number. If it hadn't been for a man who had just beaten his limbs and threw it into the lake some time ago, he might have believed it. Now you can talk about your request in detail, and see where you need to change it. After Dr. Crown completed Alan's request, he turned his head and said to Alan, for a more refined completion, no matter what. Whatever things are done, the essence of science is rigorous, even if it is the costume settings of the battle clothes, he must pursue excellence. Here in the boots, it would be better if there is a sense of fluency, and there is an S-shaped logo on the chest, which needs to be more three-dimensional. The red and black cross reference is a bit insufficient. Hey? Is the cloak also made of vibrating gold? This is so cool. Alan lit the villain on the projector and then offered his own opinion, while the doctor next to him made fine-tuning changes step by step, until Alan, when I hit it, I ran into it. And suddenly realized that the cloak was also made by Genjin, and suddenly shouted. After all, Alan had always thought that Genjin could only be made into battle armor, but he didn't expect it could be made into a cloak. The reason why he proposed it was only because the standard matching image of DC Superman had been deeply rooted in his heart. A Superman without a cape is similar to a sports car without wheels, which is unpleasant. And now the vibrating production of the cloak really surprises Alan. This is a really unexpected surprise, so Alan is now extraordinarily happy. This trip to Wakanda not only solved the safety problems of my parents and my brother, but even got his own uniform. At this moment, Alan even felt that his whole life was complete. After a while, as Alan calmed down, Dr. Crown continued to ask a few questions, and then revised it according to Alan's description. It's perfect, cool. Alan looked at the incomparably cool figure in the projection, and couldn't help but sigh. The black vibrating armor of the whole body, with the bright red Superman logo on the chest and the cloak, is simply a figure. The of War in the Night, or the Devil. Dr. Crown on the side also couldn't help but nod frequently. He could see that he was also very satisfied with this suit. Even with Alan, who was able to design this suit, he couldn't help but look pleasing to the eye, although the subject was still Superman's shirt, but the slight modification even exceeded the unique charm of Superman's own shirt. Chapter 26, Vibrating Jersey. After Alan nodded in satisfaction, Dr. Crown directly clicked to confirm the style selected by Alan, and then as the 3D modeling disappeared, the computer screen began to read the progress bar. "Okay, soon, you can sit here for a while now." Dr. Crown looked at the progress bar interface of entering the final production program on the screen, and said to Alan that he would not wait too long. He asked his assistant to go to the laboratory next door and didn't know what he was busy with. Alan didn't care too much when he watched the two people walking next door. After all, this is their own scientific research. No one would worry about continuing to do experiments here as an outsider, so he walked to the next door, and Alan did it. Watching the birth of your cute intently, bit by bit, although it's just a progress bar, there is some hope, isn't it? And this progress bar is definitely not slow. For Wakanda, who has a complete production line, the vibrating suit is just a small branch of many vibrating weapons. It only takes 10 minutes, as Alan did the scan before. The light blue light at the disc on the disc lights up, the metal plate above the disc slowly opens to the sides, revealing a black cavity, and then a set of black suits revealing extraordinary and remarkable temperament. Slowly from above it fell down, and finally froze straight in the air, like a divine tool, waiting for the master to open it, screaming everywhere. Feeling the excitement in his heart and the deep sleeping cry of the black shirt, Alan flew slowly towards the shirt until the moment he touched the shirt, the light suddenly dissipated, leaving only the suit that was only held tightly by Alan flying in the air. Alan, who was too excited, put on the suit directly, then turned around and looked at himself in the mirror next to him. The battle suit is close to the body, highlighting Alan's body shape incomparably perfect. Although the person is still small, the body-building shape is genetically inherited. Even the current Alan also has the body shape of perfect abdominal muscles. The whole suit perfectly shows Alan's physical superiority, highlighting it vividly, and the black jersey will give people a sense of oppression invisibly. The black suit with a red Superman logo, coupled with a red cloak, is so cool and blasted into the sky, just like the of destruction and the of war descending at a glance. Love and adore Perlman for a day. Looking at the handsome and ruthless Superman suit before him, Alan said coldly. Alan felt that he was better than ever before. The whole person is in great condition. And now with the addition of the battle clothes, the combat power is almost doubled. Alan, whose defense power is already close to invincibility, now adds the indestructible defense characteristics of vibrating, is 1 + 1 = 2. No, if someone asks now, Alan will tell him directly, it is equal to infinite. Alan looked at himself in the mirror, his temperament is now well prepared, but this cute and handsome face is a bit inconsistent with the design concept and style of this suit. When designing, Alan thought of what route he would take in the future, and occasionally maintained a peaceful sense of existence, and then for those who commit great crimes, Alan felt that they would not even have the need for existence, and directly raised ash, so the road of not killing Superman next door is definitely not suitable for him. As for the complete rebellion and blackening, he will definitely not do it. If that is the case, Alan believes that when his identity is exposed, moment is the time for Ma May's family to sever the relationship between mother and child, so they control themselves as the guardian of justice, but it is not the Virgin that is Alan's definition of himself. If you really live like Superman, it's too tired to say, Alan believes that one day he will be crazy. Then after taking a long photo, Alan felt that the suit was almost meaningless. After realizing the problem with his face, he walked to the next door and knocked on the door. After a friendly conversation, Alan held it satisfied and finished the work. One of the black sci-fi helmets went out. Because according to Okoye, the king has already finished the heart-shaped grass and is now waiting for them in the lobby, so Alan hurriedly left to get the final goal of his trip. How? Little Alan, I am not satisfied with this vibrating armor. When Alan walked into the hall, the old king asked with a smile. Very satisfied, thank you Majesty the King for your generous help. Seeing the heart-shaped grass wrapped in a vibrating box on the table, Alan said with great gratitude. By the way, he also learned the internal relations between them. That kind of salute ceremony was done. Ha 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 ha, you are welcome. If you have time, you can still come to play often, little Alan www.readaloud.com, but I believe you should go home now, otherwise the sun over New York should be it's down the mountain. The old king looked at Alan's awkward salute and couldn't help but laughed and reminded Alan. He also specifically mentioned the time difference between the two places. He heard that Alan was fine to clean the yard late when he returned home. The king secretly remembered this matter in his heart, and now it was just the right reminder that he could not help but once again set Alan's favorability value to the highest. Take it, this is the heart-shaped grass you want. Then, before Alan could speak, the old king Chaka handed the heart-shaped grass to Alan generously. Uncle, do you need any special rituals to take this? For example, dance folk dances, or bury your body in the soil. As a result, Alan, who was in the shape of a heart-shaped grass, asked the question in his heart. After all, when the Panthers took heart-shaped grass in the movie, the ritual was still very complicated, and they had to do this and that. Haha, there are no complicated rituals. Those are all pretended to be seen by outsiders. In fact, if it is not for maintaining the mystery of the tribe and the heirs, the rituals do not need to be experienced, but after so many years, it is also the tradition of the ancestors. Whether it can be inherited or inherited, it doesn't hurt. If you really feel that there is no bottom, I will give you a CD of our tribal dance. You can take it back and show it to your parents while you are taking it. After hearing Alan's words, the old king was happy again. After all, the current old king still runs around the world from time to time, so there is no traditional feudal atmosphere in the old society. The whole person is very open and generous. So after hearing Alan's words, he laughed and said, after all, as a modern person, he is still an atheist. It is also a joy to be able to bluff others through past experiences. Chapter 27, Mind Controller. Ah! That's it. Then thank you, Uncle, I'll go now. After saying that, Alan put the 3 boxes of heart-shaped grass on the table into the bag, and after putting the bag, Alan said after thanking the old king for a while, he put on a black vibrating helmet, and then soared into the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight. After a while, before the old king had time to sit in his seat, he felt a gust of wind blowing, and he couldn't help covering his face with his sleeves. An Okoi was subconsciously blocking the old king's body. Although he couldn't see it, he still stared at the spear clenched in front of his hand with emptiness, as if he would counterattack at any time. I'm sorry. Uncle, Sister Okoi, it's still me. Looking at the 2 people in front of him who were like a big enemy, a masked face, Alan realized that he was moving a bit when he came back, scratching his head and embarrassed. Said. Little Alan, you have a bad personality in a hurry, why did you come back suddenly? The old king slightly suggested to Alan, and then asked. Can you bother to open a door in the sky? I just flew to the border and found that I couldn't fly out, and then I had to come back to find you, Uncle. Hearing the king's words, Alan, who also realized his fault, was very the acquaintance did not refute, but embarrassedly said the reason for his return. God knows that a special door opener is needed to go out, and Alan thought it would be fine to fly out directly. Okay. After hearing Alan's words, the old king had nothing to say. After all, he has everything to do, and Okoi is responsible for picking up and receiving guests, so I don't want to get so many. It's all right. After Okoi adjusted the wristband a few times, a small door was opened in the front of the palace, and then he said to Alan. Okay, thank you Uncle, Sister Okoi, I will bring you gifts next time I come to see you." Alan, who saw the exit appearing, said to the two of them, and then flashed directly into the sky. Flew out. Looking at Alan, who was still childish, the old king couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. "Your Majesty, is this really good?" After closing the defensive cover, Okoi said to the old king. "Oki, you have to remember a sentence. Running a kingdom is the same as running a business. There can never be a profitable business in business. If you want to have extraordinary returns, you must have beyond the eyes of ordinary people and the spirit of pioneers." The old king looked at the direction Alan was leaving. A pair of deep eyes revealed a faint light, and then said slowly, "When the opportunity is in front of you, if you continue to be complacent and remain silent, the final result will only be swallowed by the tide of the times." For a long time, the old king, who retracted his gaze, looked at Okoi beside him. "Remember the teachings of your Majesty. I don't know if I really listened to it or what happened." Anyway, Okoi still had a face of honor and disgrace, and said with his hands crossed in salute, "Hey, let's go, I will have a headache again." The old king looked at Okoi and couldn't help sighing. In fact, to be honest, the old king Chgaka was very satisfied with Okoi. It is also very gratifying for the old king that he can be the queen of the royal family, so the old king arranged her by Chgara's side so that the two can communicate with each other. As a result, he did not expect that the relationship did exist, but it was the love between sisters and brothers. This time made Chgaka a big head. After several trials and determined that neither of them had that meaning, the old king Chgaka transferred Okoi back to his side and became a royal guard. The work of the team captain. After all, with Okoi's ability, if she were to be a queen, honestly the old king would feel a bit pity. After all, Okoi's ability is real, very powerful, leading soldiers to fight, hide and defend the spy and other tasks. So proficient, so the old king put her in his own guard. He packed the heart-shaped grass on the other side, but when he returned, he suddenly heard a group of prayers similar to evil religious believers. Out of curiosity, he stopped and looked down. But at a glance, Alan frowned, just because a group of men below not only surrounded an Asian woman in a room, but also said something like "I need your pain" in their mouths. Lines. Seeing those idiots about to swarm up, Alan just wanted to step forward to help, but the woman seemed to think of something and said to the man controlled by her, "Balikov is controlling you, heart, the woman is here. Control you. It's a pity that it's useless." Under Alan's observation, the man's brain is controlled by a special neuron link, and it becomes a zombie-like existence. Seeing this scene in front of him, Alan couldn't help but get angry. Although he asked himself that he was not a good person, he wanted to manipulate other people's spirits and play with other people's bodies, which he absolutely hated. If my parents and family members are also controlled in this way, then it can be said to be an extremely desperate thing for myself. Seeing this, Alan has already had the intent to kill the manipulator behind the scenes, but the group of people controlled in front of them seems to be the armed forces of the state organization. But why does UUGonshu.com feel so familiar? Before clarifying the specific situation, Alan decided to wait and see what kind of organization was underneath, which made him feel so familiar, and the woman before. This made Alan couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity. It stands to reason that the people who can make an impact in the Marvel Universe must be Tony Stark, Black Panther Wakanda, Thor Asgard, and the like characters, and now the group of people here have a little impression of themselves, which is kind of fun. After seeing the Asian woman successfully escaped and the group of people like The Walking Dead, Alan had no plans to take action. He watched quietly, and waited if it was really the arrested person. It's not unforgivable if you control them by yourself, but if it's really for your own evil purpose, then... Hey, sorry, just because Alan will be waiting to pass through the Pacific Ocean, the big deal is to let God decide whether he is dead or not. Leave it, anyway, I'm just a questioner. If you choose the right one, you have to ask God. Well, maybe this world is real. No. Alan soft thought of the Asgardians called Protoss at the other end of the universe, what thunder Thor, King Odin, etc., then God should it's really gone, but why can there be but not heaven? Alan suddenly found out that he had discovered another bug, so he must check it out when he gets the chance, but for now, let's get ridiculous development first. Street Diary, I finally started recommending it. Today I asked the editor if I would care too much about the data. Sure enough, I was told not to give up everything and write with ease. Then I went to chat with the girl I liked, and I was stunned again. Good angry, uncomfortable oh. Chapter 28, Young People Don't Speak Martial Arts Ethics. Boom. A sudden gunshot suddenly interrupted Alan's thoughts. Alan looked along the sound of the sound, but the controlled person was shooting at the door blocked by the Asian woman. Fuck. You fight, can't you just keep it quiet? It all disrupted my thoughts. Alan couldn't help but muttered as he looked at the scene below, because he had been observing the situation below, so Alan will be super hearing and supervision are both on, and the result is this, the sudden gunshots scare the individual to death. I have to kill her. The Asian woman who was also frightened behind the door also gritted her teeth like Alan. Well, I agree, come on, kill her. Hearing the woman's words, Alan said in agreement, and raised his little arm to cheer for her. Oh, awesome, old auntie. Alan couldn't help exaggerating the Asian woman who brought down a big man after looking at the bottom cleanly. Honestly speaking, with such a great skill, apart from seeing Alan in the movie, it seems that only the old blind man in the block next door has it. Before Alan was finished, the old aunt brought down a sturdy man again. To be honest, Alan was wondering if she was a super strength fighter. After all, the two were completely different in shape. The all-heavy man blocking the road, except for a woman in a room not far away, who was quietly guarding behind the door, as to what he was guarding. It seems needless to say. At this time, the Asian woman had already entered the house, and then the instigator in the room, the big blonde wave, said to the Asian woman, I want to feel your pain. Then, I couldn't help but blast the Asian woman a few meters away. I felt the pain of all of them, so I became stronger. The big blonde wave said feverishly and excitedly to the struggling Asian woman lying on the ground, and then tore off the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. Step by step towards the Asian woman. Stay here, baby, I will save you, and it's okay. When the Asian woman was struggling to get up, she suddenly saw the little girl hiding under the table, and then comforted her. I feel their pain, now, give me your pain. The woman dragged the crystal chandelier step by step towards the Asian woman, and she kept talking to the woman about her incomparable desire. Painful desire. Come on, I have a lot of pain to share with you. Looking at the woman in front of her, the Asian woman couldn't help but said with disdain. This kind of person who has been given a trend by superpowers is just a beast, and it happens to be a hunter. Fuck, young man, no martial ethics. Alan looked at the crowd below who was beating again, and sneered at the Asian women coming one by one, couldn't help but say, and then dived directly down. Away. By now, Alan is basically clear about the general situation. The blonde woman is a superpowered person. Her ability should be to absorb the pain of others and strengthen herself, while also being able to control others, but the number of people who can be manipulated at once is limited. Alan looked at the dozen or so people who were quietly guarding the door, and they hadn't moved yet, so he got a rough idea. Pong! Before the sound of the person came, the floor cracked, and the blonde female fist fractured. In the eyes of the Asian woman, the wooden stick was supposed to be pierced into the target body, but it was blocked by an unknown humanoid or a machine. The sound of metal rubbing. Various sounds are intertwined suddenly. Ah! The blonde woman who felt her bones shattered suddenly wailed in pain. Tiger oil. Looking at the sudden appearance in front of her eyes, let's call it human for the time being, the Asian woman endured the severe physical pain and said to Alan, "Is the pain enough?" Turning her head and looking at the Asian woman behind her, and after confirming that she was not in danger of life, she turned her head and ignored her questioning, but said mockingly to the blonde woman opposite, "Ah! I want you to die." Looking at the person who suddenly appeared in front of her to do her good deeds, the blonde Eva could no longer bear it. Regardless of her physical pain, she roared like a beast at Ailu and turned towards Ai. Len waved an arm that could break the wall. "Oh, it's interesting, but it's far from it." After raising his right hand to directly block the waving arm of the blonde Eva, Alan couldn't help but get a little interested, and said with a smile, "With his current physical strength and the protection of the vibrating suit, he can still feel the sense of collision, which really surprised Alan. Originally thought it was a fifth scum, but unexpectedly broke 2 digits. A boring battle, in this case, then you go to sleep first." After casually fighting with the blonde Eva twice, Alanton feels bored. www.readaloud.com. The gap between the two is really very different. It's too big, it's not of a magnitude at all, just flashed, as if teleporting, flashed behind the blonde girl, knocking her stunned to the ground. Oh, I guess I will get cervical spondylosis in the future." After hearing a crisp skeletal sound, Alan couldn't help but say, "Hey." After Ellen knocked down the blonde girl, he thought that those who had been controlled in front would recover, but the result was still calm, which made Ellen a little puzzled. After all, the crowd was present. Those who have self-consciousness to control these people seem to be the fainted in front of them and the beaten Asian woman behind. At this time, the Asian woman looked at the man who fell from the sky in front of her, and after only 2 cleansing the woman who had beaten herself half dead, she was shocked, but she was shocked and suddenly looked around still standing. The crowd, her colleagues are still under control, but the Asian woman who reacted was stunned, because she didn't understand why the mastermind had passed out, and the people in front of her were still under control. Status. And all this continued until the man in front of him faced the table, or the little girl hidden under the table, that the Asian woman realized the most unlikely possibility. "Do you need me to invite you out, little friend?" Alan also thought of this crucial question, so he pointed at the little girl and said slowly, "Big brother, what are you talking about? Can you not hurt me? I want my mother." He got out from under the table and said in a cry of incomparably aggrieved sadness. Chapter 29, Surprised by the Mother. Don't, no sight. Looking at the little girl's pitiful and miserable appearance, if she is an unsuspecting person, she might really be deceived by her, but Alan watched step by step trying to get closer to herself. The little girl couldn't help but sneered and said directly. Hot lasers gushing out from Alan's eyes, blasting towards the front of the little girl. Then in the horrified gaze of the Asian woman and the little girl, a line plowed by the laser was printed on the ground. The Asian woman looked at the dividing line created by the person in front of her. There was still smoke rising from overheating. Now she, besides shock, still has a faint sense of fear in her heart. "Big brother, Katya is wrong, okay, please don't hurt Katya, Katya only wants my mother." Seeing the man in the black armor that became more and more terrifying in front of her, the little girl Katya's eyes flashed. After incomparable fear and profound hatred was hidden, but after a while, he stood there with tears in his eyes, crying to Alan. "Oh! Really? Then do you want Big Brother to help you find it?" Katya's flash of gloomy expression did not escape Alan's eyes, and now Alan can be completely complete. "I am convinced that everyone here is controlled by the harmless little girl in front of him. She has a huge hatred towards the world, and there is also the fear of being absorbed by others without the slightest cost, and strengthening oneself." Alan had to say that he was jealous of being able to control other people's abilities. If he had this superpower, wouldn't it be a bliss when he went to the gentleman's fan? Nowhere in life is heaven. But after the jealousy, I also have a deep jealousy for the little girl in front of me. Now Alan does not feel dangerous in the little girl, but what about the future? Where is his family? If this little girl is allowed to grow up, the people who control a country will be small. Alan fell to the ground and walked towards the girl step by step with heavy steps. To be honest, she was a bit embarrassed. The girl is taller than him. He is now more than 80 to 90 centimeters tall. The little girl is 1 meter, 2 or 3 meters away. If outsiders see the scene now, all this will be extremely funny, but the fact now is that the little girl Katya felt the terrifying death for the first time. The breath enveloped him, and the person in front of him was the source of the breath. Looking at the man in black walking towards her, the little girl Katya showed an expression of incomparable fear, and stepped back towards the back step by step, begging to Ellen in her mouth. As Alan got closer and closer to her, until the last distance between the two of them face to face, the little girl Katya no longer had an expression of fear on her face, but a look of excitement as evil as a means succeeded. Smiled at Alan. "Stop! I don't allow you to hurt her." After Katya rushed towards Ellen with a triumphant smile on his face, a sudden figure hugged her and rolled forward, and then tumbling, raised the pistol and pointed at Alan cleanly and said, "Hasn't waited for May." Normally, after kicking the Asian woman out, she couldn't help but rushed forward, kicking vigorously and roaring wildly in her mouth. "It's just a little bit, it's already on his face, as long as he stretches out his hand, he can have one, an unprecedentedly powerful subordinate." You know, even though Katya felt fear before this, he did not despair. On the contrary, the more terrifying abilities Alan shows, the better for her, because she believes that as long as she can get in touch with Alan, she can easily control him, and then have an incomparably powerful personal battle. After the ability, plus her superpower to control others at will, the two together, even the whole world will crawl under her feet, allowing people to feel the pain she bestows. And everything that should be at your fingertips is now ruined by the woman in front of you. She was no longer in hiding when she was angry. She kicked the nosy woman in front of her, hitting her and constantly venting her anger. She knew that she would definitely not be able to live anymore, because the mysterious person in front of her could not let her live. The terrifying breath of death and killing intent that hit her face before let her know that it was the last desperate opportunity. Now she can only enjoy the few remaining wanton venting time before she dies. Alan looked at the Asian woman who was beaten up by the little girl and had to stretch out her hands to cover her head silently. She didn't have the slightest desire to take action. You read www.yuyugonshu.com just watched quietly. After you have made a choice, then you have to pay for your choice. Even if you are not strong enough, you still have to stand up, and you are still playing the heart of the Virgin on the battlefield. Does he really think he is a Superman? Since Notre Dame cannot accommodate you, let the society teach you a lesson, and Alan couldn't help but think of it dissatisfied. I wanted to experience the thrill of teasing my prey before, and I wanted to see the scene of giving hope to the opponent, but was ruthlessly broken by myself. Unfortunately, this was all disturbed by this woman. Wait, it's not right. If this goes on, wouldn't you become the villain? Alan looked at May, who was constantly being beaten, and then thought of his evil idea just now, and suddenly felt something wrong. If this NM really becomes the villain, then his parents shouldn't kill him? Enough. Looking at the dying Asian woman, Alan said. Although aware of his problem, Alan still did not completely change his mind, only waiting for the woman to be beaten to death. Slowly spoke. Do you think I would be afraid of you? You killed my mother and destroyed my hope. Now I want you to feel the immense pain in my heart. The stopped little girl turned towards Ai Lun, looked over with red eyes, then roared heartbreakingly. Kill him. Although her eyes were covered by pain and anger, the little girl Katya was self-aware, and she pointed at Alan with one move. Then I saw the soldiers who were controlled outside the door, swarming towards Alan. Boom boom boom. Ding ding ding. The gunfire of bullets and the sound of metal blows were intertwined. Chapter 30, The Last Craziness. Caw caw caw. Countless bullets fired uninterrupted, until the sound of empty shots from the guns finally stopped. At this time, everyone looked around, and Alan, who was standing in the same place, had no effect at all, as if the bullets shot before were like rubber toys, or even worse. How could it be? How could it? This is fake. Yes, all of this is fake. Ha 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 ha, you go to my death. Alan, who was still unscathed by so many powerful firepower, Katya was directly mad. She used human pain and despair as a source of strength to strengthen her. At this moment, she has been completely controlled, or the dark side of her heart has been extremely magnified and displayed. Now she is like a beast, rushing towards Alan. Don't! The Asian woman on the side looked at Katya, who was still trying to rush to death, and couldn't help but stretch out her hand and said in a low voice, "I can't help myself." Alan frowned impatiently, looking at the little girl who had been completely dominated by the darkness of her heart, and then looked at the horrified eyes of the Asian woman and the painful face of the little girl. Alan's eyes revealed a crimson light, and in an instant, the arms of the little girl Katya suddenly separated, and the whole person fell to the ground due to great pain. Ah! A huge pain suddenly swept the little girl Katya's brain. At this moment, what caused others to feel pain, despair, and no feeling, all that was left was the huge pain. Katya, he looked at the arms scattered on both sides in disbelief, and wailed in despair. For a while, the screams pierced into his ears, and he was so sad that he heard tears. At the same time, the people controlled by the little girl fell to the ground and fainted because of the tremendous pain and could no longer control them flawlessly. Why? The Asian woman struggled to get up, and said angrily to Alan. Brain. Alan glanced at the Asian woman's mouth and said directly in Chinese. He knew that the woman in front of him should understand. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't understand. Anyway, no one would think that in this environment, match Alan's tone will be a friendly greeting. The Asian woman who asked the question clearly understood it. After hearing Alan's disdainful answer, she vomited blood with anger. The person who had been controlled by those little girls before hit her body and hurt every part of her internal and external forces. It was good, and then I was severely beaten by Katya, and there were damages everywhere in his body. Now, after Alan was angry, he directly took the old and the new wounds together, and vomited blood. Ignoring the words of the mother who was in front of me, the previous clean and decisive battle made Alan very optimistic about this woman, but it turned out to be a mother, which made Alan very disgusted. He was controlled by others. And death is only between other people's thoughts, even your teammates are in danger, and you have to overflow the sympathy that you shouldn't have to others and be enemies. The kindness to the enemy is the cruelty to yourself. This is even Alan. He didn't believe that this woman would not understand a problem that anyone who was only 20 years old together knew. But she didn't bother to think about it. Anyway, it was her teammate who died as a demon. It's her own business. The top priority now is to think about how to deal with this trouble. Alan turned her head and looked at the little girl who was curled up on the ground and howling weakly. Jia thinks. But just as Alan was thinking, the footsteps of the brigade suddenly heard outside, but it made Alan temporarily stop thinking about it. Looking at it, a middle-aged man in a suit who was in a hairline crisis was playing with a brigade. The military soldier broke in forcibly and rushed towards him. Now that things have developed, Alan has no time to think carefully. He walked over to the little girl, picked it up, and directly broke through the roof and flew out towards the distance. May, how are you? Are you okay? Looking at May, who was dying by the wall, the man with a hairline crisis ran over and held the Asian woman he called May, while nervous. Said. You must know that he is responsible for this task, and it is also very good for May and him to have a private relationship with him. Because of this, he should have reported to his superiors when the entire special operations team was lost. Or he, who handed the matter over to the military, desperately suppressed the matter, and even talked with the local army like a market hawker outside, and all this was because the friend in front of him thought want to try to save the kidnapped little girl. Coulson. Looking at the teammates who came over, May slowly uttered words to the man who was facing the roof. May, don't worry, the medical team will be here soon, and you will be fine. Coulson looked at May's very weak appearance, and said with a worried expression on his face. Coulson, heaven, go up. After May insisted on giving the only reminder to Coulson, Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com and fainted. No way, for a normal human body, May should have triggered the emergency protection mechanism of the body long ago, falling into a coma, waiting for rescue, or waking up after the body recovered normally, but May always held a sigh of relief. After his teammate Coulson came in, he gave him a message, and then he fell. Because she knew that this was an action in another country, which should have been handed over to the local military, because her stubbornness made them more passive. If they did not grasp the opportunity to grasp more clues, their action would be it really was a mess. Don't worry, May, I will definitely catch the person who hurt you. Coulson looked in the direction of May's fingers before fainting, and said firmly. The place has been surrounded by the local police, not to mention, the support of their SHIELD bureau is on the way. He believes that unless that person can fly, he will definitely not escape the big net that they have woven. The top priority now is it urged to start searching this small town quickly. Sir, the support team has arrived and is waiting for your order at any time. At this time, a group of armed men in SHIELD uniforms rushed up and said to Coulson. Send 2 people to bring May to the plane for treatment, and then immediately blockade the entire town, raise the plane, and patrol the surrounding area. The target is a supernatural person with inhuman powers, and can be suspected of having mysterious side abilities. Focus on capturing, and lethal blows can be used if necessary. Coulson looked at the broken hole on the roof and the surrounding task force members who were intact without any external damage but fell into a coma. After analysis, immediately spoke to the team leader decisively. Chapter 31, Sad Mame, Alan panicked. I have to say that there is a reason why Coulson can become Nick Fury's right-hand man or even his successor. Years of Secret Service experience can analyze so many problems at a glance and take appropriate actions, but it is a pity, he is facing a Superman who can fly and lives alive in the three-dimensional real world. The final result is nothing but a bamboo basket to draw water. Not to mention the SHIELD agents who are looking for Alan, the initiator, are in full swing. Now Alan is in the Pacific or the Atlantic, and Alan is not interested in caring, anyway, it is the ocean. Alan looked at her in horror and looked at herself as if she was looking at a cannibal devil. At this time, Katya had long since disappeared from the predominant, mad, and hot breath. Now she is like a weak little lamb. Shaking, helplessness and despair are the best descriptions of her at this moment. Do you know? You are lucky, I can't kill, and I've never killed anyone. Looking at the weak and helpless little girl in front of him, Alan said coldly. Alan turned a blind eye to the girl's pitifulness, because he knew that some people's temperament was deeply ingrained from the beginning. Killing is like a Pandora's box. As long as you break the bottom line and you start to do it once, then there will be no retreat. Yes, this is true for the little girl in front of him, and even more so for himself. Sticking to his own heart and not killing anyone is the final bottom line he promised to himself. The little girl now has such a huge hatred and resentment, as well as superpowers beyond ordinary people. With such a strong resentment against this, Alan will not allow her to live, so the survivor of God takes the exam. It's coming again. And Katya, the little girl who was tightly held by Alan's neck, immediately lit up with an incomparable light after hearing Alan said that he would not kill. It was the desire to live and the obsession to live. So I decided to give you a chance. Undoubtedly, you are very lucky. This opportunity is called the Survivor Trial. How do you say it? This is just my initial idea, which is to throw away all the external influences. In the trial, if you can survive by your own ability and luck, then it means that God doesn't want you to die, and decided to give you a chance to start all over again, and I won't bother you anymore. Then do you need this opportunity? Alan looked straight at the little girl Katya, and said slowly, like a demon, attracting people to evil. Are you sure? Very good. Then I'll tell you the rules. Seeing the little girl who nodded crazily in front of her and wished to shake her head, Alan smiled, and then continued. The rules are very simple. The following is your trial site. As long as you successfully survive and go ashore, I won't bother you anymore. Compared with the previous person, I have to interrupt in advance to maintain the purity of the trial. After losing his limbs, you will now have a big advantage over him. Come on, try to survive, maybe you still have a chance to find my revenge. After listening to Alan's rules, I already thought I could survive. Katya, the gaze looking at Alan at this moment was extremely resentful and insidious. Obviously gave her hope, but she abruptly wiped out this hope. The metal Iron Man in front of her looked like a demon in an iron jacket, even evil, but she did not speak. Just stared at him coldly, as if to completely imprint Alan's image into the depths of his soul. Good luck, then. After saying that, Alan directly released his right hand, and instantly Katya fell straight toward the ocean, until it fell on the sea and splashed a flower. Insignificant splashes. Seeing Katya, who was constantly twisting his body like a mermaid and trying to emerge from the water under the waves of the sea, Alan didn't have the slightest pity. The killers always kill them, and those who didn't change their faces directly deprived him of the number. The little girl with 10 lives deserves no sympathy. After Alan made sure that Katya would never be able to break the storm again, he set off and flew towards the house. Today's experience is far more than the past experience. At the end of the day, Alan didn't know why, and suddenly felt a little tired inside. In the evening, Mei Zheng and Ben were walking anxiously in the room at this time. The nervous expression between her eyebrows all showed her anxious heart at this moment. Before that, I thought that Alan was simply forgetting the time when a friend. I didn't pay much attention to it. After all, this is because Alan occasionally played late at a friend's house, but today until the evening dinner time, he still didn't go home. Mei and Ben were already a little panicked until the two of them. After the door-to-door questioning learned that he hadn't seen Alan, he became even more panicked. Moreover, after the police helped to retrieve the surveillance videos of the streets, he was told that he had never found Alan, or even went out of the street, and the whole person seemed to have evaporated, which made Mei even more panicked. She is afraid that her son www.readaloud.com will encounter human traffickers or kidnap and murder. Every time I think of this, Mei's heart breaks apart, and tears of sadness and regret continue to flow out. She keeps asking herself why she wants to go out to work, and why she wants to leave Alan alone at home, even if it is. She was able to bring Alan on, and it wouldn't be like now. Mei, Ellen, he is a smart boy, he will be fine. Ben, who was also extremely sad in his heart, looked at his distressed wife, walked forward and hugged his wife, saying even if it was words of comfort that I can't even believe. Mom, Mom. At this moment, Alan held the box with the heart-shaped grass in his hand full of joy. After pushing the door open, he was supposed to shout out completely, but he hesitated at this moment, looking sad. For the two of them, Alan thought of the two being threatened or bullied for the first time. For a while, his fists were tightly clenched together. And even the vibrating box in his hand could not help but squeeze slightly inward. Ellen, Ellen, my son. After seeing Ellen and his son opening the door intact, May suddenly felt that the darkened atrium in the depths of his heart was incomparable at this moment. Guangliang suddenly rushed up with a vigorous stride, hugged Alan, and said in a cry of joy, "Mom!" Feeling the warmth of being held by May, Alan couldn't help calming down because of the anger that had surged from May. He said with an expression of incomparable attachment, "Okay, May, Alan, I think you need to explain it to me and your mother." Ben on the side looked at the two warm people now, and had to admit that he was jealous, but in order to maintain the head of the family as a father he still couldn't show his majesty. After May and Alan stayed for a while, Ben spoke to Alan in a stern voice. Chapter 32, Confession, Truth. Dad. At this time, there was only love for the two in Alan's heart, that kind of pure affection. After leaving May's embrace, Alan stretched out his hands to his father and said, in his tone of voice, "Coquettish love is beyond words. Even if you are so sensational, you still can't conceal it. Your mother and I worry about you all day. Seeing my son like this, I couldn't help but feel weak." The whole person slowly walked up to hold his son, but he still insisted on his own principles. Puff. Seeing Ben so arrogant, May wiped her tears to the side, and couldn't help but smile. Her husband was so arrogant. It seemed that the two had just talked last time. When in love. "Okay, Ellen, now I think you need to start explaining." Ben looked dissatisfied and interrupted himself and May, who was next to his son's few warm hours, but now that he has been interrupted, Ben still decided that it was time to cross-examine Alan. "This time I want Alan to know deeply that it is wrong to lie without saying goodbye, especially when he is still so young." After hearing my father's words, Alan hesitated. He didn't know whether he should continue to hide it. Although he knew that they would know this sooner or later, he didn't want May's mother and father. They are worried for him. "Alan, although you are still young, do you know? After learning the news of your disappearance today, how many roads did your mommy run and how many tears you shed? This is the first time since my mom and I have known each other for so long. Once crying with such a heartache. In short, Ellen, I want to tell you that your mother and me are the people closest to you and love you very much." I went on, but I saw AI after Luan's self-reproach and aggrieved expression, he couldn't help but sighed, stepped forward and squatted down, put his head on Alan's head and looked straight and sincerely said, "Dad, I know I was wrong." After hearing what my dad said, Alan, who was already very self-blaming in Alan's heart, was even more sad. After thinking about getting started, he saw the heartbroken scene of May's mother. Alan couldn't help but said sincerely to his father, apologizing for his immaturity and indulgence, "Mom, I'm sorry, but I won't do it anymore." After talking to my dad, Alan also turned to face May, bending over to apologize sincerely. "Child, it's okay, no matter what, you are always the favorite in my heart and your father's heart." Looking at the child who seemed to have grown up all at once, May couldn't help feeling proud, and then said softly, "Mom, Dad, before I tell you, I hope you will be roughly prepared in your heart." Alan, who has considered it well, decided not to hide it anymore. If even his parents can't believe it, then this world who else can believe it? So Alan said to Ben Dad and May, but he didn't say directly, but planned to make progress gradually. After hearing Ellen's words, May and my father couldn't help but look at each other, their hearts tightened, and the thought that Ellen would not go on the path of crime rose in their minds. Then he looked at Alan complicatedly. "Hey? Oh, nothing, Mom and Dad, you think too much, I won't do bad things, and the two have nothing to do." Although I don't understand the specific meaning of the two exchanges, but roughly Alan could still see clearly with his eye contact. After knowing that the two obviously wanted to be crooked, Alan suddenly said helplessly, "What's the matter, you two, don't you trust your own son so much?" What, ha ha ha, you go on, go on." After hearing their son's excuse, the two looked at each other and scratched their heads in embarrassment. Finally, my dad stood up and said to ease the atmosphere. "Have you seen Superman?" Alan said to the two in a whisper and mysteriously. You mean the man in the comics who wears red underwear flying around and his eyes can emit laser light bayou? That's Superman." When my dad heard Alan's words, he suddenly felt that he was not good, but still replied in a questioning tone. "So, the reason why this child disappeared today was because he went to play a Superman game with others?" Ben Dad passed the news to May with his eyes. "Not necessarily, but it is a possibility." Ma May believes it a little bit like nothing, and then replied with her eyes. Alan on the side, watching Ma May and Dad start to pass news back and forth regardless of their own, was speechless for a while. "So, how much do you guys make up for? Can you be more serious?" Alan said with an expression of defeat by you. Cough cough. "So, little Ellen, what on earth do you want to say? Just say it directly, and your mame and I will accept it." You reading www.yuyugonshu.com of course, as long as you don't fall in love, hiss. After Lun's words, my dad coughed, adjusted his state, and said seriously, but in the end, the style of painting changed again. As a last resort, Ma May secretly twisted her waist. "I am Superman." After saying this, as if to prove the credibility of this sentence, Alan straightened his small chest to make himself look very manly, and then his feet were removed. The ground flew up in May and Ben's unbelievable eyes, and then stopped after reaching a height parallel to the line of sight of the two. "My dear, can you tell me I am not dreaming?" May couldn't help but slap Ben and then said in a dull and unbelievable tone. "Trust me, you didn't, but next time, can you not use me to verify the authenticity of this kind of thing?" Ben rubbed his cheek and said to May Tuko. "So, dear, you said you are Superman. Are you serious?" Looking at Alan flying in the air at this time, May asked in shock. "Well, Mother, I believe this is more real than pearls, and there will be endless superpowers like me in the future." Alan nodded to his mother, and then said again. "After all, the world has been undercurrents only now, and troubles continue." Until the press conference 2 years later. After the classic Iron Man declaration was spoken in front of all the TV sets, all the world's the superpowers began to explode like a blowout, and everyone was not hiding their identities, and began to take to the streets with integrity to maintain peace or commit crimes. And now, Alan is just to remind his parents, in order to let them adapt in advance. Chapter 33, Gift. If you are a Superman, then roughly means that you are a superhuman or the Superman in the comics. May reached the point, and then asked Alan suspiciously. "The one in the comics, but maybe it should be probably, anyway, it's not as strong as him now." Although he doesn't want to admit it, Alan still has to tell this cruel fact. After all, the Dacheo in the comics restarts the universe at every turn, even if it is blowing the air can freeze the existence of galaxy. Now he doesn't want to say it himself. "Oh. I understand, so I used to think that you simply like to bask in the sun, but you are actually building up your strength, right?" After hearing Alan's affirmative answer again, May said suddenly. All the weird hobbies before coming to Alan can be explained. Alan has been sensible since he was a child. He likes the habit of basking in the sun, and the bright brain of the sky. All of this is because he has superhuman abilities. "Well, I didn't know that. I always thought I was a monster at first, so I never told you, but then I saw Superman's comics and found that I and his abilities are exactly the same." Alan greeted May. "The topic," I continued, and briefly explained my previous general problems. "So why don't you tell us later?" Although she understood Ellen's general question, May still said with a puffed face. Although she knew that concealing her anomaly was the most instinctive reaction, she was still angry. Alan didn't tell her that he was her mother, her closest family member. "Well, I was wrong, the most beautiful and kind-hearted mom in the world." Alan looked at his mother who couldn't get in, and then looked at his father with a look for help. Cough cough, then Ellen, you today, I mean why did you suddenly want to tell us? After seeing his son asking for help, Ben still stood up forcibly, coughing under the pressure of being settled by his wife Kaiuhao afterwards. After speaking to Alan. Because I have seen all kinds of changes, human trials, demon rituals, superpowers, walking skeletons, not to mention there are many gangs and forces in the shadows, and I just encountered an evil when I came back. The superpower. Alan tried to slowly lift the veil hidden in the dark in this world for his parents. After all, time has passed, and soon, the royal battle started by the wandering prince sent to the earth. The evil deity tried to transform all the planets into a high-dimensional creature. The director of the family planning office next door wanted to control the population too much. Superior. Son, are you okay? After hearing that Ellen had encountered an evil superhuman, May subconsciously stepped forward to check Ellen's body and said worriedly. It's okay, Mom, have you forgotten? I'm a Superman. Seeing his mother's subconscious concern for himself, Alan couldn't help but feel hot, and said proudly. But how is this possible? Isn't Superman only in the comics? May heard Alan's words once again, and said subconsciously, unbelievably. What's the matter? Isn't Mephisto Hell Lord Satan only found in the comics? This world does not have the same. After hearing his mother's inconceivability, Alan still stubbornly defended, even though he did. Knowing what I said is a fallacy in the eyes of people who know DC and Marvel, but who doesn't let his parents know. So, you mean is also real? OMG. Ben, you think about whether we have done anything against the Lord before. I don't want to go to after death. After hearing Alan's words, May reacted immediately, and then eagerly pulled her husband to ask, after all, you can still understand the past without knowing the existence of hell, but after knowing it, after knowing so many horrible legends of hell, I believe few people are not afraid. Ah, Mother, first, you are still very young now, even if you want to go to hell, you will have to go in at least 100 years later. Second, in this world, you don't say immortality, but just let you live for hundreds of years. It's a little bit stressful. Alan said directly to his mother. After all, Marvel World wants to make people live for hundreds of years. There is really no problem. Not to mention the Superman serum enhancement before, just a reality gem. It can be done. What's more, when Alan really grows up, can he really go to hell? Can he really beat Mephisto? He deeply doubted it. Don't worry, May, nothing will happen, and no matter what happens in the future, there is still I will always be with you. The father on the side, holding May's hands with thousands of hands, his eyes tightly curled, and said affectionately www.readaloud.com my dear, Seeing the affectionate and attractive look of her lover, May couldn't help but feel soft, and then she felt her mouth wet, and her broad, hot, masculine chest was directly wrapped in her arms. Stopped her and began to kiss. Sorry, Ellen, it's all your dad, it's so annoying. After kissing, May, who came back to her senses, seemed to remember that her son was still by her side. She pushed Ben and wiped her wet lips to face Alan said apologetically, and then twisted Ben's waist vigorously, seeming to blame Ben for doing this in front of the child. And I was speechless at this moment. I didn't want to comfort you, but I didn't dare to say this. He didn't realize May's hot temper, so he had to smile sullenly. Dad, Mom, this is a gift for you. After quietly waiting for the two to communicate, Alan took out the vibrating box with heart-shaped grass in his clothes and said to them. Although I don't know what it is, I can tell from the box that the contents are definitely extraordinary. At this time, May covered her mouth, and her heart was filled with unprecedented emotion. This is the first time my son gave me a gift. For a mother, what is more worthy of moving than this? Although the Ben on the side is not as gaff as May, he is also touched and proud of her son. Well, May, instead of being stunned here, why not open the gift that my son gave us quickly? Ben said with a kind smile. I want you to say, I just want more time to enjoy the feeling of my son giving me a gift. Seeing that the warm feeling the previous moment was interrupted by her husband, May couldn't help but cast a blank look, and then said slyly. Chapter 34, Strengthen. But May still honestly took the box that Alan had handed over in her hand and slowly opened it. But after opening it, May was stunned, because what was in the box was a petal blooming with purple light. Although she was a little surprised, May still happily said to Alan, Baby, thank you for your gift. Very beautiful. Didn't mean to coax Alan. May really thinks that this petal is very beautiful. It is the first time that May has seen such a beautiful petal after it leaves the stem and leaves. After seeing this, Ben on the side also opened his box with exactly the same two petal flowers. They saw that they were very rare. Ben believed that if he and May put this out for auction, just such a beautiful appearance would be able to make they bought a set or a few houses in the center of New York, but this is just thinking about it. This is the first gift his son gave him. In any case, he will not sell it. He plans to sell it tomorrow. Just buy a glass cover, frame it well, and display it. Mummy, it's not just that it looks so simple. After seeing May's satisfied gaze, Alan couldn't help but feel happy. After all, this shows that he has a good vision, but the heart-shaped grass is not only because of his with a good-looking appearance. Alan shook his head and pointed to the petal in his mother's hand meaningfully. Hey! You are not telling me that it can still be eaten? This is too crazy. Seeing Alan pretending to be suspicious, May suddenly thought that it is also a plant. Why can't this be eaten? But don't say in addition, she can swear that the edible plant content known to be circulated on the internet or in books will never have the petals in front of her eyes that look like, forehead, heart-shaped. Why not, Mom? You can eat it first, I will explain to you after eating, and Dad, you are the same. Seeing May's expression that he couldn't believe in himself, he couldn't help but urged the two to say. Okay, baby, I believe you once, but my dear, I think you can press the phone number of the emergency center first, and we will be able to rescue us in time. For this inexplicable food May has to say that there is still a certain sense of guard, but out of the belief in her son, and a lot of things to refresh the 3 views that she has experienced today, May decided to try it, but before eating, May still cautiously said to Ben. Don't worry, Mom, this thing is the treasure of a country. It took a lot of effort for your son to come here. Don't worry. Seeing May that is like eating poison, Ai Lun had no choice but to tell the facts to reassure the 2 elders. Say it early, you kid, really, it made me and your father worry for a long time. After hearing Alan's explanation, May whitened Alan, and then said in a relaxed tone like a face, and then proceeded. With a straight mouth, the heart-shaped grass was directly fed into the mouth. Looking at May's joyful look, he didn't have any psychological burden, he took out the petals in his hand and took it down. Then the 2 slowly lay on the ground, falling into a state of silence. Alan looked at the 2 people lying on the ground, and said nothing. Anyway, it hasn't been very cold recently, and during the process of being strengthened by the heart-shaped grass, their body cells are in a very active state, and there is something in the heart-shaped grass. This substance constantly penetrates into the cells of the 2 to strengthen them, and this also causes the body temperature of the 2 to be a little hot, and the cold on the floor will make them feel better. And Alan also silently put away the vibrating gold box on the ground that was originally used to hold the heart-shaped grass. This is his own small vault. If he has no money, he will rely on him, although Alan has also saved a few now. It's 100,000, but who would dislike his own money? You have to know that these small metal boxes are worth $10,000 per gram, and they are priceless. Alan believes that as long as he is like the dog of Stark, the big business casually revealed that he would buy it at several times the price. However, he is not short of money so far, so he has no plans for the time being. The little hand fumbled for the golden box left in his pocket and thought silently that now he is only left with his old brother who is still in school. He is forced to give it to him. He feeds it, or faints and feeds him, allowing him to destroy himself. It is really a difficult question to choose. Alan is going to break the family for his young age, which is only 2 years old. Heart, and feel heartache, extremely heartache, the kind that a small heart can't stand. After a while, after Alan soaked a glass of milk, my father and Mame suddenly stood up at the same time and looked around each other. Seeing this, Alan immediately walked up with the milk bottle, and asked the two concerned, "How is it?" "There is no problem." Although Alan knew in advance that after the old king had revealed something like a heart-shaped grass there are no side effects, but who made it to be taken by his family? "I am afraid that there is a case in case of anything." Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, and this is what Alan cares about now. It's okay. Except for thinking of some unpleasant experiences, everything else is fine. Ben shook his head, then stood up and helped May, who was also not in a state, up, feeling his body. Said Alan. Ellen, it seems that the heart-shaped grass you said is not as good as you described." May also rubbed her head and complained to Ellen, "After all, whoever thinks of the past is not so good. There will be no pleasant things in the experience, the key is how to face it. Dad, come and have a try." Alan pushed a chair in front of my dad and watched his dad urge him. "Okay, what should I do?" My dad, who originally meant this, saw his son's excellent divine assists, he immediately responded happily, and then asked eagerly. "Hold hard, face the middle of the chair and punch it down." After placing the chair in front of my dad, Alan said enthusiastically, standing on his side. "Really? I'll try it." Although I am confident about the changes in my body, I punched the chair made of solid wood as soon as I came up. It was still quite bottomless, especially when I looked at the 3 centimeters. This is even more so after the thickness, but there is no way, who wants the restlessness in his heart, and also the cheering of his precious son, so Ben is under Alan's firm and encouraging gaze, directly charge up, a punch, bang. As Ben Dad's punch went down, the chair broke a big hole, and Ben's hand was on the floor, and the floor cracked directly. OMG! Once it's SC Erbo, this is impossible. May looked at the scene created by Ben, and couldn't help covering her mouth, and said incredulously. Chapter 35, Collison and number 039, S Troubles. I mean, how is this possible? After seeing Alan and her husband looking at her with surprise, May suddenly realized that she had accidentally exploded the swearing, and then quickly explained. Heart-shaped grass, a specialty of the Kingdom of Wakanda in Africa, can be consumed by consumers with unparalleled extraordinary powers, even comparable to Captain America, and if it is taken twice, no matter how many injuries it can make you come alive. After the two men were full of doubts, Alan became a little science master and preached to them. Wakanda? Isn't that the most barren place in Africa? I remember I read the news about them some time ago, as if it was because the United Nations couldn't see their miserable appearance and wanted to help them unconditionally, but they all refused. Hearing Ellen said that the 2 magic petals that he and his wife took were from a miserable country before, he couldn't believe it. Wow, I also remembered, I still remember you mentioned it to me at dinner. After hearing her husband's reminder, May thought about it, then patted her hands and said to Ben suddenly. Please, 2 of you, think about it carefully, it's like if our family has this kind of plant that can mass-produce superheroes, what will happen? There is no power and no power, it is estimated that it will be revealed in the last second, and the next in seconds, the capitalists were devastated, hiding can only be their best choice. Looking at the 2, Alan said. And Wakanda is not what you see. Wakanda's technological level is at least 50 years ahead of the current human technology. Not to mention the Genjin armor, but the laser gun and defensive cloak are already far ahead. Not to mention the hidden barriers and protective shields covering the whole country, it is simply black technology. Well, Alan said without exaggeration when he looked at the two. Then Alan told them what Wakanda had seen in person, one by one, and the two of them wanted to run over now, but when they thought that they had been shut down for so long, they also blocked news specifically. If you go directly, the impact must have been great, so I dispelled this idea, but after learning that both Alan and King Wakanda could talk freely, and even get their tribal symbol, they couldn't help but feel relieved. Take a look at his son with admiration. Baby is awesome, come on, mother's kindness, let mother hug him. After hearing that Alan was doing everything for herself, May moved forward and hugged Alan and said, "It's okay, by the way, mother, there is still a heart-shaped grass here. See when you can find a chance to give brother Peter." After confessing everything to the two elders, Alan stopped thinking about what happened. I used the rest of the heart-shaped grass for Peter, and it was up to them to explain it. Well, Mom, I'll go to bed first. I've been tired for a day today, but it's exhausting me. Alan handed the heart-shaped grass to the two of them, and then stood up and hugged himself. The baby bottle went upstairs to sleep. Well, son, let's go, Mom will make you some food tomorrow. Unlike the tired Alan, May now feels that she is inexhaustible. Her newly strengthened body belongs to the strengthening effect of the heart-shaped grass. It is still circulating in the body. May. Ben, who watched the light bulb finally left, walked behind his wife and hugged him, feeling that his wife was full of hormones, and he couldn't help but said in a bewildered manner, "Yet. Don't be here." The body that was still full of vitality, in Ben's sweet words and hot chest, May's body suddenly softened, feeling the restless big hands. May said weakly and weakly. On the other side at this time, 23.55 minutes, the secret headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., the location is unknown. Director, the mission failed. A middle-aged man who was deeply troubled by the hairline crisis said solemnly to the round-bitten egg that had been defeated by the hairline crisis. After all, this was the task he was responsible for. The task failed. As expected, he had to explain to the bitter egg in front of him, "Oh no, Director Nick Fury, so when I asked May in detail, I learned what happened," and after the testimony of some local eyewitnesses, the middle-aged man with a hairline crisis, Collison, said to the director with a prepared mission briefing. In fact, if he hadn't seen such superpowers himself, Collison would think all of this is a lie, because there are too few examples similar to the previous top-secret file, and not everyone is. But after seeing the careful observation and analysis to assess the extent of the damage on the scene, Collison had to be convinced that after that person, there was another super person. Able to fly, red eyes can emit lasers, and even the dazzling uppercase S logo is printed on the chest. Collison, are you sure this is not an April Fool's Day joke? Describe the report www.readaloud.com. Nick Fury couldn't help but frowned and said to Collison with an unusually ridiculous expression, "Director, in fact, when May woke up and told me, I was the same as you, but we used all the scientists and professional escape masters plus top special forces to conduct on-site analysis. The result is that this is the truth." Collison understood how Nick Fury felt at this time, because when he knew this for the first time, he also felt that there was such a nonsense, but in the end he had to admit that this was indeed the truth. The target is 87 centimeters tall and can speak Chinese, but he is wearing Superman's uniform. The black suit really highlights his potential character. The Superman suit shows that he has the idea to be a superhero in his heart. But don't want to be a pure superhero, admiring Superman but at the same time rejecting Superman's practices. Looking at the content of the report, Nick Fury couldn't help but look to the sky, and could not help but substitute himself in the position of the target. Go up, then slowly analyze, muttering, "Yes, sir." After the characterization and description of psychologists, the target basically belongs to the neutral and lawful camp. You can try to win. After hearing Nick's words, Collison also added that for the mysterious Superman, Collison actually has a good impression. After all, among everyone who didn't see it, only their SHIELD people were saved alive. Although May was angry and speechless towards the mysterious Superman after waking up, but, how to say, someone else is saving you. But you ran to save the enemy? Hey, it's hard to say, one side is an outsider and the other is a comrade in arms from the dead. Anyway, he will stand on May's side, but this does not hinder his current judgment. Thanks to my brother's surname Luda for the starting coin. Chapter 36, Hero and Number 039, S. Heart. Trying to win. Nick couldn't help but repeat Collison's words. I also knew that it was time to win, but now I can't find out the identity of others. What to use to win, and recently there is a big basket around the world. All things are waiting for him to deal with, the magic disputes in the UK, the skulls circling everywhere in New York, the superpowers in the East, and all kinds of secret plans. All the troubles are simply big heads. Now that's good, there has been a Superman that was only found in the two-dimensional comics. What about afterwards? Tiga Altman? Or is it Alien, Godzilla? You don't need to worry about this matter for the time being. All the information about the project is sealed and ready to be handed over. You go back first, and I will arrange for someone to take over. After thinking for a while to no avail, Nick Fury faced Collison. Said. Okay, sir. After hearing Nick Fury's instructions, Collison responded directly and turned and walked out the door. After Collison walked out, Nick Fury put his index finger on the table, only a blue pattern flashed, and a metal box similar to a Rubik's Cube rose in the center of the table. Then I saw Nick Fury clicked a few times on the Rubik's Cube, and the whole person was immediately wrapped in the holographic image projected by the Rubik's Cube. Various character files and plans formed a spherical shape around Nick Fury, floating in the air. With the continued manipulation of Nick Fury, floating in the air in the huge ocean of archives, there was a 10-level top-secret archive named Superman. After completing the archives, the metal demon came to a halt and changed again. After becoming the metal cube without any sense of existence, he descended. The next day, early morning. This is the first time Alan slept well in bed and was woken up by May to go downstairs for breakfast. After dragging a pair of dark circles to wash, Alan sat at the table with a grimace and looked at them. God knows why these two people have so much energy last night. Even if he has turned off his super hearing, it is useless. I didn't give them heart-shaped grass if I knew it. All night yesterday, Alan couldn't sleep until it was almost dawn. The ghost knew how he lived before that. May could not help but feel embarrassed when he felt Alan's sorrowful gaze. After heating up Alan's milk, he put it in front of Alan with the salad compote. Alan, your father and I think we should discuss your ability. After setting Alan's breakfast, May returned to her position and sat with her husband, and the two looked at each other. After a glance, May said first. Hey! What's wrong, Mom? After hearing May's words, Alan put down the little hand holding the baby bottle instantly. Alan, do you like Superman? This is a question that the two of them took time off to discuss after a tired night last night. They felt that since their son has the superhuman ability gifted by heaven, they need to lead him on the right path, at least they can't become villains. Although they have this confidence in Alan, they can't guarantee that there are so many bad guys outside to confuse Alan, so the education of healthy thinking for Alan must be put on the agenda. Of course, Mame, look at my room. Not only have Superman's figures, but even pajamas are also Superman. Regarding Mama's question, AIE replied of course that Superman in this world is also very popular, and the same it is a product of Warner Brothers Entertainment, and because their company Time Warner is headquartered in New York, Alan often goes to watch it, although only on TV. Then Ellen, what do you think of Superman? May and Ben looked at each other, and May continued to ask. Thinking? Very cheerful, smiles like a central air conditioner anytime, anywhere, very virgin, and will catch up whenever someone asks for help anytime, anywhere, strong, and very kind. Alan turned around and thought about Superman. After his deeds, I found that I didn't feel too much about him. I couldn't help but feel a sense of suspicion in my heart. Is it because I didn't see the Superman movie? Obviously, don't you like Superman very much? However, what Alan said came to the eyes of both Mom and Dad, but they were very confused about the first half. They both understood the central air conditioner and the virgin, but the sentence they put together was silly. Forced, but in the end Alan's summary was correct, and the two smiled at each other. Alan, in fact, there are not only Superman, there are many superheroes, such as Flash, Batman, Ultraman, etc., there are countless superheroes. Looking at Alan's expression, one side my father said. Then do you know what these superheroes have in common? Seeing Alan nodded, my dad then asked softly. Well, of course, they are all amazing. After hearing what my dad said, Alan replied directly as expected, and then disrupted my dad's next thoughts, and Mame on the side looked at it. In this situation, I couldn't help but want to laugh and not interrupt the atmosphere my husband had created, so I had to forcibly hold it back. Well, I admit that you are right, but these are all superficial. What I want to say is that their hearts, they all have a perseverance and determination to protect their hearts. Seeing Alan so cute, the book had to cut directly into the subject. Heart. When my father said this, Alan couldn't help but was stunned. Although he liked superheroes both in his previous life and now, he always rushed to the dazzling existence of their powerful superpowers. Or to put it simply, the person who likes them, or the body, the strength of the Superman, the super brain of Batman, the speed of the Flash, Alan cares about these. After all, being a superhero doesn't mean you can do it before you want to. Alan didn't understand. Yes, it is the heart, a heart full of kindness and justice to guard and support young people. No matter what, they regard the protection of ordinary people as their responsibility, so they will help people through one disaster after another. To save people who are facing danger one after another, and this is because they have the righteous and kind heart in their hearts, so they always help the weak, because they firmly believe that they are righteous, so they have been fight crime with your own ability. This is the heart, a heart that only superheroes have. Without it, even if you have a strong power, you will eventually become a villain and be raised by another for people. The superhero defeated, isn't it the same as the cartoons you have seen? My father looked at Alan and said slowly. In just a few words, even the one in his heart is still hidden. The soul of Naka too was also opened. If he didn't know that he was doing ideological construction for Alan, if he hadn't already had a family, he might have made himself a uniform and ran out to fight crime. Every era will have the sadness and misfortune of which era belongs to. As you said before, the world is now insecure, and now, isn't it time for superheroes to stand up? Alan, I know that you are actually my heart is kind. Your mother and I have always believed that you can become a real superhero Superman. The more I talked, the more excited he became, and the more excited he was, until later he looked directly at Alan's his eyes said earnestly. Khan, when I was so perfect, why didn't I know? My father's words made Alan ashamed. I don't know, I thought who was killing him, and what I did. If I really let my dad know, I won't have to kill myself with a single shot. I see, my dad. Seeing my dad's passionate research, Alan kept his head nodding up and down, and said obediently. Alan, you have to know, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Looking at Alan, my dad said the sentence that went through Spider-Man's life, but this time the object became AI Lun. Chapter 37, 2 years later. 2 years later, when night fell again throughout New York. At this time, New York is truly showing itself as the largest city in the United States and the world's top international metropolis. The neon billboards with several stories high are constantly shining with colorful light. The tourists come and go in an endless stream, and countless people's laughter and chattering outlines are reflected. In the whole city, the buildings on both sides of each street are covered with a variety of electronic screens and signboards. When you are in it, you feel as if you are out of the city, out of New York, out of the entire real world, and completely entered into one. Come from the fantasy neon world. When you are in it, you will be infected by the brilliant lights beside you, attracted by the various prosperous goods or handmade toys in the glass window, and will be stopped by street performers in the square. This is an extremely exciting era. Only when you are in it, you will have a feeling that you are no longer you, but a small part of the most prosperous night scene. The whole world is like you. At this moment, Alan is floating above the New York City, slowly spreading his arms, and the whole person seems to be in this prosperous and gorgeous world in front of him. After 2 years of baptism, Alan now feels an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Alan, there was a fire in the 3rd residential area of Hell's Kitchen. The fire was very strong. It is estimated that no less than dozens of people were trapped. Just when Alan was indulged in the pleasure of the Lord of the world, a female voice succeeded. Sounded in Alan's ears, interrupting Alan's self-willed depravity. Understand? After hearing the earphone call, Alan adjusted the built-in earphone in the lower ear with his right hand and said. Then the whole person said shoo and flew directly towards the Hell's Kitchen. The speed is very fast. In the blink of an eye, Alan felt the scene. Looking at the fire that was more than 10 meters high in front of him, Alan couldn't help but sigh. This is the biggest fire that he has encountered since he became a voluntary policeman in the past 2 years. To be reasonable, if it stands to reason, there shouldn't be such a big fire in the New York area of the United States. Because the United States also attaches great importance to firefighting hazards and inspections, to the point that fires never occur. Basically, even if there is, it is just a small fire caused by household appliances. It is extinguished in an instant. Even if it does, once the smoke alarm is triggered, the fire brigade will also be dispatched, and as long as the smoke alarm is triggered, no matter whether you put it out or not, you will have to bear the full cost of the firefighters leaving the team. Therefore, every household has good control of the fire, but this is the Hell's Kitchen, a zone that basically ignores 3 things. It's safe and stable during the day. Everyone nods and communicates with each other to be good citizens who pay taxes on time, but as long as at night, this is the bandits' den. The Hell's Kitchen at night is definitely a nightmare for ordinary people and a paradise for criminals. And today, it was because a group of gangsters were fighting here, but for unknown reasons, the whole building burned up, and it was extremely fierce. The sinner will eventually be punished and go to redeem his sins. Before Alan could take a closer look, a hoarse and cold voice below reached Alan's ears. Looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a flame-burning skull pointing at the remaining scattered gangs to speak. Don't ask why the gangsters are fighting with just such a few people, just look at the black ashes scattered around the skulls. Compared to these black ashes, they are the ashes of the gang of gangsters. Seeing that Alan didn't mean to step forward to stop him, because the ghost knights could stare at him unless Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, seemed to hurt himself and ordered himself, then the rest would definitely be burned, looted, and even a few. It's a scum for dozens of days. In this case, it's good for Alan to kill them by himself. How could he still help out? Alan, what are you doing? Hurry up. From the surveillance, Sky, who saw that the fire in the residential building was still not extinguished, and the staff were still trapped, said anxiously to the headset. Oh, right now, I'm sorry that something has been delayed. After hearing Sky's anxious voice, Alan suddenly remembered that he still had business to do, and after hurriedly answered, he turned on supervision and rushed into the fire. The Ghost Rider Eli, who was controlling the host's body on the other side, looked in his direction after Alan left, but turned his head after a while. No one knows what it is thinking at this moment. What, but how the fate of these people facing each other in the next second will not change after all. What? The screams and gunshots kept coming from the alley, but it didn't take long for the whole alley to become quiet again, leaving only black ash and burning fire light. A few minutes ago, in the residential building of Hell's Kitchen, a red figure was constantly shuttled in the sea of fire, trying to save the people trapped in the sea of fire. But when the manpower was ultimately poor, even if he was strengthened by superpowers www.readaloud.com at this moment, I also feel helpless like never before. Daredevil Murdoch, the Red Devil in Hell's Kitchen. He is both a superhero and a generous and kind lawyer. During the day, he helps disadvantaged and disadvantaged groups in lawsuits. Fanatics outside the law, let them confess their crimes and send them to prison. Like most superheroes, Daredevil will not kill people, but will only send these sinners to prison. Now he is as usual. At first, he was patrolling around to prevent crime or help people in need. For a moment, he felt a place so angry that the hot flames could feel the temperature even if they were so far apart. Realizing that the situation was not good, he hurried to the goal. Unsurprisingly, a fire, an unprecedented fire, began to spread. At the beginning, he tried to extinguish the fire to prevent the disaster, but finally realized. When things were impossible, he began to save people, but the initial rush and later firefighting consumed a lot of his physical strength. In addition to the constant running up and down the street to save people, he already felt that it's difficult to move. Standing feeble outside the street, his eyes were hollow and looking at the still burning fire. At this moment, he was extremely resentful, hating the demon that caused the fire, hating his own weakness, self-blame and guilt filled his mind. And the gratitude and cheers from the people on the street had already been automatically ignored by him. Suddenly, a faint cry for help came into his ears. He, who was very sensitive in hearing, realized that this was the second floor of the Sea of Fire. From one of the houses. P.S. Thanks to Jiao Wotaran, the starting coin for knocking on the door experts to reward. Chapter 38, Superman. Without any hesitation for an instant, he took a straight step and rushed in towards the Sea of Fire. He was already exhausted, and he rushed in with all his strength, but because of the problem of concentration, the sky suddenly fell off the window. The few wooden sticks that came down directly smashed Daredevil to the ground. So far, Daredevil was no longer able to get up. Hearing the weaker voice in the house, Daredevil became more and more guilty at this time, even thinking about it. The strength to beat the ground like a puff is gone. If there is a God, I pray that you can show up to save these people, please. At this time, he, without the strength of a superhero, felt the desperate shouts in the house. From the corners of his eyes, tears of incomparable pain flowed out, and the whole person could not help but began to pray silently, bringing the remaining hope to the incomparably ethereal or even impossible God. Baby Superman is here. Thank God, I know he will not abandon his followers. Come on, Superman. Damn it, I knew that God won't abandon us. At this moment, the desperate Daredevil Murdoch suddenly heard the sudden restlessness and surprise of the crowd around him, and he could not help but support his head and look towards the sky, but what he saw was still nothingness. But he doesn't care, as long as he knows that the people inside have hope for life, that's enough. After seeing the arrival of Superman, a team of firefighters wearing khaki firefighting suits also showed relief and a relieved smile. God knows that before this, they only heard the screams of the people inside and shuttled in the fire to the back. The feeling of powerlessness is so desperate. And Ellen, who arrived late now, after staying in front of the residential building and taking a closer look, he rushed in directly. From now on, if anyone can see the number of survivors in the building, they will know. The number of survivors inside has decreased rapidly at a rate of counting people per second. Hello, do you need help? After saving everyone successfully, Alan flew up to Daredevil, and Alan couldn't help but said softly when he looked at this admirable hero. In order to save people, regardless of their own safety, even if the muscles are completely numb and cramped, they still insist on rushing in to save people. All these kinds of questions are definitely not possible for Alan, because he still has family members to protect if he dies. What should the family do? But although he can't do it, it doesn't prevent him from respecting these people. It is precisely because of this that human society is extremely warm. Thank you, but I think I don't have the strength anymore. Now I am just a waste of trouble. Murdoch couldn't help but stunned when he heard the voice that seemed so immature in front of him, but he said it politely. Mouth, said with a self-deprecating smile. You're welcome, but as a superhero who has the courage to take food out of death with a mortal body, I don't think I should be a kid to comfort you. Looking at it, it is obvious that he has fallen into a situation of excessive self-blame. Daredevil, Ellen couldn't help but say. For this superhero, Daredevil, because he is a local street hero in New York, what he has done every day for the past few years is all in his eyes and worthy of respect, just to help the helpless. Poor people are willing to do their best to help them without hesitation. For this reason, he should be the best-born man in the eyes of everyone to live a well-off life, except for a simple office. Outside of his office, even the house is rented. After fighting with the gang at night, he suffered injuries such as swords, sticks and guns on his body. In order not to reveal his identity, he also gritted his teeth and did it himself. Sometimes Alan couldn't help it. He tried to persuade him, but he still put out the idea. He can choose not to become a superhero for his family, but he cannot prevent others from chasing their dreams and guarding the people or the world they want to protect. Thank you, but I think if you don't mind, there should be something for you. After hearing the affirmation in Alan's words and the indescribable motivation in that words, Daredevil had to admit that he actually had one day I was comforted by a child, and he was successful, but he didn't have the slightest embarrassment or other complicated expressions. Some were just the kind of gratifying smiles of the elders at seeing the bright future of the younger generations, but he still reminded Alan, after all, it's not the time to completely relive the old days. Oh, then I will set you up first. Alan, who was reminded by Daredevil, thought of the fire behind him, and placed Daredevil on the rooftop not far away. After all, there are many people on the ground. It's complicated. Now he has no combat power. In case he is revenge, the fish on the chopping board can be slaughtered. After setting up Daredevil, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com flew into the air again. Looking at the fire that still showed no signs of extinguishing in front of him, he began to take a deep breath. He inhaled, all the surrounding air was sucked into Alan's mouth for a while, and finally flowed between the abdominal cavity. After the body was continuously compressed and adjusted, a stream of cold air was constantly rotating. Condensed in the body. Hey! After finishing the conversion in the body, Alan directly vomited all the condensed gas towards the fierce residential building. In the blink of an eye, there was originally a flame of tens of meters high that was visible to the naked eye. The speed quickly went out. After a while, as the cold wind stopped, all that was left was ice crystals on the outside. It was like a dilapidated building carved out of the ice festival, which once again appeared in the sight of everyone. Not far away, live helicopters such as TV stations and news agencies that could not be approached because of the violent fires are slowly approaching at this moment, and the photographers on the plane faithfully broadcast the shocking scenes like miracles. Going out, at this moment, all the audience sitting in front of the TV in the United States jumped up and started to cheer for Alan. After all, those people who were extremely vicious and desperate in the fire before wanted to ask for help, but they were completely obliterated. The helicopter not far away and the reporters at the scene filmed the whole process. How much sorrow and despair I felt before, then how happy I am now. Superboy! Superman baby! I love you, child! I want to give you a baby, Superman! Everyone is cheering with excitement at this moment, without exception, Everyone is constantly shouting their nickname for Alan. Chapter 39, Stimulated Peter. Hello friends, everyone. I am your loyal reporter Lilith. As you can see, the huge fire that occurred in Hell's Kitchen in New York for unknown reasons has been completely extinguished under the help of our super baby to turn the tide. This is the second time our super baby has rescued people from a major incident. As for the number of small rescues, there are countless times. I believe this is enough to make the experts of Superman threat theory shut up their useless mouths, and Superman babies are too. It has been proved by facts and actions that we, the people of New York, have also successfully ushered in our exclusive superhero who only existed in comics in the past, Superman baby. The beautiful female host of ABC TV station Lilith, at this moment, in the final ending sound, she was very excited and impassioned to speak for Superman. In the end, there was a very cute and lovely reversal. When it comes to baby, it is even more charming. Blinked at the camera. The male compatriots in front of the TV who saw this scene suddenly burst into tears of joy from their noses. At the same time, other TV reporters also broadcast the same live. Although it is not as direct as Lilith to call Alan the Superman baby, but the inside and the outside are more praise and praise. Uncle Ben, let's continue training. I want to be a real superhero like Alan's brother. At this moment, the May family, who are in the basement of their home, are watching the moment Alan successfully extinguished the fire on TV. People are very pleased and proud, especially Peter, who is in the middle of the second year. Seeing that his brother has so many people shouting for him, I am extremely envious, so Peter confronts him. Uncle Ben, who was watching the TV with May comforted by the side, said excitedly. Are you sure? Parker. You must know that he could only train by pulling him every day before that. Today, after seeing his brother's performance, he suddenly became uncharacteristically positive, which really surprised Ben. But besides being surprised, he felt relieved. He had already cultivated a superhero. At this moment, he had to raise a superhero again under his training. This feeling is always pleasant, so he was so happy. After asking Parker definitively, he picked up the glove on the side and put it on. Of course, Uncle Ben, come on. Although my ability may not be as strong as Alan, I will prove to you that I can be as good as Alan. Peter, who watched Uncle Ben's end, also whereas he raised his gloves and said to Uncle Ben categorically. At this moment, not only Ben, but also the two women on the side can clearly see the blood burning in Peter's eyes. Although Peter is already very hard compared with ordinary people, if he really wants to become a superhero, then the dance of blood and sweat is indispensable. Peter is not yet able to bleed, but if he sweats, Uncle Ben believes he will be very interested to help. Looking at the people on the ground and weeping with joy, whether they knew it or not, they hugged each other at this moment and shouted wildly, releasing the huge pressure that they had faced before death. At this moment, Alan is incomparable. He's proud, helping others, and being addicted to doing good deeds. The ancients sincerely don't deceive me. Alan with joy in his heart looked at these involuntarily proud thoughts. Now New York City has been successfully created by him. His iconic city is just like Batman's Gotham City, Superman's Metropolis, Flash's Mid-City City, and now New York is his turf, the guardian of New York, the nemesis of crime, and the true uncrowned king, author. Of course, this is his own boast, don't believe it. Do I need to give you a ride? The matter was over, and Alan didn't have the idea of staying anymore. Instead, he flew to the side of Daredevil, who had eased a lot of strength, and said in a relaxed and friendly tone. If it's not too troublesome. After feeling Alan's near teleport speed, Daredevil couldn't help but feel nervous, but then he slowed down and said apologetically. It's okay, there is no impact at all when flying with you. Where do I need to send you? It stands to reason that I should apologize to others. After all, I was accidentally too fast. Obviously it scared others. Asking others to apologize is really a bit too embarrassing. Just put me on the roof at the entrance of the Hell's Kitchen block, trouble. Daredevil reported an address and said to Alan. Okay, then you sit firmly, the flight is about to take off. Replied, Alan directly lifted the Daredevil's back collar, like an eagle catching a chicken, and then flew out toward the sky. Here, then Mr. Daredevil, I will leave first. UU reading www.yuyugonshu.com. After placing Daredevil on the top of the building, Alan waved his right hand in salute, and then he finished speaking. Flew away directly. It's really enviable. Daredevil Matt said in a tone of envy as he watched Alan's departure. Then Daredevil walked down the stairs next to him and disappeared into the darkness. After a while, a neatly dressed and handsome uncle in a suit walked out of the alley. If it weren't for his steps, he was a bit frivolous. At first glance, it looks like excessive indulgence. I believe that at this moment there will be many beautiful women willing to come up and strike up a conversation. At this time, on the other side, in a secret base. It's really a powerful and fascinating individual. In an office, a middle-aged elegant glasses man with a little grey hair looked at the screen, the extraordinary that Alan caused when he saved the Sea of Flames. The scene couldn't help being extremely hot inside, and the whole person looked at the figure on the screen, as if looking at his lover, and said idiotically. At this moment, the ability that Alan showed on the TV is like a in his eyes, powerful and yearning. He who has stolen the power of the supernatural, after seeing Alan's powerful ability there is even more desire, a yearning for power from the depths of the soul. It seems that the progress of my research also needs to be accelerated. Whitehall picked up the red wine on the side table, couldn't help but smiled evilly, then drank it all, turning his head to look at the next room. In the transparent laboratory, countless experimenters in white coats are busy in it. If someone looks down Whitehall's side at this time, they will find that there are two people, one man and one woman, or corpses, being surrounded by others. Researcher faithfully recorded every value. Chapter 40, Nanosuit. On the other side, a perfectly landing Alan landed in his backyard. After a little hand, the whole body of the suit began to fade quickly, and finally all gathered on the wrist, forming a blue and red luxury bracelet. That's right, this is the nanotechnology vibrating jersey. In 2 years, because of the rapid growth of Alan's height, the old-fashioned jersey is no longer suitable for him. If he wants to be ready for battle all the time. If you are in a state, you have to go back and forth to Wakanda every few months to ask the old king for a new suit, although Alan knows that the old king is really rich and does not care about it, and every time he goes there. When I was there, I would treat Alan with enthusiasm, and even when I left, I asked Alan to bring some souvenirs, some new high-tech products from Wakanda. But this kind of thing can't stand up for a few more times. Alan himself was embarrassed. So when he thought of the later Black Panther's nanosuit and Iron Man's nanosteel armor, he gritted his teeth and gave his father a hard time. After Mom took a few weeks off, she and Wakanda's little princess Surui went into the house to study. Because I have been together many times before, after getting acquainted with Alan's personality, the old king also began to let his children and Alan start to communicate and play, but since Tkara began to go to the UK to study at university, he and Alan seldom met. The relationship between the two is just like a familiar friend, so the other Surui is really a good friend of Alan, because Alan has a lot of stories, and all kinds of poems from previous lives. It was true that the two of them hit it off right away and went to play together within a few days, so when Alan just revealed that he wanted to study the nanosuit, Surui directly volunteered before he could tell the details. Engage together. Of course, the meaning here is not the literal meaning, but the study of nanotechnology, because of Wakanda's high-tech advantages, and a huge reserve of scientific and technological knowledge, coupled with the natural talent and intelligent IQ comparable to Tony's walk in The Little Princesses of Day. Surui and Alan, after diligently researching, finally studied the Genjin nanosuit after a full half a month. You should know that before this, I learned that the two little guys wanted to study nanotechnology without knowing the heights, and even closed the door to waste sleep and food. After several days of research, that was anxious to Queen Lamanda, and always persuaded herself intentionally or unintentionally. Her husband Tkaka tried to get him to dispel the unrealistic ideas of the two. After all, she asked the chief scientist of her country specifically about nanotechnology. It is very difficult to know, and unless a large multinational company or the kingdom is it is even more so after a large investment can be researched out. Although the spirit and cleverness of her daughter's love of research make Lamanda very pleased that she has always been proud of her, but this is not to be studied day and night. Those researchers who dedicated themselves to science and technology died suddenly. There are not a few, even if Wakanda's medical technology is very advanced, but these are afraid of an accident. However, it is a pity that Chaka was very determined this time and did not agree to her request. Only after her many requests, she ordered a medical cabin to be prepared next to Alan's laboratory. It is conceivable for whom, with Alan's abnormal physical quality, no one would think that he could use it. However, the facts proved that these are unnecessary. After half a month, Alan wore the latest new results of the two people, which overturned everyone's prejudice and cognition. It turns out that young people can also do the same. Well, it can also have such outstanding strength. The Genjin nanotechnology developed by Alan and the others is not only the glory of the two, but in the eyes of the old King Chaka, it is once again for their overall strength of the Wakanda kingdom. Nanotechnology only needs a breakthrough. The thing is just a matter of course, the application of nanotechnology is limited to your imagination, not limited to its scope of application. On that day, the carnival and celebration banquet surrounding the two were held for 3 days, and the whole country cheered. Of course, the reason was that King Chaka adopted his son or became Alan's godfather. With this credit and Alan's own tyrannical strength, everything went smoothly. Even if the elders were unwilling to do so, they could only dumbly eat huanglian and endure it secretly. However, afterwards, the young and beautiful female guards belonging to the various tribes in the king's guard began to grow again at a speed visible to the naked eye. They really enjoyed Chaka secretly, and couldn't help feeling very wise about their decision. The addition of Lun, a young and powerful man, not only has strong support for his tribe, but also has a stronger dominance for his further rule of Wakanda. www.readaloud.com. Now Wakanda nano battle suits have begun to be popularized in a small area, but they are still not fully equipped with the military. Although nanotechnology is very portable and concealed, its shortcomings are also great, and it cannot withstand huge noises. As long as the noise is large enough, nanomaterials will be used. Will fade to reveal the tender flesh inside. Of course, this has no effect on Alan. The suit is just for good looks and pretense, not for his defense. You must know that Superman's steel body is not a joke. The 4-year-old Alan is in Wakanda. With the help of some of his high-tech auxiliary equipment, it is much more efficient to absorb the energy of the sun. In the original Superman, who has just grown up, Alan has the confidence to fight him back and forth. Looking at the bracelet on his wrist, Alan thought with satisfaction, and then opened the door and walked towards the basement. In his sight, the family members were all moving in the basement. "Hey, Mommy, Daddy, Sister Sky, I'm back." After pushing the basement door open, Alan said loudly to the figures inside. "Baby, you are so amazing, Mom is proud of you." Because of Alan's relationship, May is very concerned about TV news programs. Although she knew that Alan would not be hurt, she still didn't listen to it silently on TV. Watching the real-time news ensures that Alan is in good condition, and it is also today. I originally thought it was still a day without any problems. Alan would come back after a normal walk and beat a few gangsters, but until I watched it on TV. Go to the scene of burning flames in Hell's Kitchen. The desperate and tragic sounds of the trapped people, the tearing shouts of relatives outside, and the sound of firefighters trying to extinguish the flames with extremely weak fire water guns. All these sounds combined together are what a desperate symphony. Chapter 41, Be a Dead Man. From the first glance that May saw, the tragedy of those people on TV made her exceptionally anxious. The appearance of Alan and not appearing in her heart seemed to be a kind of torture, that is, I hope Alan can be like this. Superman generally appeared to turn the tide and save the trapped people, and did not want Alan to appear, fearing that he would be injured because of this. The two mentalities intertwined, making her extremely entangled. This emotion continued until Alan appeared in front of the TV and everyone was cheering for him. At this moment, she knew that her child had grown up and became a superhero in the true sense. The joy and emotion of the watch began to surge in her heart, until the moment when her son opened the door and entered. May stepped forward and hugged Alan, and carefully wiped Alan's face with his right hand. Although it is very clean, May is still wiping carefully. This is a mother's concern for her child from the depths of her heart. Mom. Feeling her mother's delicacy, Alan understood May's thoughts, and then hugged May tightly, feeling the happiness of family love, and couldn't help but shout. Okay, go and hug your sister. Apart from you, your sister is the busiest here. She has to watch the surveillance every day and worry about you. You should know that you appeared on TV from the beginning. When the plane rushed into the flames, your sister's palms were all sweaty, and the books on the side were all handprints pinched by her. After a while, May released Alan, and then faced Alan. Talking about Sky's bit by bit before. Regarding Alan's acceptance of the girl Sky to live in, May was actually a little bit resistant at first, but it was his own baby's request, and Alan also told May's mother about the tragic experience of Sky's childhood. This also caused May's maternal love to overflow at once, and to Sky like her own daughter, taking care of Sky meticulously every day. After 2 years, she has become a family. It is a happy scene. The baby son also has a beautiful daughter. If it is not for age, my dad and May's mom would both want to retire and enjoy family happiness. Why, May is so unbearable that you think, I'm just. Sister. Well, I admit, I do worry about you, Ellen. Sky, who wanted to quibble, gave up after hearing Ellen's sweet cry that melted her entire inner world. He chose to obey his heart, showing incomparable love and tenderness on his face. After he squatted down and hugged Alan gently, he closed his eyes and said softly, "It's okay, I'm Superman. Have you ever seen Superman get injured?" I mean without kryptonite." Alan said proudly in Sky's arms, but he had no choice but to say. I realized that the eyes of the people around me looked a little wrong, and then suddenly thought of the green thing, and then said immediately. Anyway, there is no such thing as kryptonite in this world. With the current strength of Alan, even if it is Guyi Nagwang, Ming Zhengde admirable supreme mage can let others outside his hand come to you to see? A laser stuns you to death. And the reason why Alan is so scared, should be the biggest reason for admiring Guyi. It has been a few months ago. At that time, Alan was still a young, ignorant, inexperienced kid, and found out in an inadvertent after arriving at the entrance of the temple in the Himalayas. I visited Guyi, and I had a very happy chat before. It wasn't until Alan this guy thought to his death that Guyi's gender problem seemed to be elegant and easygoing, and both men and women had characteristics similar to the neutral Guyi. Besides, this guy Alan just thought about it, although Guyi his complexion is not pretty, but it is not broken either. But this guy was still looking at it with a perspective eye. As you can imagine, as soon as he opened his eye, Alan was directly slapped with his soul by the furious Guyi, and spent an unknown amount of time in the multiverse. Although it is only time for a cup of tea in reality, at least after a long period of time in Alan's feelings, there is no longer the concept of time. Then Alan walked out of the temple tremblingly. When watching TV, he felt that this person was very gentle and easygoing. However, he didn't expect this cruelty, so he shot the soul out at every turn. Since then, Alan never goes again. The temple is now, and I'm scared, and my heart of playing magic is so dirty that I can't afford it. Haha, our great hero is back, and let Dad hug him. After seeing his son being liberated by Sky, Ben also took off his gloves and leaned forward, and took Alan into his arms, completely ignoring him. The smell of sweat all over his body smoked Alan into smoke. Okay, you go take a shower, your sweaty smell, I can smell it all the way, look at the smoker of Alan, hurry up and wash it, your body smells bad dry. Seeing that her baby was uncomfortable by Ben Soon, May took a towel on the side and walked up to free Alan from www.readaloud.com and then handed it to Ben, looking at Ben with disgust. One rolled his eyes and said, "Just your baby son." After receiving the towel, Ben wiped the sweat off his body, then complained to May, but went up to the shower room to take a shower. "Brother, have you forgotten something?" Peter suddenly came out and said to Alan. When he saw Alan hugging everyone and forgetting himself, Peter instantly feeling sour, he leaned forward and said, "Fuck, who is this pig? When did you start accepting aliens?" Alan pretended to be exaggerated and pretended to be startled by Peter, and then said to the two people next to him, "Puff, let me see, maybe it was Peter who was beaten up by your dad." Ma May on the side looked at Peter's battered nose and face so pitiful, she couldn't help but laughed and joked. Originally, Ellen didn't even say that he didn't feel it, and even thought Peter was a bit miserable, but Alan suddenly described it like this. When he looked at Peter's appearance, how interesting he looked, even Sky who was watching the play next to him couldn't help but laugh. "Woo, you bullied me and stopped playing with you." Peter, who was shocked and felt wronged, burst into tears and burst out. Seeing Peter being bullied by Alan again. Sometimes May is also feeling the two people who is the elder brother and who is the younger brother. The current family status is basically Sky's largest, May's mother second, and then Alan. Myself, my father, the lowest is Peter, because he is often bullied by Alan and can't be beaten. He doesn't have as many slogans as Alan. Even the only knowledge he is proud of is just a few minutes away from Alan. It is not too miserable to be able to read a book completely and write down every word to defeat. Chapter 42, Time to go to school. The next day, a rare family gathered together for breakfast early in the morning. The current Allen family of 5 is already an all-encompassing lineup. Needless to say, Allen Superman, the main output of the family, is a solid barrier. After being strengthened by the heart-shaped grass, because he himself has experience of serving in special forces, he directly serves as the actual combat instructor for the entire family, and is responsible for teaching the basic combat and self-defense capabilities of family members. Madame May, although she was strengthened, she did not have the heart to be a superhero on the battlefield, and was stopped by the whole family. Including Sky, who has always been gentle and never emotional, made it clear on this incident. From the standstill, May is now responsible for the logistics and financial expenditures of the entire team. Peter hasn't started to strengthen the spider serum because Alan is afraid of side effects, so he didn't disclose this topic to him. He just accepted the strengthening of the heart-shaped grass. He is now a trainee of the team. It's not the kind of practice to make debut for 3 months. You must receive training at my dad for at least 3 years and then be assessed by my dad as a whole. Lon's observations require him to go out to my dad, either to have the same power as Ellen, or to defeat my dad. The former is far beyond expectation, and the latter is like a mountain. As for the new member of the family, Sky, because of his talented hacking ability, served as the intelligence source for the entire team, responsible for inquiring about underground forces in the dark places of New York and those unknown criminal activities. Sky is also the only one in the family. A temporarily normal person who looks normal, because Alan knows the identity of Sky alien race, so he didn't get her heart-shaped grass to take. After all, if he took heart-shaped grass, he would be killed in the later period. The Reagan crystal activates the DNA hidden in the body. In case there is a chain reaction between the two and the gain is not worth the loss, Sky's ability itself is very powerful, and there is no need to do this again. For Sky Alan, he completely regarded him as a part of the family. A young girl who was only 18 years old wandered in this dangerous world alone, with no relatives around her, and the tragic experience of her childhood. Let Alan have a sympathetic experience in his heart. Although he was a little better than Sky in his previous life, he has already experienced so much pain. He can't imagine being chased and killed, changing host families, being abused, and living. It was such a desperate experience to continue to change for a year or two, so Alan took her home. And after 2 years of getting along, there was no discomfort. The whole process was very harmonious and friendly. The whole family was happy and cozy, and Alan also enjoyed the life of having a sister who could take care of him, not because of seductive reasons. Ellen, you are already 4 years old, and you are about to start preparing for school. Alan, who was eating, suddenly heard the bad news in his ear, and the whole person was not well. Dad, is it too early for me to go to school? And I don't think I need to go to school at all. With my current knowledge reserve, let alone anything else, I can get 1 or 2 doctoral degrees at all if I want. There is no problem. If you want the Nobel Prize, I can work hard. It's really not good to go to school. After hearing his mother's words, Alan immediately objected. Ellen, you are not too young anymore. You really should go to school. I used to go to school at your age when I was young. Sky said to Alan in agreement. It's not a question of not winning prizes, Ellen, you are still young. You need to have a complete childhood. You need to learn to make friends and get along with your peers instead of walking around us every day. Ben also spoke earnestly after hearing Alan's words. Although they also know that there is indeed no need to go to school for Alan, they know that a child's complete childhood is what they must give when they are parents, and if Alan is not going to school, God knows when the community will manage. People who came to check the water meter took them away, saying that child abuse was ignoring preschool education and other charges. But I think it's enough to have you guys. I don't want to go to school. Hearing what my father said, Alan said bitterly. Well? Alan is going to school. Don't worry, Alan, if someone bullies you, tell me, I cover you. Peter, who was concentrating on eating, suddenly heard his aunt and they were talking about Alan. The question of going to school, he said to Alan with a happy face, like a big brother. Hey, come on, you can't even break a finger of me. Looking at the bragging brother who was trying to take advantage of him, Alan said with a look of disgust. God knows how naive the elementary schools in the United States are. The knowledge they learn is just playing. Even if Alan hasn't been strengthened, he might be able to go to a university such as Yale and Harvard. Before that, it's extremely difficult to endure the process of a group of kids. As long as you think about Alan for a moment, you can't help but get a headache. No, I have to go, Alan, this is for your own good. Looking at Alan, who is not getting in the oil and salt, May took out the majesty of a strict mother, and said righteously to Alan. Said. Can I not go to school? I think I can study at home. I remember that the law seems to allow children to receive family education. Alan said with a bitter face and took out his nirvana. Impossible, no, no. Hearing Alan's excuse, May shook her head indifferently. Let's do it, our nation will decide by voting, how about it? Ben Dad on the side suddenly interrupted. And the other people who heard this also instantly brightened their eyes, indicating that they have something to do. After all, it seems quite fun to be able to vote to determine other people's lives. Sky and Peter suddenly had a sense of eager anticipation in their eyes. Forget it, I'll go to school. After hearing what his father said, Alan, who had a glimmer of hope, looked around and saw the hungry wolf-like gazes of a few bad people around him, and decisively gave up after struggling. He lowered his head and said in confession. Well, that's right. In 2 days, my mother will take you to the Midtown Elementary School to sign up, and it's very close to your brother Peter's school. They are all in the same campus. You can come back together after school. Listen. When Alan compromised, May suddenly returned to the appearance of the approachable and gentle mummy, and said with a smile to Alan. Alan believes that if these 2 days are not a Chinese New Year holiday, May will wish to let my dad drive her to school now and force it in. But 2008 is coming, and the blink of an eye has passed so fast. 2008 is not only a new year, but also a day when Marvel's main world film and television company has expanded its layout for many years and opened up the huge system of the Marvel Universe. In the beginning it was never rare anymore. Chapter 43, Sky with a Dream. The accidental product of the military experiment the Hulk, the high-tech product of the group infighting the steel armor, the infighting of the alien kingdoms spread the Thor incident, one after another extraordinary incidents. New York is afraid that it will never be again. Can't calm down. Alan looked at the bustling city in front of him, and couldn't help sighing inwardly. After all, what should come is still coming. Ellen, what's the matter? Seeing Alan, whose expression suddenly became solemn, as if something big was about to happen, May couldn't help but ask with some worry. Oh, it's okay, I just remembered something suddenly. After hearing what his mother said, Alan explained with a smile after he recovered. After dinner, the family was gone, and they went to do their own things. And Alan found Sky, who was studying hacking materials in the basement. Alan, what's the matter? Sky, who was looking at the computer for information, looked at the Alan who was still talking behind him, and couldn't help but stop what he was holding. It's okay, I just want to ask, Sister Sky, how do you feel about your current life? Alan, who was familiar with Sky, climbed onto Sky's lap and asked as if nothing had happened. Do you feel? Very good. I was very confused before, and I never stopped being replaced by a host family, discarding, adopting, discarding, adopting, and back and forth, and no one knows what the next family will be to you. What kind of attitude? If I can meet 1 or 2 good families who do not yell at me, I will feel unusually happy, but these will not last long in the end. Every time I will be abandoned again soon. After hearing Alan's words, Sky first said with a beautiful face, and then began to tell the past, falling into the past experience of being abandoned again and again. Sister Sky, it's okay. The previous things have passed. Now you are a member of our family. Everyone treats you as a family member. I won't say anything. But I like it tightly. Even my precious son sometimes makes mistakes and will be criticized, but he is gentle and loving to you. I really envy me. When I saw Sky, I obviously thought about the sadness of the past. After the experience, Alan immediately comforted, and then immediately changed the subject to complain about Sky's unequal treatment in this family. Also, sister, don't look at Peter, who doesn't speak much. He is actually a boring gourd. He obviously likes you very much, but every time I see you, I'm speechless. I guess it's because you are too beautiful and aura. It's too strong, it fascinated him. When it comes to Peter, Alan couldn't help but smile. You are the most spooky every day, little guy. Hearing Alan teasing her in a disguised form, Sky began to squeeze Alan's face, rubbing it back and forth. Hey, sister, ask you a question, do you want to have superpowers? Alan chuckled, then turned to Sky and said mysteriously. How could I not want to, but I am not like you are all extraordinary people, I am just an ordinary person of the common people. Hearing Alan's question, Sky couldn't help but say, about having superpowers. Becoming a superhero, she has had an unparalleled obsession since she was a child, but now that she has grown up, after knowing that these are impossible things, she began to go behind the scenes, trying to find some superheroes, and then join them and become a part of it. To save the world and to make a contribution to no more poor orphans like myself. And this is the reason why Ellen invited her to come to Ellen's house, because Ellen not only has extremely powerful superpowers, but also has great plasticity at a young age. Not only can he teach Alan on the right path by precepts and deeds, just like the Superman in the comics. Fraternity, friendliness, and the mission of saving the world, and as Superman's behind-the-scenes team silently supporting Superman behind the scenes, this is great. Then, if I tell my sister you can actually have superpowers. Alan looked into Sky's eyes and said with interest. How is it possible? Are you true? I wanted to subconsciously deny it, but when he thought of Alan's magical ability, Sky's eyes suddenly lit up with a light called hope, and he was eager to have comics. In the superhero, Sky, who has the wonderful spirit and ability to save the world, fearlessly sacrifice, etc., at this moment, following Alan's words, Sky found his heart also heated up. Then do you think your cute brother will lie to you? Hearing Sky's incredibly but extremely excited expression, Alan said obediently with a smile. Great, then what are we waiting for? After hearing Alan's confirmation again, Sky happily picked Alan up, and stopped to say after turning around for several laps. No hurry, sister, before that, I think I should give you some knowledge of popular science. Alan decided to tell her Sky's alien identity first, otherwise, if he only knows after awakening, Alan is afraid of SK was too excited to bring a super earthquake to New York. Hearing Alan's strange words, Sky suddenly wrinkled his facial features together, looking at Alan with a dazed expression, as if saying you were kidding me. Ahem. Sister, it's like this, do you know the theory of human evolution? Alan also knows that his topic is a bit too far, but he still has to go on, after all, step by step is better than telling her directly in your body. He has the genes of an alien, an orphan of an alien www.readaloud.com that must not scare people to death. After awakening in the original book, Risky was shocked for several days after learning that he was an alien. In the end, he was succeeded by the current alien in the hiding place of the alien in the afterlife. The boss. Sky's mother Jia Ying gave him a guide, and successfully mastered his own powers. And now Alan has also advanced the enlightenment process after this in disguise, so that Miss Sister has a psychological preparation. After all, Sky's ability is quite strong, and when he awakens, he is still controlled by the fluctuation of his mood. The more excited the easier it is to trigger, so Alan is necessary to prevent his home from being buried in the ground. Darwin's theory of evolution. Sky said uncertainly. After all, she dropped out after finishing junior high school. Two specific questions still fascinate her. Yes, as we all know, human beings evolved from a long period of biological evolution. Nearly 1,000 years ago, when they were tribes and apes, a group of aliens descended from the sky and used the Earth as an experimental ground, with the intention of using the humans on the Earth as their backup. The battle force pool is used for battles on the cosmic battlefield. They use their blood to inject into the human body. Then added something supplemented by editing and modification, and finally created a human race with superpowers. After a period of time, they gradually discovered that these alien races began to be out of control. And their abilities are diverse and dangerous and uncontrollable, so they gave up this experiment. Then after several setbacks, they withdrew, and the inhuman races left behind to be transformed still continue to live. After hundreds of thousands of years of baptism, the inhuman races are also completely incorporated into the lives of human beings. Alan looked at Sky and said slowly. Chapter 44, Set Off. Kree Temple. Wait, Ellen, you don't want to tell me, I'm actually a descendant of the so-called Inhumans with alien genes in my body, right? Sky was a little excited after hearing what Ellen said. After all, anyone who suddenly says that he has alien genes, a slightly more normal person, is a normal reaction to emotional excess. What's the matter? I also know that a man on Earth whose father is an alien, doesn't live well, sister. The new era is about to come, if you still retain such old feudal ideas, but it doesn't matter. Seeing Sky's reaction, Alan indifferently sold the deeds of the man flying on the other side of the universe, and then said a little adult with earnestness. But, this is an alien. If it sounds good, it's an alien. It's not an exaggeration to call a monster if it's not good. Sky said anxiously. Sister, sister. Calm down, let me tell you this, are Africans human? Right, right. Are Europeans human? It's the same, right? Aliens are actually, generally speaking, they are also humans, but they are more curious and do not conform to our aesthetics. This is just like how you usually treat blacks and Europeans. As long as you are normal, they are actually humans, with 2 arms and 2 legs, who know one more head than anyone else. Looking at the excited Sky, Alan dragged his hands, slowly comforting Sky to calm down, and then slowly said. Furthermore, sister, the blood of aliens in your body has been diluted for a dozen or even dozens of generations. That extraterrestrial blood has been thinned a long time ago, and only some key DNA traits are left waiting to be activated. Alan spoke again and continued. But, oh, sister, there are so many extraordinary people now. As long as you don't become a poison ivy girl, an alien, or something, who knows you are an alien, and there can be such a beautiful alien as you, I guess many boys will hang your picture on the wall and worship every day, so don't be so entangled. Seeing Sky was still hesitating, Alan continued. Well, let's go on, I will try my best to accept your settings. Sky, who realized that he couldn't change after hearing Alan's words, only slumped on his chair and said. The alien races with alien genes are actually equivalent to those superhumans in DC, that is, people with superpowers, but everyone's superpowers are different, all kinds of strange things, what set fire, spray water, discharge, the clone, and I have met a little girl who can directly control the body of others. Anyway, the world of Inhumans can be said to be strange and colorful. Alan then tempted Sky like a big bad wolf. After all, having superpowers is Sky's dream, her weakness. As long as she can have superpowers, she believes that she can still accept her unchangeable identity. Really? Hearing this, Sky finally came back to life again, and said with bright eyes. Well, maybe you will have very powerful superpowers by then. Can fly, fight, and be able to shine like Ultraman. Alan nodded, and then said to Sky, full of bewilderment. Said. Alan, do you know? Hearing this, Sky also cleared his eyes, and then said to Alan. Hey! Know what? Hearing Sky's inexplicable words, Alan asked questioningly. You're really getting more and more chicken thieves, don't hurt. You have already known these things. After hearing Alan's words, and thinking of the whole process, Sky knew that his brother must have long been knowing this. I deliberately went around in a circle so that I would not be so scared. While feeling moved, I was still a little angry. So a little brain collapsed and flicked towards Alan's head, but this time it didn't hurt Alan. However, the pain is not light. Hey, isn't this afraid that you won't be able to think about sister for a while? If you can't figure it out, what to do if you run away from home, such a cute and beautiful sister, but one. Hearing Sky obviously didn't blame him. Alan laughed immediately, and said jokingly at the same time. Your mouth is so sweet at a young age, I don't know how many girls will grow up in the future. Sky couldn't help but amused when he heard Alan's flattering, and then nodded Alan's forehead with his finger. Said with a chuckle. Sister Sky, are you ready to be a superhero who saves the world? Alan looked at Sky, who was happy, and then asked out loud. After all, Sky's superpowers are still very useful in the later stages. Not only can he protect himself but also Mame and the others, he is working hard to turn the whole family into extraordinary people. www.readaloud.com. By then Superman, Spider-Man, the 2 Panthers Shockwave females, this lineup is pulled out, not to mention the tyrannical tyrants, at least they can walk sideways on the earth. Of course, except for the bald head next door. Is this going to start? Don't you need to prepare anything? For example, the initiation of the East, the magic circle, or the transformation device. After hearing Alan's words, Sky was a little bit square, and she thought AI Ren is about to awaken her with superpowers now. I definitely won't be here, and before that, I'm going to find a sacrificial prop, and then put you on the altar. Hearing Sky's words, Alan said with a smirk with his small eyes turned. Well, it doesn't work, I think it's good to be the team behind the scenes. Hearing Ellen's words, Sky suddenly thought of the scenes in the movie where the soul is sacrificed to the devil in exchange for power, even if it is not a sure process. It wouldn't be any better, injection of serum, bone marrow, injections, etc., just thinking about it was terrible, and then Sky cried bitterly. No, this is an opportunity that was finally available. Others want it but haven't. Alan pretended to smile pretending to be evil, and then stepped forward and took Sky's hand away. The whole picture looks really weird, a child with a smirk like a trafficker, trying to abduct an adult woman. Mother May, I went out to play with my sister, and maybe I can't come back for dinner at noon. When passing by the living room, Alan still took a pitiful and aggrieved Sky and said loudly to Ma May, who was busy in the kitchen. Okay, remember not to play too late. After hearing Alan go out to play, May just reminded him loudly and continued to work on her own work. As for Alan's safety issues, she doesn't care at all. If anyone can hurt Alan, she probably doesn't believe the first one. Chapter 45, 3DOD Headquarters. Sister, wear a good suit and hug me. After walking to a remote place, after Alan triggered the suit switch on his wrist, a blue and gold suit appeared on Alan's body. Oh, so where are we going? Unlike Alan, Sky sets up his suit storage as a necklace, and the place where he hangs is where the nano suits are stored. At Sky's strong request, Alan set him into a sapphire style, so it looks good, even if the appearance is only used for auction. It is estimated that it will cost several million. After triggering the sapphire, a black Catwoman suit appeared on Sky's body. That's right, it was the uniform of Catwoman, the little lover of Batman in the DC universe. To be honest, when Sky chose this style, Alan has never complained about it once. You are too confident about your figure, what figure is your body, and what figure is you, but in the end it still couldn't be swayed by Sky, after all, she wore it herself. Moreover, the two quarreled more than once when designing this uniform. When Alan asked Sky to choose a helmet, Sky did not choose a helmet, saying that this is a shackles to his pursuit of freedom and a restriction on his human rights. Wearing a helmet, it's impossible. It's never possible to wear a helmet. It's useless, even Alan says anything to her. Even fate is not as important as appearance. In the end, Alan took a step back and asked himself, the elder sister, to choose one. A Catwoman mask covers the corners of her eyes, and the cat ears on both sides stand upright through the tips of her hair. But Alan also had to admit that although Sky was a bit fat, he was quite expected to wear this uniform. Wait a minute, I'll look for it first. Oh, I found it. It seems we are lucky. He is still there. Sister, hold me tight and set off. Alan looked into the distance. After confirming the goal, I couldn't help but feel very good, because it seems that today may still be in time for lunch. Marinated egg? What? Ah! Before Sky could finish his question, Alan held Sky directly and flew up into the sky, and then flew towards Washington, D.C. in the distance. Was taken to the sky all of a sudden, Sky was frightened. Remember what I told you? You will gain the ability to fly, are you sure you don't have to experience it? I will take you to adapt in advance, maybe you will like it. Alan looked scared tightly. Sky, who closed his eyes, couldn't help but speak. Wow, this is too cool. After opening his eyes, Sky adjusted slightly and looked at the clouds and underground buildings that flashed by around him. He couldn't help but sigh. I have to admit that Sky didn't feel anything when I didn't experience it, but after being led by Alan to fly, she is now a bit envious. The ability to soar into the sky has never stopped pursuing before or now. However, she is no exception now, and her dream is right in front of her. Wow! Alan charged. After adapting, Sky lay on Alan's back and shook his hands around, like riding a horse, controlling the direction from left to right, as if he was an Alan brand aircraft. This is much more exciting than a roller coaster. After discovering the happy gameplay, Sky had a great time playing, but the process did not last long. Feeling the torment, Alan quickly increased the speed in an instant, and the time for a cup of tea came to the SHIELD headquarters Trident building. On the other side, Nick Fury, who was thinking about the next SHIELD plan, was suddenly shocked by the knocking sound from outside the window and returned to reality. Following the source of the sound, he looked at the person lying in fury without double digits. The protagonist of the Superman file in his 10-level file list is right in front of him. As for the Catwoman Nick he is holding in his hand, he doesn't care that much about Alan. Easily called up the control panel, and then turned on the window control switch. As the window slowly opened, Alan brought Sky in. "Hello, Fury, I'm coming to see you again. After all, this time I am asking for help, and I still have to put my attitude." As soon as he landed, Alan cancelled his suit and greeted the salted egg enthusiastically. Helplessly whitened the little boy in front of him, and then Nick Fury adjusted all the transparent glass on both sides to a mode where only the inside was visible, and at the same time sent a safety signal. Before that, because of the intruder's alarm, the agents who were rushing here were relaxed a lot after receiving the news, and then all returned to their posts. After all, the target was recently famous Sheng's Superman. Although he was a young age, he was not able to beat him. Don't you see that other people can completely blow out the blazing fire and build an ice sculpture just by breathing out a little? If it is not necessary, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, they are no longer willing to face the monster Alan. Let's talk. What's the matter this time, and what's the matter with the girl next to you? Your mother? Still. After motioning to Alan to sit down, Nick Fury couldn't help but look at Sky next to Alan. Yin and Yang asked strangely. After all, he flew to other people's windows without saying a word to scare people, and it's still in front of their special government departments. If this is put on ordinary people, Nick Freefield would have to let him taste the 18-kind torture of an agent, and then use Dongfang's Lingqi to cut him several hundred knives back and forth. Roar, old guy, my mouth is so sweet, I wiped honey today. Alan doesn't believe that he doesn't know who his mother is. Even if Skymon wears a blindfold, even if it's a mouth, it's impossible not to know this affirmation. It's not his mother, so Alan replied angrily. Ellen, what's the matter? He is the one you just said you want to see. Skyla pulled Alan's sleeve up and whispered as he looked at the two men who started to freak when they met. But obviously, Nick Fury heard it, and Sky's whisper in Nick Fury's ears was similar to normal speaking. After all, old Nick was strengthened by the super soldier serum. After hearing Sky's words, even if he had been for many years, the head of the agent couldn't help but twitched the corner of his mouth. This little guy is really getting more and more annoying, and Nick Fury looked at Alan's face and thought. Of course, sister, I tell you, this old guy is broken, don't look at him now, but he is actually over 100 years old, a proper old monster. By Skyla Alan whispering, seeing Nick Fury, he could hear their conversation, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Then Alan rolled his eyes and quietly covered his mouth and said to Sky. Chapter 46, Nick Fury. Ah! Sky, who was obviously surprised when he heard Alan's words, couldn't help but exclaimed, then looked at Nick Fury without blinking, as if he wanted to see something. Alan, Parker. Nick Fury, who saw this scene, suddenly said with black lines. Ah! He can hear it, Ellen. Seeing Nick Fury's angry look, Sky would be a fool if he didn't realize that this bitter egg could hear their conversation. Sky, who reacted, walked to Alan and twisted directly at his waist. Unfortunately, he couldn't twist. This guy was so thick-skinned, he was really angry. "Hey, what? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to reveal your secret." Although there was an apology on his mouth, with Alan's owing expression, even Sky wanted to use it. "I slapped it up, but after realizing the difference between the two bodies, he gave up this plan, but after strengthening, he must beat the little guy." Sky raised his fist silently. "Let's talk, what do you want this time?" When I think of the strange things that Alan did before, Nick Fury can't help but feel a headache. Since a year ago, he secretly went to the door and wanted to recruit the Superman. The result was with his 3-inch tongue and personality charm, he succeeded in recruiting, but this NM recruited a demon king of the world. Whenever you cause something outside, let them wipe their buttocks. The key is that you have to say to fight crime. Forget it, the toilet in the house is blocked, the house is cleaned, the flowers and plants at the door need to be repaired, all come to him. What can he do? He can only let his agents go, although the matter is simple, but Alan himself is there. Right, if his identity is revealed, it will be a lot of trouble, so he has to look for his confidant to do these things. That's it. Basically, every wave of agents who go to Alan's house must go through several rounds of polygraph detection, which made the agents thought that aliens invaded the Earth. Although these things are small, they can't stop the people who come to him every other day. If there is nothing to do, just call him. Even if he falls asleep and sleeps well at night, this asterisk is also given to him. He called, saying that he was talking about life and the future, and the beautiful name said it was for the flowers of the motherland to grow vigorously and healthily. If he hung up the phone, if one day he did something that he shouldn't do, it's all about it. Is this trademark what people said? Nick Fury regretted more than once that he shouldn't have come to find such a thing. His leisure time, the Maldives, was all disrupted by him. "Hey, I haven't caused trouble recently, and the house is very clean. My mother didn't punish me. This time I just wanted to ask you to borrow a small toy," Alan said in a relaxed tone, directly indicating that he was still very recently well behaved. What toy? After all, it was two people who had spent a few pleasant nights together. The easier Alan talked, the lighter it would be, then the matter would be a bit big, Nick Fury asked hesitantly. The batch of 084 items banned when SHIELD was first established is a box containing an obelisk, Alan said directly. "How do you know this batch of items?" Although Nick Fury questioned his mouth, but his body was very honest, and he began to use his authority to find the batch of items. "You know, there is only a wrong name and no wrong nickname. Although I am still young, I am still an authentic Superman," Alan said proudly, puffing up his chest. "And next time you can leave these green stones here. Not all green stones are called kryptonite." After finishing speaking, Alan went on to say to Nick Fury. Since meeting for the first time, Nick Fury has always compared himself to Superman in the comics after knowing his name. In order to find the so-called kryptonite, Nick Fury can be said to have made the world glow green. Everything is basically the same as the same. Collect them all, and put them in the office if there is nothing to do. How come? I simply think this color is suitable for me. Have you heard of the constellations? Actually, I started to study them recently. Nick, who was pierced by Alan's careful thinking, said calmly without changing his face. Really? Actually, I also like to study constellations, right? Oh, no, hey, the title is not important. To be honest, I agree with what you just said. Green crystals are also called green ghosts in astrology. They can smooth out the irritable tempers of those who are easily impulsive and irritable. Even if others make you angry, you can easily forgive them. I see you all day long. With such a calm face, the temper is definitely not very good. You'd better make a necklace. It will be good when you wear it on your body. And I will tell you. As soon as I heard the halogen egg in front of me, he started to talk about the constellation. Sky became excited at once. www.readaloud.com. After all, which little girl was not obsessed with astrology when she was young, originally wanted to call the bitter egg opposite, but found that his face was getting darker and darker. After a while, Jaja skipped this topic wisely, and then excitedly said to the halogen egg, that excitement, it is not an exaggeration to say that they are each other's confidants. On the other side, when Nick Fury said that green is very suitable for him, Alan already had a stomachache with a smile in his heart. God, trademark is a color suitable for you. If I remember correctly, there should also be a green hat on this side. Gang, it turned out that the bitter guy said directly without changing his face. And the most amazing thing was a divine assist from my little sister. She walked up to Nick Fury to make up the knife with a quick walk, and then babbled that Alan was suffocated. The one who smoked was afraid that he couldn't help but laugh and interrupt the daily routine of the two of them. The other side was talking about Zhang He, a pair of Sky who met so late, and Nick Fury chatted that called a hi. Of course, this was all one-sided. Nick Fury was the blind fisheye all the time, but in Sky's eyes, it was like a confidant. Of course, this was also the place Sky didn't know they were in. It was not like the SHI. This person is even the director of SHIELD Bureau. Otherwise, I believe Sky would not dare to continue talking no matter how interested in this topic. Ding! After Nick Fury's computer made a ding sound, he finally returned his eyes to the computer in a relieved manner. However, after seeing the extremely dangerous sign displayed next to the item on the computer, Nick Fury he couldn't help but shrink his pupils, because seeing this thing he finally remembered why he was so familiar. Chapter 47, Obelisk. Immediately after World War II, when S.H.I.E.L.D's predecessor, the Strategic Science Corps defeated the military, Agent Carter took the lead and seized the obelisk from Whitehall. At that time, it was reported that Whitehall was conducting a large number of obelisk experiments. The results of the experiments were surprisingly consistent. As long as all the experimenters who touched the obelisk died, only a mass of ashes remained in place, and only a very small number of people could be immune to the petrification effect of the obelisk. However, for this issue, Agent Carter only checked the survivor held by Whitehall, and found that there was nothing abnormal, then released her, then sealed the obelisk in the box and stored it in the 084 warehouse. It is strictly prohibited for anyone to open it. Sky, who looked at Nick Fury's solemn expression, couldn't help but looked at him curiously, but it didn't matter, he was taken aback by himself, seeing the extremely dangerous description above with a red skull beside it. The prohibition signs and the dangerous remark descriptions cannot help but feel a panic of fear. Sky, who reacted, looked at Alan with an unspeakable complex, sad, and unbelievable expression. At this time, Sky seemed to say in his heart that you will murder me for any hatred or resentment. As for the remarks, the words of Survivor in, were completely filtered by her automatically. Although Nick Fury on the side did not have as many inner dramas of Sky, he was not as relaxed as before. He looked at him silently as if he was thinking about something. This thing he had taken over SHIELD a long time ago. I know, but he often does various experiments and even manipulates alien technology in the palm of his hand, but he has never dared or couldn't afford to take the risk to try this item. The only thing he knows about this item is that although the obelisk is extremely dangerous, Whitehall, one of the high-level Hydras, treats it like a holy thing, so he knows that Hydra is a group of lunatics. Circumstances. This kind of thing that Hydra regards as a sacred object is naturally also listed as extremely dangerous by him, so Nick Fury has kept him in the warehouse, preferring to let it eat ashes. To spend precious manpower to study it meaninglessly. Okay, I'm afraid of you, I will explain to you. The main reason why this thing turns people into grey is because it is a detection device, and it is a detection device for aliens. It is used to detect whether the tester is qualified or not worthy of the power of awakening. Looking at the complex and deep gazes of the two, Alan was afraid that if he didn't say anything, he would soon be replaced by the two brains. Head off, especially Sky. Aliens. Do you mean this thing is a device used by aliens to detect the awakened? After hearing Alan's explanation, Nick Fury suddenly understood why Whitehall was so crazy in the first place. After experimenting, even if he didn't know the news, he definitely had similar speculation or evidence, and in this way, the woman who survived must be extraordinary. So what you said to find me a sacrificial prop is this thing. Alan, I know that although I sometimes bully you, at any rate, I am also your sister. This thing is super dangerous at first sight. Killing so many people, you murdered me like this. If I die, Mame will definitely be sad, or let's go back. I suddenly felt that there was nothing good about superheroes. Sky on the side heard it. After Ellen's words, he immediately understood the purpose of this thing, but he didn't relax in his heart, but became even more nervous and afraid, and quickly said to Ellen. Alien, sacrificial, Ellen, do you know the truth behind this? Nick Fury next to him heard Sky's words, his brain turned quickly, as if he understood something, and said to Ellen. Although the alien stuff is very dangerous, the technology is well developed. Even if they only need to understand the working principle of a lower obelisk or its own origin, Nick Fury is sure to crack it, and then better using it. As for the sacrificial props Sky said, Nick Fury remembered it in his heart. Alan Parker seemed to know a lot about it, and Nick Fury thought to himself. Of course, the obelisk is an experimental creation of aliens. It is used to test whether the experimental product has the qualifications for awakening. Oh, yes, Uncle, if I remember correctly, you should be very familiar with this alien race. Regarding Nick Fury's question, Alan didn't hide the problem at all, and directly spoke it out. After all, this one was waiting for his creditor, and now he should be taken care of. Of course, for these words that Nick Fury refused, Alan said that he did not panic at all. He is a Superman who saves the world. Although there are few successful cases of shots www.readaloud.com, but last night in New York. The fire is a real record, and there will be more in the future. I am such a big identity to accompany you. If you are not satisfied with a small condition, then, the coercion and the lure of Alan is a complete defeat of Nick Fury's learning is incisive and vivid. Sometimes a big fist really works. Alan has used more than one personal experience to penetrate this sentence very thoroughly. Familiar with the Kree. In fact, the first thing Nick Fury thinks of is the Skuru. Because of his frequent contact, if you talk about familiar aliens, then the Skuru is definitely second to none. The first one, but the Skuru's news is definitely not known to many people on this planet. It is definitely only single digits. Nick Fury dared to pat his chest to pack a ticket. Alan in front of him is not among the number of these insiders. Then the only remaining race that appeared on the Earth and had a close relationship with them, the Kree, was obvious. Although I don't know how Alan knew about this, Nick Fury did not go too far. After all, although the scene where the Kree descended was not known to the public, it was like the end of the day for the major governments. A race that has the ability to sail across the stars and invade the planet is absolutely subverting these governments on the Earth. These years, the major countries have been living so peacefully and the technological development has grown like a blowout, all because of the original Kree fleet. The reason for coming to the Earth, and these news have a lot of records in the database of major governments. From the perspective of Alan's supervision, which is completely unobstructed like a Superman, these secrets are as transparent to Alan. Wanting to know is just a glance, so Nick Fury did not go too far. Careful investigation. Chapter 48, Ancient Secret. It's just that the countermeasures against Alan in my heart have risen to another level. Presumably after the meeting between the two, the scientific research team under Nick Fury will start to get busy again. Yes, the Cree people. At the beginning, the Cree people were fighting against other empires, so their available combat power became less and less. Eventually they sent several scientific research teams to the planets in the various star regions in the universe to try to find out what's on the planet. Life forms have undergone intensified experiments to achieve the possibility of providing backup for their own army and increasing their troops. As the closest race to the Cree, the people on Earth are obviously also targeted by the Cree. They came to the solar system in ancient times. Descended on this planet, conducted experiments on intelligent life on the Earth, and returned the successful superpowers to their tribes for observation. As a result, a group of human races with superpowers were produced, and the obelisk it was born because of this, and with continuous reproduction, in order to detect who has the potential to become superpowers, it was born. Alan began to tell the whole story perfectly, although there are some parts of Alan's own understanding. But the content is basically the same. So, for the intelligent beings who are not capable of becoming superpowers, the obelisk will actively erase them, because they believe that intelligent beings without the potential for superpowers are useless carbon-based lives. Hey, really? Cree's usual style. Although Alan didn't say it in the second half, Nick Fury guessed it. While talking, he couldn't help but recall the scene of the initial meeting with the Cree, recalling them. Suddenly, he couldn't help but said sarcastically, "That's right." Alan nodded and said after hearing Nick Fury add the following. "But, if it's like you said, they used the Earth as an experimental augmentation site, then why did they go again?" After hearing Alan's affirmation, Nick Fury did not have the kind of joy or pleasure that was affirmed in my heart. "I have a bigger question. If the Cree research is not successful, then Alan will definitely not come up to ask for this test crystal. If it is successful, then why should the Cree go instead of bringing it? Walking the experimental body, or directly conquering the Earth?" One by one, the questions slapped in Nick Fury's mind like waves, and he couldn't help but ask. Everything. Although they don't want to admit it, their experiment was successful, and it was perfect, but the perfection was regarded as a threat by the Cree people. The successful experiment has all kinds of superpowers, which are like disasters in their eyes. These superpowers have a variety of abilities, each of which is completely different, but most of them are very powerful. They are omnipotent in moving mountains, reclaiming the sea, flying, diving, and even creating things in the void. Even some superpowers possess the ability to destroy the world. In the face of this kind of power, the Carrie people panicked, and they began to be afraid, so they decided to destroy this power. Alan told stories about the purpose and process of the Carrie people's arrival on Earth in ancient times. It was told to the two of them as if they were telling a story. And Sky, who was next to him, was undoubtedly the most affected. From the beginning of fear and tension, to the end when Alan was depicting the scene of those superpowers using superpowers, the strong and exciting scenes automatically appeared in Sky. His mind filled up, thinking of the powerful abilities in the comics. At this moment Sky couldn't wait to run to the altar with the obelisk to awaken. As for the appearance of human genes, these were directly passed by Sky. After all, Alan's enlightenment on her before departure is still very useful, and she has the temptation of superhero status and powerful abilities. These are all trivial things, it's just a small change in psychology. Sky said he didn't panic at all, at least there are not most of the human genes in his body. They succeeded. Unlike Sky, who was excited and happy next to him, Nick Fury, who was standing in the overall situation, was able to realize for the first time how terrifying this force would be if it still existed, so it was the first time asked, but in fact, in his heart, he had some insights into this question. After all, Alan was able to bring the girl next to him to ask for the obelisk, so it means that the Earthlings must still have this Carrie gene. The existence of a group of superpowers. When I think of Alan saying that all these are things from ancient times, then after so many years of baptism, the sheer size of this ethnic group can be imagined, and at the same time I can't help but have a cold sweat in my heart. The feasibility began to surface in Nick Fury's mind again. No, the Carey people were driven out of the earth by the perfect test body they made by themselves. Although the inhuman race has an uncontrollable awakening ability, it is undeniable that their race is indeed very powerful, even if the movie version was castrated. The superpowers that are different from ordinary people are what people want, not to mention that there are many powerful superpowers. UU reading www.uuganshu.com absorbs vitality and lives forever, protected by a spiked shell. Foreseeing the future, unlimited quantum teleportation on a global scale, even as long as you touch or someone else touches your opponent, you can know your most critical future, etc. These powerful superpowers, if Alan reveals to Nick Hofer regarding Rui's words, he dared to invest all his power in the world to investigate the moment he knew it. Even Alan, who now possesses superhuman abilities, is extremely envious, not to mention them who are ordinary people. And what you need to know is that although Hydra is now attached to SHIELD, the SHIELD at this time is also the strongest time ever. It is a global world organization, and there are ubiquitous SHIELD agents in the crowd. All conceal the power of SHIELD. If they really have a clear goal, then there are really few forces that can stop it, of course, except for the country. Don't speak out, Alan directly added in his heart. No matter how powerful an organization is, it is impossible to directly follow a country's power, unless the leader's brain is wattless, or the other party is a small country with a population of not more than 1,000. After hearing Alan's words, Nick Fury, who had a bottom line in his heart, also suddenly had an idea. He was bound to win this race. At the same time, he looked at Alan and the girl next to him and his eyes suddenly became hot. Alan not only has powerful power, but also has mysterious and incomparable news channels that even he does not know. This kind of ancient missing intelligence, he does not believe that there are records of other countries or forces on the earth. Just kidding, he was still ape at that time. The tribal civilization has just begun, and even communication is still strenuous. As for the record? Haha, you might as well say that 2012 is the end of the world, the Earth disaster, the flash flood, the tsunami, and the alien invasion is a bit more realistic. Chapter 49, Internationally Renowned Double Standard. At the same time, the girl next to Alan is also the same. The ethnic group who can be so admired by Alan is even brought by herself, even if there is too much affection, but if the ability is not strong, Nick Fury will be 100 unbelieving, and it can be truly true. Observing the potential of this group will be of great help to the future plan. Although Nick Fury has not experienced the invasion of the Xetarians, the formation of the Avengers plan is not so urgent and a clear understanding and plan, but the general idea in his mind at the moment is roughly the same. If the team formed by the players is under the name of S.H.I.E.L.D., then S.H.I.E.L.D. will be unprecedentedly strong. The obelisk can be borrowed from you, but I want the intelligence of this superpower group, all you know. Nick Fury heard so much news that Alan had said, and after thinking about it for a while, he spoke to him. Alan said, "You're thinking about ass, I told you the information, the next moment you can't even copy other people's hometown." Hearing Nick Fury's words, Alan first had a question mark on his face, indicating how this guy did it. It's so shameless to say this kind of arrogant words, just to lend myself so much news. The heart of this bitten black egg is really getting darker. Compared with him, Alan couldn't help but sigh for his innocence, and then he replied directly and unceremoniously. If this NM tells Nick Fury where the Inhumans is, I am afraid that the Avengers will be formed the next day. Given that there is no Iron Man and the Hulk does not know where to hide, this organization estimates that at that time, only the two little black widows of Alan and Nick, Natasha and Hawkeye, and the two fighting five scum, and the target of revenge was the Inhumans who destroyed the headquarters of SHIELD. That's right, if Nick Fury rushes to encircle people, Alan has already thought about the end of SHIELD. Throughout the TV series, there are only so few people who appear in the alien races, but in fact, how can it be so few? It is the regular Terrigan mutant alien race that the number of people is properly able to be hundreds of people is not a problem, plus Gordon's blind man who can transport the race back and forth without restrictions around the world, this number is still less. It's just that most Inhumans awakened are content with the status quo, and don't want to be discovered by human beings of their own differences and specialties, so they choose to hide. This is just like the mutants of other universes. As long as they reveal it, they will wait to be chased by global careerists, right? Ahem, I think you may have a bit misunderstood our organization. We are an international organization established by the World Council of the world's top 5 standing committees. Regardless of whether it is law or respect for citizens' human rights, SHIELD does not probably ignore it, so it's absolutely impossible for you to ransack the house in S.H.I.E.L.D. Hearing Alan's words, Nick Fury couldn't help but feel embarrassed, then coughed a few times, adjusted his state, and then serious. Said to Alan with that incomparable official dialogue. Oh. Really? Then I want to ask, what do you mean by the list? I think it must not be the list of social welfare subsidies, and the ones registered on it will definitely not be the social subsistence or the subsistence allowances. Disabled and poor people, I didn't know that SHIELD is responsible for so many areas, even Bali. Alan directly pointed out a list of superpowered persons in the high-level confidential documents of SHIELD. At this time, I was still trying to prevaricate myself. How could this kind of thing happen? Alan, who has always been good at convincing people with reason, immediately showed evidence. This is confidential. After hearing Alan say this kind of thing, Nick Fury, who had nothing to say, said to Alan in a deep voice after being silent for a while. Hey! It's a yin and yang person, the old double standard. Hearing that he had obviously pierced those dark little things, and had to forcefully defend Nick Fury as a confidential Nick Fury, Alan couldn't help but vomit directly. But this sentence is spoken in Chinese, because this sentence in English does not make it feel as if it is spoken in Chinese. Although Nick Fury on the other side can also speak Chinese, he knows what Ellen said if the words are split word by word, but he can't help but feel confused when they are connected, but if they don't understand, he will treat them as swear words. It's right, and it's matched with Alan's stubborn expression. Even if someone says it's not a swear word, Nick Fury will probably compare the gun to that person's forehead on the spot, asking why he betrayed himself. If you don't disclose any information or give anything, then even if I am the director of SHIELD and classify this as extremely dangerous 084 band object, I can't give it to you. I can't act like a director. I will explain over there, said Nick Fury, who directly ignored Alan's obvious kind greetings words. How could it be possible that I didn't give you any news? Look, before I came back, did you know nothing about this thing? Your eyes were blackened, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com didn't even dare to open it, and now it is I have not only told you about the origin of the obelisk, but also the background story and even its use. If you have any plans similar to Captain America's super soldiers, then, this it's ready-made, and it may even be stronger than Captain America. After Alan heard Nick Freiner's irresponsible words, he jumped up and said anxiously, saying that the information he revealed was very useful. But the premise is to use a large number of subjects to do the experiment, right? First, use the obelisk to kill a large number of normal people, and then filter out the few so-called qualified people from the huge numerical difference. The awakened people, and don't know whether their awakening ability can control these factors. These factors are too uncontrollable. The Carey people have a reason to end this experiment. Nick Fury directly asked mockingly. Although it is justified, and it also shows the correctness of the Kree closure experiment, but what can be said from the mouth of a special agent, it is better to just listen to it, don't take your brain to remember, what is said now. Filled with righteous indignation, after Alan finished this time, he still didn't know how much manpower he would put in to study the obelisk. Hee, yin and yang. After hearing Nick Fury's mouth full of running the train, Alan said with a smile without a smile. Alan Parker, I warn you, there are some things you can't say nonsense. Although the tone is very tough and angry, but at this time Nick's attitude matches this sentence, but no one can see the smell of anger, but similar to the feeling of quarreling between friends. Even Sky, who was watching the show, said that he could see this. P.S. Thank you 2424 Nyunia for rewarding 1000 starting coins. Chapter 50, Blackheart Preserved Eggs. Well, let me take a step back. On the premise of not violating my principles, I can agree to one of your conditions depending on the situation. How about? If you disagree, then I will find someone else and believe that some people are willing to agree with you. I'm cooperating. Alan stepped back immediately after hearing Nick Fury's words. Although it is only a condition that does not violate the principle and is innocent, Alan's identity and strength are there after all. It is no exaggeration to say that a simple ear is a condition for others, even if it is Alan who helps. A little busyness can play a decisive role, but the key is to see how the parties make use of it. The deal, you will see the obelisk soon. After hearing the conditions promised by Alan, Nick Fury immediately agreed. Although the news of the superhero family was not received, he had Alan's promise. That is no less than the former's help. The current Alan's deterrence is like an accurate and controllable humanoid self-propelled nuclear bomb, and after so much, the previous excessive conditions were issued, that is, for 1 point, and the price is too high. It's just sitting on the ground to pay back the money. The bargaining trick was learned when I was young, when I was on a mission in the East, and since the day I learned it, it has been tried repeatedly. Are you so sure that she can awaken superpowers? After the topic was finished, the rest was naturally leisurely conversation. In order to learn more information, Nick Friolo asked curiously. Of course, I can observe. After hearing Nick Fury's words, Alan could only get to the other side. He couldn't say that he had opened his eyes, could predict the future, and clearly know Sky's identity and awakening ability, so for the sake of science, I can only look into the cells that can be observed with the naked eye. However, Alan just wanted to talk, but suddenly stopped. Good fellow, this old yin and yang man, is babbling his own words. If this NM says that he can observe everyone's DNA genetic sequence is determined. When the old guy estimates that he will walk on his front foot, he will have to get a genetic tester on his back foot for a global inspection, and then he will have an obelisk in his hand. If he counts this way, he is overcoming some difficulties. At that time, it was not a problem for them to form an army of superpowers. This old coin, when Alan thought of this, the eyes that all looked at Nick Fury were not good, even the words of an innocent and cute child. Alan wanted to fiercely use his laser eyes on Nick Fury at this moment. Rui poked 2 holes in her body. What's the matter? What can you see? After seeing Alan suddenly stop the important words, Nick Fury knew that the little fox guessed his intentions, but he still played with him calmly. The computer pretended to be indifferent and said, "Hee, you can see the dirty and rotten hearts of some black-hearted preserved eggs, who are over 100 years old, and have to deceive the innocent and kind-hearted children who are only a few years old. How can he be so brazen and ignorant of himself? Conscience deceives children," Alan said, looking at Nick Fury, who was still pretending to be stupid, with a heartbroken expression. Maybe because of... Before Nick Fury could finish speaking, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." After Nick Fury's deep voice, a team of elite armed agents outside the door covered a man carrying a suitcase and entered the office. "Director, this is the item you want, please sign for it." After the team leader put the item on the table, he handed over the handover list to Nick Fury and said, "Well, okay, you can go down first." After signing the handover form, Nick Fury handed the form to the team leader and ordered, "Acting resolutely and resolutely without delay." This is Alan's most profound influence on the agents. From entering to exiting, he acted in an orderly manner without any meticulous actions. I have to admit that at this time, Alan is also a little envious of the bitter egg in front of him. Although SHIELD has been infiltrated, it can even be renamed Snake Shield, but it can't stop others from being the director. As long as Hydra is not exposed for a moment, he has countless elite agents to provide him at any time and anywhere. This life is simply beautiful when used by dispatch. Alan couldn't help but remember that Nick Fury sent his house to clean the toilet before. Watering flowers and weeding are simply those agents who can be called almighty in life. If this is to go to school by myself in the future, if the teacher assigns homework, they will definitely be used for those homework, and everything is done by others. This is the correct way to use the agent. I really want a group of such subordinates. Alan is extremely envious. Thinking about it. Remember your promise, A&D. I will keep staring at you. www.readaloud.com. Nick Fury stood up, picked up the box on the table, walked up to Alan, and put his blindfold on. After opening it, revealing cataract-like eyes with scary scars, he said solemnly to Alan. Thank you, but I suggest you better take a break occasionally, otherwise your eyes should be dry. Seeing Nick Fury walking up to him and speaking so solemnly, Alan blinked his eyes a few times. Said his own suggestion in a friendly manner. After all, even if Sun Wukong was holding 2 watermelon knives and chopped a few streets at Nantianmen, it would be in the blink of an eye. If the black marinated egg doesn't blink, Alan is really afraid that he will have one eye left at that time. I'm blind, where can I find such a good tool? Okay, please open the window for me. I'm leaving. Of course, if you are not satisfied with this window and want to rebuild it, I am also happy to help. Ignore it and look at myself with a dull look. Nick Fury, after receiving the suitcase, Alan said with a smile on his face. Hearing that Alan not only stunned himself, but also wanted to break the window, Nick Fury suddenly walked to the seat with a dark face and turned on the window switch, and then watched the two put on the set that he had to put on. Heartbeat drooling nano vibrating jersey. This is a good thing. Because of Wakanda's strict control of vibrating, Shilun has such a full set of vibrating jerseys. If it weren't for the fight, Nick Fury would want to Alan on the spot. Sir, is this really good? Maria Hill walked out of the cubicle, walked behind Nick Fury, looked out the window like him, and said. Chapter 51, Superman. What's wrong? It's always just a dead thing marked as extremely dangerous in our hands, and now, we know its origin, and even its purpose, and not only that, but also made friends with a strong man, he not for it. Nick Fury, who looked out the window and didn't know what he was thinking, only said slowly after hearing the voice of Hill behind him. He knows what his subordinate thinks, but what Alan doesn't know is that he himself is already marked as extremely dangerous by S.H.I.E.L.D. And now I'm going to add the extremely dangerous 084 that was specifically noted by Agent Carter. Oh no, it should be possible to remove the 084 mark now, but that is also extremely dangerous items, extremely dangerous people and extremely dangerous items. Both adding is definitely not a simple 1+1 math problem that can be calculated, not to mention that Alan is extremely familiar with this item. If this matter is really known to the people on the board, Nick Fury will probably have a headache for a long time. If one day Nick Fury has a brain tumor, then arguing with the people on the board is definitely the most critical pathogenic factor. But some things can't be calculated in such a simple way. The adult world is by no means the good and bad people in the eyes of children. Righteous and evil can be distinguished simply. On the contrary, it is an extremely complicated one. Just one action, one sentence, can lead to various chain reactions. This is especially true in the world of agents. For this subordinate, Nick Fury is actually very satisfied, but unfortunately he is too calm and rigid. If he only admits death, it is enough for a commander, but if he wants to be the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., it is completely not enough, but you can continue to cultivate. So Nick Fury's attitude towards Hill is also very good. As for the trust issue, the last person he trusted almost caused him to die, so trust is impossible. Even if Captain America is alive, it is impossible. By the way, don't you like Superman? Why didn't you just come out and ask that kid for an autograph? If I remember correctly, you have a complete set of Superman comics in your house. After seeing Hill did not respond, Nick did not continue preaching. After all, she is such a person, but Nick then provoked the topic and said with interest. He is still far from reaching the Superman in my mind, and maybe one day in the future, but he is just a kid with superhuman abilities. Hearing Nick fur after Rui's words, Hill just smiled perfunctorily, then said with a sigh, looking in the direction Alan had left, but the look in his eyes was extremely complicated. Hey! I'm still too proud. I should learn from me. When I'm fine, I will accompany the children to play with the house and have a different life experience. It's actually very interesting, and it's also great for you. Help! Nick Fury, who raised his arms and stretched out a comfortable cry, said in a relaxed mood. Talking to people, talking nonsense to people, completely substituting yourself into the role-thinking mode that the target person has a good impression on is easy for a top agent, but you must learn to enjoy the fun and immersion brought by playing different roles. Going in is also an extremely difficult thing. At least Nick Fury knows absolutely not many people, and he happens to be one of them. Ellen, where are we going now? The two siblings, who were a little different in size, suddenly stopped and hovered high in the air. Sky couldn't help but ask. I'm going to ask you about this. My sister opened the suitcase in your hand, and the terminal station is waiting for you there. Alan stopped and said to Sky. The reason why he left SHIELD and opened it is because Alan felt that there was enough news about Nick Fury's black marinated egg today. If it continues, who knows what he can guess. Even the nonsense of his own words can inexplicably rely on the correct answer, which cannot help but make Alan have the urgency to leave the place of the black braised egg. The spy chief who peeped into your little secrets, no one would want to stay. Hey, Ellen, this is sealed, or you can open it. Skyburn, who heard Alan's words, wanted to open the box, but after watching for a long time, he found that the entire box was completely welded to death. Up! Sister, you have to remember that you are wearing a vibrating jersey, not a plush pajamas, and opening a metal safety suitcase. These are all easy things. You can try to imagine sticking out your fingers. Claw www.readaloud.com and that's it. As for the nanotechnology on the vibrating suit, Alan can be said to have the most say, because the degree of plasticity of nano is extremely high, so it is just like Terminator 3. Like the Terminator TX in the movie, to a large extent nano-vibration gold can be microcontrolled according to the user's thoughts. This means that the nano battle suits of the Allen family or Wakanda nationwide are equivalent to the possessed Terminator TX. When this technology was first developed, it shocked the little girl Surui. It was so cool. Hey? Really? Wow, really? Hey, Ellen, you are so amazing. After hearing what Ellen said, Sky replied a little bit dumb, and then tried to follow Ellen's idea, but with both hands. His nails really grew sharp and sharp claws, dang, even happily preached Alan. Hiss. Due to the poor control of the intensity, after the two people suffered a few minutes of painful spike noise, the suitcase was finally opened, and the obelisk resembling a reduced version of the pyramid building was lying there. The high-tech products of the Kree people, which have been in dust for decades, are finally real again. Ellen, although I don't want to question you, is this little thing really useful? As he said, Sky poked with his vibrating nail. Nonsense, this is just an extraterrestrial toy from 1,000 years ago. How could it be useful if you are separated by a layer of metal? You have to remove the vibrato from your hand first. Only the body can detect it. Alan rolled his eyes silently. Then said, Hey? I thought the alien technology is very advanced. Hearing Alan's complaints, Sky said a little aggrieved. After all, I have seen a lot of science fiction and superhero movies. The imagination of extraterrestrial high-tech is not an exaggeration. Chapter 52, Cree Temple. However, Sky still used his mind to fade the vibrating from the palms of both hands. To be honest, she started to like this gadget. The extension and contraction are all within a single thought. You can do it whatever you want. I love it. Ellen, I really touched it. The hands that lost the protection of the vibranium were exposed to the air, and the reality of reality came back. It was like a person with his clothes stripped standing on the street, lost in order to protect and become the BT in people's eyes. Unlike the former, Sky now feels even stronger than this. The subconscious fear of alien technology and the joy and excitement of the upcoming superpower are two complex emotions that interact with each other. Intertwined, causing the current Sky to say in a slightly trembling voice. Go, sister, it's okay, believe me, you are the superhero of the future, and the first superheroine with superpowers. Feeling the panic in Sky's heart, Alan said comfortingly. I feel it, Alan, I feel it. At the moment when he closed his eyes and touched it, Sky felt terrified that he had lost consciousness, but then he felt that there was no such thing as worrying about him. After the question, he opened his eyes and looked at the glittering obelisk with golden lines. Sky felt a genetic resonance. The obelisk or a voice in his body began to tell her that where he was about to reach. An unprecedented sense of clarity was clearly realized in Sky's brain, and he began to say excitedly. She can already clearly perceive the abilities contained in her body, although it is still very weak, but the perception from the depths of her genes and soul will never deceive her. Over there, Ellen, fly over there, in this direction. Sky pointed to the direction ahead and said firmly to Alan. Although separated by hundreds of kilometers, Sky was quite sure that he was there. The place where a group of people want to reach. Okay, then hold me tight, the Alan is about to fly at full speed now. Hearing that the navigation is finally online, Alan said with great interest, and then started flying out at full speed. 10 minutes later. San Juan, Puerto Rico, USA, although it is also a U.S. territory, the distance between New York and the two is more than 2,000 kilometers. It is not only an important maritime transportation hub between the Atlantic and the Caribbean, but also the best winter. A place to travel. Hey! It's been a long time since I started flying at such full strength. It's so cool. Alan landed on the ground and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief and said happily. Maintaining order in New York for a long time is also a very tedious thing. Occasionally, leisure time after work is the best way to cultivate sentiment. For example, traveling to the island like this is now. Although Alan had this idea before, but still rarely go out, basically wandering around on 1/3 of 1 acre of land. It's down here, Ellen. Sky, who came down from Ellen, was equally happy and said to Ellen excitedly. Okay, let's go down now. Since Sky was so excited and didn't want to delay for a moment, then Alan, as a good brother, naturally didn't want to sweep away his sister's happiness, so he nodded and said. The rest, let the old lady lead the way, after all, this is your home court. With the help of the perspective ability of supervision, the two quickly went down to the underground passage, so Alan said to Sky, after all, I have been ostentatious all the way, as a qualified little brother, how can I miss the time when I finally let my old sister show his ability, so Alan said to Sky. Then I'll do it. Sky accepted Alan's humility with ease, and said happily. Under the guidance of the soul induction on the mysterious side of Sky, the two quickly reached the final location, the Cree Temple altar, or the Alien Awakening Room. Sister, I can't accompany you in with the rest. I don't want to see my stone statue when you have finished awakening. Along the way, Alan basically talked about everything he could think of about strangeness. All the precautions for the human awakening were told to Sky, so Sky still knew about Alan's talk. Thank you, brother. For everything Alan did to himself, from the beginning to the present, Sky remembered everything. Before that, when he was young, he looked at every child every time after school. There were all family members picking up, and Sky was extremely envious when she laughed and laughed. The love between relatives was the longing she dreamed of, and although this love came a bit late, it was still very satisfying. Sky slowly he knelt down and hugged Alan and said moved. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. It's okay, old sister, it's all a family. I can expect that all of our family's superheroes will go out to save the world, when we collectively expose our identities, and then look at the shocked eyes of the journalists and the masses. It must feel very good. Alan said with a little abacus in his heart. This is like developing a game, turning all the people around him into full-level heroes and then saving the world. It feels like a joy. Puff, a nice cozy scene of sister and brother, you have to make it into a daily soap opera. The memorial and warm moments of a good loved one before making a major decision, this little slicker had to make it very everyday, and then got mixed up. Sky couldn't help but laughed, blanked Alan, then nodded his forehead and said. It's just a simple awakening scene. I don't think there will be a few minutes in the whole process. I don't think I need to be so sad, and I am not going to the execution ground. Alan is really speechless for the emotional creatures like women. At most it's a process similar to injections and medicines, but it is so sad that it has to be rendered. Oh, old sister, you are going quickly, take back your vibrating jersey, and then remember to place the obelisk on the stone pillar in the middle and you don't need any extra movements. Calm down, be calm. Then Ai Lun pushed Sky, who was looking at him with a grievance, into the stone room, and then retreated and spoke loudly to Sky inside. Okay. Hey, okay, Sky is up to you now. Come on, not let down the expectations of the family, but even more. After entering the stone room, Sky first followed Alan's instructions and set the battle clothes. After taking it back and replying to Alan by the way, the whole person couldn't help becoming nervous, and couldn't help but mutter, cheering for himself. Chapter 53, Sky Awakens. Sky, who was holding the obelisk in his hand, walked slowly to the stone pillar. Before Sky put the obelisk in his hand, the obelisk in Sky's hand began to shake and the whole began to glow gold. The light of the lines, as Sky let go, the obelisk seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, slowly flying to the stone pillar, and finally falling on it. Then there was the vibrating sound of the stone gate slowly closing, and Sky looked at the stone gate that was gradually closing. Even if he had been mentally prepared, at this moment, his heartbeat accelerated and became tense. As the stone gate was completely closed, the obelisk sitting above the stone pillar began to open the box, and the tarragon crystal inside was completely exposed, and then slowly grew outward, and then the light became brighter and brighter. Getting brighter and gradually appeared dazzling, a strong airflow gushes out all around. The first to bear the brunt is Sky, but maybe because of his better figure, Sky has a smaller stress surface. He didn't get swept far by the airflow, but stopped after a few steps backwards, and then looked at the crystal in front of him a little unexpectedly. It seemed that it was accidental why the scene that she originally imagined did not come. Then Sky looked at her hands and checked her whole body, and then she couldn't help but feel disappointed, because she didn't feel that Alan said in her body. When Sky sighed and wanted to leave, suddenly, she found that her hands had begun to scab, and a layer of black scab-like substance began to surface on her arms, and then began extend to the whole body. Excited, this was the first thought in Sky's heart, because just now she couldn't help but betrayed her as her brother. She was just a normal human girl, and she couldn't help but feel frustrated and disappointed in her heart. But now I didn't expect God to take care of her in the end. The superhero, the ability to save people finally chose to give her. Gradually, Sky was covered with black material and turned into a statue. In this scene, Alan, who was outside the door, also clearly saw his eyes. He couldn't help but smile like an old father on his face. The cultivated cabbage will finally begin to stand alone. Of course, if anyone dares to go to the arch, Alan will make him deeply feel what is called Superman's anger. Even if he goes to hell, Alan will rush down and pull him up. Maybe Alan is not in many places in this world. Dare to go, but it definitely doesn't include Alan who grew up and Dacheo who grew up. 1 minute later. Kaka. With the sound of the hard object slowly falling, Alan knew that the shockwave girl was about to be born. The strong shock wave of boom followed the shedding of the black material on Sky's body and spewed out like a tide, and hit the surroundings. For a while, the entire island began to vibrate. The strong shock made every inhabitant on the island unable to help. I was moved by a panic. After all, such a strong earthquake is rare on this island. After the black matter dispersed, Sky's body could not help but hover in the air for a short time. At this moment, Sky was like the goddess of war in mythology. If there are natives around him, I believe that Sky is regarded as a god. What's more, and, as Alan said, Scar is really capable of flying and shaking. As long as it is used properly, flying is not a dream. Just like him, Superman's flight actually depends on the change and application of the biomagnetic field. If this is not the case, then the Superman that everyone sees is probably similar to the Hulk with super bounce ability. At this time, after Sky opened her eyes, she also began to fall to the ground, very smooth, just like the instinctive reaction of her body. After landing, Sky looked at her hands in surprise. When she turned into a statue, she was already able to clearly perceive her ability to awaken, and when the fragments fell just now, she broke into a cocoon. Butterfly, rebirth from the ashes, this is the most appropriate adjective she can think of at this moment. At this time, she felt extremely joyful, and the awakening of her ability had unprecedented changes in her whole person from the inside to the outside. With the shock waves that just unconsciously dispersed, Sky could feel the strength of that power, and the most important thing is that that power is emitted from her body, which means that she is the master of this power. Sister, how is it? It feels good, right? After Sky's awakening, Shimon began to return to the appearance of the opening of the passage at the beginning. Alan observed that the shock waves sent by Sky did not affect the island. After some great influence, he retracted his gaze, walked into Shimon, and said to the old sister, "I swear, I have never felt as good as I do now." Sky, who tried to clench his fists and felt the strength in his body, said excitedly after hearing Alan's words, "Sister, do you want to try your abilities?" Seeing Sky's excitement, Alan couldn't help being happy for her, and then suddenly said, "How do you say Sky's ability?" Simply put, it is to release shock waves. It is very simple but extremely powerful. From a large-scale perspective, it is a big killer. www.readaloud.com can create high-intensity earthquakes, if it is a war period. Those secret bases built underground, all collapsed in front of Sky with only one shock, and she was able to absorb the shock waves brought by the earthquake to strengthen herself. On the other hand, it is stronger in terms of individual lethality. As long as the frequency is right, everything can be killed in seconds. This is the same as an audio experiment in reality. Only by finding the right frequency, an ordinary person can get a glass in the air. It's broken, but the latter is only a theoretical thing. No enemy will stand stupidly on the spot and let you find the frequency to kill him. However, this does not deny Sky's power, so Alan has the heart to ask Sky to find out and contact, and then go back to New York and let her, a superhero beloved by all the people, lead her. It is very easy and very easy. Simple debut. When the time comes, the civilian goddess will be adding another one. Really? Here. After hearing Alan's words, Sky's eyes lighted, and the excitement of just getting superpowers and wanting to find a place to experiment to vent the feeling is like the taste of the marrow after the first time. It feels the same. Even stronger, and now there are people assisting with assists, which is perfect, but Sky still subconsciously asked for safety. After all, the two of them are underground now, if this is to collapse this I always feel bad. Of course not, unless you have a grudge against this small island and want to collapse it, or, you want to experience the feeling of the Demon King, hey. Okay, old sister, I think it's a mess. Would you like to try it? Alan first made no decision, but then I felt that Sky's words would be fine, and Alan, who felt like a mess, said to Sky meanly. After all, the title of the Demon King Empress Shockwave, looks pretty good. Chapter 54, Trouble That Can End Number 039, To Be Controlled. Then I'm a villain. What about you, a superhero? Lead the team to fight the boss. When he saw Alan's scumbag, Sky knew that he must have no good thoughts. He couldn't help but rolled his eyes at Alan, then walked forward and said Rua, holding Alan's hair. I don't know what's going on when I touched Ellen's smooth hair. Ellen's hair is just like a hedgehog. I still feel very comfortable after touching everything, but if it goes against it, it's a small steel nail. It feels soft and hard. Sometimes Sky is really curious about what Alan's hair is made of and how it possesses these two qualities at the same time, but after 2 years of getting along, it's no surprise. After all, the eyes can shoot lasers, and it seems that harder hair is no big deal. Hey, you are my elder sister. No one can brush you. Let's go first. I will find a good place for you to practice. Alan, who thought carefully about being broken by Sky, couldn't help but smiled embarrassingly. Then he changed the subject and said, if you keep talking, you will be bombarded again. Sister, hold me tight, let's fly out directly. After the two changed into their battle clothes, Alan took Sky and flew directly toward the entrance of the cave. At this time, the other side of the earth. A person who did not seem to have eyes, no, not even eye sockets, took a book and walked into a study room. Just as he wanted to put down the books in his hand and go out, the box on the table began to emit dazzling light. Golden light. Realizing the important thing, he threw the book in his hand on the table, and then stepped forward to open the luminous box. There was another obelisk inside, and the blind man did not hesitate at all. He picked up the obelisk directly, and didn't seem to care about the useless obliteration mechanism attached to it, and the fact is the same. The blind person picked up the obelisk in the box and looked at it in his hand. Hello. Have you seen it? A newcomer has appeared again. The blind man took out the phone in his pocket and said to the other end of the phone. Obviously they have more than one thing like an obelisk. Quantity. Tell others, I'm coming. The blind man said in a deep voice to the other end of the phone and then hung up the phone directly. Sister, are you constipated? What are you doing without moving? At this moment, Alan was on a deserted island, quietly watching the beach with his hands facing the sea with a constipated expression as if thinking. If he wanted to pull out something like Sky, he couldn't help but kindly care. Shut up, Ellen, do you think I am a beast like you? I have just awakened superpowers, and I won't know how to use them for a while. Sky, who suddenly awakened superpowers but couldn't control it after hearing Alan's words, Sky, who was already depressed, couldn't help turning his head and immediately replied. As a result, an anger erupted, and the shock wave rushed out of Sky's hands and swayed towards the sea. The picture suddenly looked like a fish in a pond, and the shock wave shot by the shock wave engulfed the agitated water spray flying all over the sky. Until a few seconds later, it fell like rain, and 1 or 2 fish with splashes fell on Sky's head from the sky at a very tricky angle. Puff! Ha ha ha, old sister, if you are angry, the fish will have no grievances with you. Why take them out of your anger? Some of them are just babies. Alan looked at the fish that had attacked Sky for 2 days. One flew out because of the ejection, and the other was just stuck on the neckline of Sky's clothes. It was motionless. You should know that after they found this place and landed, they didn't wear a battle suit for convenience. Naturally. There was no protection, so Sky was not only drenched in soup, but also decorated with a dead fish. On the other hand, he looked at the water on the surface of some fish that were not the size of his thumb. Lying quietly with the sea still beating, Alan laughed stupidly. You, hey! Hearing that Alan not only didn't help but also taunted the hatred next to him, Sky wanted to speak in angrily, but still didn't say it, just stomped and snorted coldly, then turned his head towards the sea. The school of fish caught in the stun effect of the skill swam past. Sister, what are you doing? After a while, Alan looked at Sky, who was holding a lot of fishes thicker than his own arm next to him, and asked inexplicably. Tonight's fish feast, you, responsible for it, otherwise I will tell Peter the truth about the so-called haunting. Sky held the fish and looked at Alan blankly. As for the smell of fish on his body, he didn't care at all. At this moment, the love of beauty is just a little taste for revenge, and it can be tolerated, but now there is still the behind the scenes in front of him who is at large. After staring for a while, Skolin said coldly. Sister, child abuse is illegal, not www.readaloud.com, I mean except voluntarily. Shouldn't it be right to help my old sister with things? If it doesn't help, it's still human. Well. Originally, Alan wanted to struggle to defend himself. After all, it was really not the younger brother who stood there on purpose and didn't understand that he wanted to move a small bench and eat melons to watch the show, but he looked more and more dangerous in Sky's eyes. In the end, Alan finally succumbed and had to nod his head to compromise the extremely unequal treaty. After returning home in Mayheben that night, they found that the dinner was all fish, and there were various ways of doing it, such as braised, sweet and sour, fried and roasted, and the family was surprised to find that it was because of keeping in shape. Sky, who controlled his appetite, started to nibble on a fish that night, eating especially vigorously. Seeing this scene in Alan's eyes, it was a secretly smacking, a creature of a woman, her mind is really small, especially for this adolescent girl, her revenge is really strong. By the way, Dad, Mom, Sister, Sky has superpowers. When I came back in the afternoon, after the exchanges between the siblings, I finally decided to let Alan say it during the meal. After all, if Genes K said that if he had alien genes, it would be a big hurdle in Sky's heart, not to mention whether his parents would accept it or not, but this kind of thing must not be kept for long, so Alan said that Sky was awakened. Superpower is fine, after all, so far, superpower is not that incredible in their family's worldview. Really? Sister, what is your ability to awaken? Before Mame and the others could speak, Peter stood up and looked at Sky excitedly while eating silently. Peter, don't be surprised, what should I do if I scare my sister? Seeing Peter's bluffing, Ben immediately frowned and reprimanded. Chapter 55, Trouble. What's the matter? Sky, are you okay? Mame rolled her eyes to the two men next to her, then put down her chopsticks and walked to Sky's side, silently sitting on Alan's stool, and opened it up. Confessed to him, and then asked Sky with concern. Young children don't have human rights. Ellen, who was pushed by Madame May, murmured sadly while holding his bowl, then walked to the seat between Ben, Dad and Peter, and sat down. It's okay. Mame, I'm fine, but I feel a little special. Sky said with a smile, looking at Mame's concern. If you feel uncomfortable, you must tell us. Although your dad and I are ordinary people, at least they have decades of experience more than you. I can advise you no matter what, and don't forget. We are all your family members. May, who is also a woman, knew at a glance what Sky must have hidden, but May didn't pursue it. After all, she just had to make sure that her daughter was fine. After hearing May's words, Sky only felt a warmth in his heart. Even the restlessness in his body seemed to calm down, and the whole person couldn't help but nodded heavily. Sister, elder sister, and me, I love you too, but can we first tell you what superpowers you have now? Peter on the side could not help but raise his hands and interjected excitedly when he saw the two of them talking. Actually, I don't know much. I only know that I can release vibrations like vibration waves or sound waves, and then create earthquakes or blows. Sky, who doesn't know much about his abilities, even more. Needless to say, the description, I can only say as if there is something like nothing. Wow, cool, is it a force similar to the Jedi Knight? Hearing Sky's words, as a sci-fi boy who was influenced by various sci-fi movies since childhood, he immediately thought of the hot Star Wars movies. When Yi thought of Sky's ability, he couldn't help but said in surprise. The Force. It seems a bit like it, but it's not. What I release should be vibration waves, not thought power. Hearing Peter's words, Sky felt like there was something in his mind, just thinking when he wanted to catch it, he flashed away again, and had to mutter in thought. Then the family ate with laughter and laughter under Peter's sudden enthusiasm. After all, it is rare for Peter to be so excited. After dinner, in order to help Sky master her abilities more quickly, it was no accident that Alan took Sky to a lake in the suburbs. There is one thing that is really good, that is, it is basically outside the suburbs of the United States. There are very few people on the site, and Liao is uninhabited. It is simply an excellent place for various secret experiments. Okay, old sister, have you played Warcraft? Yes, that's that Warcraft, orcs know it. That's it. So far we know one thing, that is, if you just look at your current situation, you are explosive. Skills, you can't let go if you don't have enough anger. It depends entirely on your intermittent emotional outbursts. Now, you need to calm down first, try to find that point calmly, then control it and release it. After a round of experimentation later, Alan tried to use simple and understandable language to guide Sky to let her try to control the power in the body. I think we should go back to watch more sci-fi movies or cartoons to find some inspiration, instead of being in a daze like a fool. The successive shock waves are all caused by emotional out of control. When Sky became lost, she was also extremely anxious. After all, an uncontrollable ability to cause a range of earthquakes at any time would likely harm her family. This was not what she wanted. It's hard to comfort myself to accept the new identity, isn't it, just to use this superpower to protect my family? If your family doesn't guard this, if you accidentally hurt them, then this ability is of no use, but this is also an angry word. After you understand your current state, if you can't control your ability well, she must dare not go back. Okay, old sister, first of all, I think we should all calm down first. You don't want to become a dynamite bucket in the future, just explode at one point. After feeling Sky's anxiety and irritation, Alan's voice calmed down. Comforted with Nyanyo's voice. Alan, what should I do now? I feel like 1,000 bees are stuck in my body now, and I can feel it anytime, anywhere. It never stops. I can't stop it. It seems to be released. It will cause a lot of damage, but you can't let it go. Well, it's like you said in the afternoon, constipation. Sky calmed down and began to talk about how he felt from awakening to the present, but he couldn't help but feel pretty in the end. Blushing, he muttered quietly. Even if Alan's age is very young, this topic is like a girl going to the hospital for hemorrhoids examination, and when it comes to the examination, she finds that the examining doctor is a man. It's as embarrassing to find that the examining doctor is a man. Problem, and Ellen is very ghostly, and sometimes knows more than her, so it's even more embarrassing, but in order to solve the problem, you have to say it, otherwise God knows if she will be caught when she wakes up the next morning. Buried in the ruins. Would you like to try Kaizero? Although Sky said quietly, Alan was quite clear. After realizing the seriousness of the problem, he couldn't help but cautiously suggest. Believe it or not, I beat you into Kaisalu. I was so miserable, this little kid is still so dead, Sky suddenly said to Alan with bad eyes. I don't believe it, you can't beat me. Alan, who has always been pragmatic, replied immediately. Haunted. You can't beat me if you are with Peter. Seeing Sky flipping out the old account again. Before she could speak, Alan said hard. Hey, if you don't help, you won't help, I'll do it myself. Looking at the dead Alan who is not getting oil and salt, Sky turned his head in anger and went to the experiment. And Ellen on the other side is also having a headache at this time. The key is that he doesn't know it. Before that, he thought that as long as Sky awakens, find an uninhabited island to let her vent. Who knows, according to what Sky said just now, this is not the case at all. Besides, when I watched TV series before, I only care about it. Who is watching these carefully, so now it leads to the lack of how Sky has the ability to control himself during his early awakening. Too much understanding, I only know that first through physical calm, freezing gun neurological palsy, in shield, and then there are a few small earthquakes from time to time. The shocking Collison and the others froze for a while, and finally had no choice but to do so. Place Sky in the secret hut originally used to isolate the Hulk. Chapter 56, Hard Work Pays Off. So I really don't blame Alan now, because he is also a bit dazed now. By the way, old sister, how about you try to think about things that make you angry and see how it works? Alan thought for a while, and said to Sky, who was experimenting with himself on the other side. Don't tell me, I know. It's as if Alan is a mark. Every time Alan speaks, Sky's shock wave will shoot towards the water surface, and the water surface will directly agitate the Sky. It's like throwing a bomb on the water. Obviously, the simplest one at present is the anger burst mode. As long as you get emotional, your body will naturally emit shock waves, similar to the human body's emergency self-rescue protection mechanism. Simply put, it is when you think the surrounding scenes or people make you uncomfortable or insecure, this ability will enter the state of energy storage or preparation. As long as the emotion is excited, it will automatically protect the master. Have you read mythological novels? Yes, it is the same as those spiritual artifacts. When the master is encountering danger, he will automatically protect him. After seeing Sky release his ability again as he expected, Alan walked to Sky and analyzed. Then how should I cancel this function now? After hearing Alan's analysis, although Sky didn't understand it very well, he still asked eagerly. Cancel? Why cancel? This is a very good feature. The problem now is that you can't control her well because you just awakened. Actually, sister, I think your current anxiety is completely no need, nothing else. As long as you are at home, it is impossible to encounter danger, or when you can feel insecure, as long as others are not interrogating you or forcing you, you will never have the opportunity to break out. It's just that the current problem is how to release you correctly. Through supervision, Alan looked into Sky's body, and the breath that resembled inner chi wandered through Sky's body, and it became stronger and stronger. But Sky couldn't control it well, which caused the chi to press on Sky's body more and more. However, the latter is impossible. Unless Sky holds back his superpowers for a few years, it is impossible to reach the level of broken bones and organ failure, and Sky also has a body strengthened by a heart-shaped grass. With the blessing of, the damage to the body caused by Sky's ability is basically very small compared to the original, except that Sky's stomach swells, like the feeling of a bee in the body. Unless she can fully control her abilities, it will be a bit difficult. Sister, the most critical problem now is that you said before that your body is like 1,000 bees held in it. In fact, it is your supernatural power or a powerful air current running around in your body. That's why you have this feeling. If you want to control them, you need to perceive them, try to touch them and control them. Alan said to Sky the pictures and thoughts he saw. Strong, air flow. Hearing Ellen's words, I don't know why Sky suddenly felt that he had caught something. By the way, the Force, that's it, the Force, I know how to do it. When Peter said the Force of the Jedi as early as dinner, Sky had a kind of similarity between the two. And I felt this way when I said it, but I couldn't grasp the similarities between the two, until just now, when Alan said the airflow. Sky finally found out. She is not unfamiliar with the Star Wars movies, and the Force is also well known. The Force is a supernatural and ubiquitous mysterious force. It is an energy field created by all creatures. Every creature has its own. The Jedi Knight discovered it and attributed it to his own use, and his own ability was a shock wave. Everyone and everything should have their own vibration, and he is just like a Jedi Knight because of certain circumstances. This kind of power, and now this power is in my own body, and what I need to do is to perceive, touch, and control as in the movie. Just do what he thinks. After thinking about this layer, Sky closed his eyes and slowly raised his hands, but this time the goal was to aim at the distant forest. At this moment, even though Sky closed her eyes tightly, there were ripples in her mind one after another. There were tiny creeping sounds like insects, a little louder like the sound of waves on the lake, and every tree like the ripples of breathing are generally different, and even the earth has ripples caused by vibrations. At this moment, she only feels that she is omnipotent. Within a few kilometers, she feels the ripples and vibrations of all things. All can be easily called, and magnify them. Suddenly, as Sky opened his eyes, he saw the forest in front of him. For a time, the forest rustled, birds and beasts screamed, and countless animals resting in the middle of the night or hunting silently began to scream because of the sudden earthquake. www.readaloud.com Fleeing in all directions, not finished yet. It seems that he wants to burst out the power of silence in the body at one time. Sky pointed his other hand at the lake at the same time, and in an instant, the lake was like boiling water. The constant agitation, the fish school began to churn up, and for a while, the silent forest suddenly fell like a disaster. The boiling water of the lake, the shaking of the earth, the roar of the fish, the screaming of the animals, the screaming of the birds, all scattered and fled. Director, there is a strong energy response in the area of 12,138.14138 in Suffolk County, New York. Although the preliminary monitoring results show that it is an earthquake, there has been no earthquake warning and seismic energy activity at this location before. P.S. Nonsense, please don't take me. Because Nick Fury gave a special account to Maria Hill and requested that all the recent abnormal incidents in New York should be reported to him, no matter how big or small, so even if she is home from work now, she is still after the people under her hand have reported to her. After putting on his own work clothes dutifully, he called Nick Fury and said, "Is it suspected to be the strong energy response of the earthquake? Where is Alan Parker now?" Nick Fury, in his pajamas, heard the analysis and data in the bureau after connecting to Hill's call. After thinking about it for a while, he raised his head and asked Alan where he was. At home 10 minutes ago, but according to the agent's observation, he should have taken his sister Sky, the woman who came to the headquarters today, to fly away, but the target direction is very likely to be in Suffolk County. Obviously. Hill, who did enough homework in advance, said immediately after hearing Nick Fury's question. After all, it was a female secretary who had stayed with Nick Fury for a few years, if he didn't even know the most basic things. Nick Fury has already substituted. Chapter 57, Go to School. A few days later, with the end of the new year, the reading career of the new semester finally began. After solving Sky's matter 2 days ago, Alan, who had no reason, was taken by Madam May to the Midtown Elementary School to complete the enrollment procedures. So early this morning, in Ellen's reluctance, she was still pulled out of the bed by May's mother. After a simple wash, he asked Peter to take Ellen with him. After breakfast, he waited for the school bus at the door. Arrival. Alan, you must get along well with your classmates when you arrive at school. The teacher must listen carefully. Don't cause trouble in school, don't bully your classmates, and don't use your abilities, you know. Because today is Peter and Alan starting school in the past, the family got up early, and now they are all standing at the door. Uncle Ben is telling Alan carefully. After all, as a child, Alan's ability can easily lift a large truck, not to mention that he is still a child of the same age who has not fully developed anything in early childhood. With Alan's power, even if he touches them, it is estimated some are affected, so in this regard, my dad is very careful to tell him. Even Peter and my dad always warned me from time to time that we should not bully the weak at school, not bully others, let alone bully others, and be friendly to classmates like Bara. Anyway, I was asking Peter to step forward like a great man. For this reason, Ellen didn't laugh at Peter less before. Who would have thought that today? Hey, the way of heaven is reincarnation. Alan, who is carrying a school bag, glances at the side and is holding back. Smiling, Peter couldn't help but sigh, he was too young. My dad's words have not stopped since Alan cleaned up and left the house. He kept telling me that even Mama and Sky next to me were interrupted by my dad just saying a few words. It's true. Terrible. Diddy. In the bitter sea of Alan's repeated language bombardment, the crisp sound of life-saving finally rang, and the school bus not far away to Midtown School finally arrived. Alan, don't listen to your father say so much, just take care of yourself, don't be wronged, go kid. Before leaving, Matsai helped Alan tidy up again carefully. After wearing his clothes, he touched Alan's head, then put his face in Alan's ear and said quietly, then stood up and patted Alan's shoulder to signal that it was time to leave. Mom and Dad, sister, then I'm leaving now. Bye-bye. After greeting his family, Alan followed Peter into the school bus. Then started slowly with the school bus, and then began to drive towards the school. Don't look, Alan's child is well prepared, and nothing will happen. Only at this time, Ben's concern for Alan appears more than her, because Ben is not assured of other people's children, and what is concerned is that as long as Alan is okay, but after all, it is a husband and wife, and May still stepped forward to comfort him. Hey, Alan went to school for the first time and got along too little with his peers. I was a little worried. This is the same as some people believe that signal base stations have a lot of radiation. Although the reality is very safe, many people still think the radiation is very large, comparable to nuclear radiation, and it is not good for the human body. Now Ben is almost in this mood. It's okay, Dad, Alan, he is different from the other kids, we have to trust him. Sky looked at the worried old father, and couldn't help stepping forward to accompany Maya to comfort Bendeo. He is sometimes too smart and too assertive. This will make him squeeze him out of his peers. If he can't make friends, I will have an impact on his future growth. Well, my dad is not only worried about Alan. I am also worried about Alan's emotional intelligence. How can I say that if a child is too smart and has his own opinion, then he will easily be isolated by other children, and Alan does not seem to be willing to spend time. Communicate with peers to eliminate misunderstandings. At least in the eyes of my dad, Alan is such an impression. Believe in him, he will take care of it, after all, he is our son, isn't he? May looked at Ben's eyes and said affirmatively. Hey, this can only be done, I hope. Looking at the school bus that had disappeared around the corner, he couldn't help but retract his gaze and said. After all, the young eagle will one day escape from the eagle's shelter and fly out by himself, and now it's just the beginning of life. Let's go, we should also go to work, otherwise it is estimated that we will be late again, and Sky will trouble you to clean up the house again. May on the side looked at the time it was late, said to Ben, and then turned to face. Sky said apologetically. It's okay, Mame, don't worry, just have me at home. Sky said directly to the two of them, saying that there is no problem. After the two got on the school bus, there were already more than 20 children sitting on the bus, of all ages, and among them there was a little blonde girl who looked cute and looked like a little princess. It can be said that they are now, if you count it in this school bus, it should be called a car spend. Then when the two were looking for a position, Peter turned a blind eye to the empty seat next to him, and sat down to the two empty seats in front of the girl, which made Alan realize that things were not easy. It seems that going to school is quite interesting. Alan looked at Peter, whose face was flushed, but he was still sitting in front of the little girl. www.readaloud.com could not help but sigh. The child's precocity now, Tusk, this is only 12 years old. Hi, Peter. Before Peter would say hello, the blonde girl who was on the other side took the initiative to smile and said to Peter, "Hey, B. Peter, who was still thinking about how to say hello to arouse the favor of the other party, did not expect Betty to speak directly. The blushing Peter only felt that his brain was blank, and then mechanically responded, "Okay, it's a real hammer." This guy should be in a crush stage at the moment, and the little girl in front of him has a good impression of Peter. It seems that Peter has a good chance, but this guy is only 12 years old no matter what. Although knowing that the United States is very open, this is too beastly, Alan couldn't help but think secretly. Is this the brother you mentioned before? So cute. Betty, who is obviously very cheerful, looked at the one next to Peter. Sister Betty, I also hear my brother often talk about you. Anyway, it's his own brother after all. The animals are the animals. No matter how they are their own brothers, Alan decides to play a wave of assists. So Alan put on that innocent expression and said to Betty cutely, "Hey! Alan, shut up, shut up, hey, Betty, it's okay, don't listen to him nonsense, my brother likes to brag." When Alan had just finished speaking, Peter, who reacted, hurriedly covered Alan. Pulling his mouth into his arms, he leaned on Alan's face in a threatening tone and whispered, then turned his head and hurriedly explained to Betty. "It's hard to get the goddess, he likes to have a good impression of him. If he is disturbed by this guy like Alan, Peter thinks he will definitely have the idea of committing suicide. God knows how much energy and thought he spent to impress the goddess." Chapter 58, First Grade. "It's okay, Peter, you can't bring the kid like that, come to me." "What's your name, cutie?" Betty said innocently to Peter, and then forcibly took Alan in Peter's arms and hugged him. When he reached his arms, he said amusedly to Alan, "Fuck, this girl has something to do." Although her face is a little strenuous, she is also a well-developed child, so she can still pick herself up. It seems that Peter will not have the ability to obtain spider serum in the future. There will be a good girlfriend to protect himself. Ellen Parker, sister, it's an honor to know you. As Peter's younger brother, I feel happy that my brother has such a beautiful female classmate as you." Alan naturally sat down as a guest. In Betty's arms, the little beauty was allowed to hold him, but he still said extra points for Peter. "Really? Thank you, little brother, for your compliment. Are you ready to go to school?" After Betty heard Alan's compliment, she couldn't help but smile brighter, and then looked at the school bag that Alan was carrying on her back. Asked. After all, Ellen's age still looks quite young, she seems to be still playing at home at this age. "Well, the first grade of Zhongcheng Elementary School." "Hey? Really? It seems that we will see it often in the future." Betty was still a little surprised when he heard Ellen's words, but as a girl, it would be nice to have such a cute little brother guarding every day. "Yes," so Betty grinned and touched Alan and said. Along the way, Alan relied on the combination of various stocks in his previous life and some news from this period to shake the little girl Betty and laugh all the way, making some young boys like Peter, who are in the bud of youth, next to him. I couldn't help but itch. Of course, more children like Ellen were discussing what they did during their summer vacation, what they played, and they kept on twittering. After more than 10 minutes, as the school bus stopped, the destination Midtown School finally arrived. Because of the merger of elementary and middle schools, they are actually one school, but for high schools, it will be different. In another block, but not far apart. After getting out of the car, Alan said goodbye to Betty in reluctant eyes, and Peter, who was left out on the side, said goodbye to the two, and Alan walked to his classroom. After entering the classroom, Alan glanced casually, and found that because the time was still early, there were not many people in the classroom now, just a few boys and girls gathered into a small group to chat with each other, but after Ellen came in, he stopped chatting and looked at Ellen, as if he wanted to accept Ellen into his own small group, but then saw that Ellen didn't mean to join them, but left. After sitting down at a place by the window, he ignored him, and continued to chat with himself. Before long, the rest of the new classmates in the class also came in one after another. For a while, the teachers who were still relatively quiet also began to become lively. Although they did not know each other, they all joined each other. The topic began to talk. Among this group, Alan is the only one who seems so out of place, but he is happy himself, looking out the window in a daze. But what he didn't notice was that a little girl in the crowd was looking at him quietly with sapphire blue eyes. "Hello, may I ask, is there anyone sitting here?" While Alan was watching the scenery, a sound like a lark came from beside him. "Hey! No! No, man!" Looking at the blonde little girl in front of her, when she was suddenly asked a question, Alan replied a little unpreparedly. "Hello, we will be classmates in the future, I am Elise Blanche." The blonde girl in front of me looked at Ellen, thinking that she was scared because she was used to being alone, so her whole face, a big sunny smiling face, began to appear on the top, and he stretched out his little hand from Beijing and said to Alan, "Hello, Alan Parker, it's nice to meet you." Although I feel that the girl in front of me may have misunderstood something, Alan did not explain too much, and I have to say that for girls who love to laugh, I believe no one will I hate it, not to mention such a seductive girl in front of me. In fact, if someone said that a little girl had an alluring appearance before, then Alan would slap it directly. "Isn't that nonsense? A child develops, it hasn't started, what are you talking about?" But now, I have to say that this is indeed true. Ellen, hee, it's really attractive, like a superhero. Eris clearly understands the meaning of the name Ellen, so she couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing. You read www.yuuganshu.com, however, seemed to feel very impolite for a second, and Yelizzy still put her hand off her golden bangs and looked at Alan and said, "Alice, do you know how to play the guitar?" Looking at the beautiful little girl in front of him, Alan couldn't help but get interested, put his hands on the table and propped up his head, and looked at Ulysses seriously. Talking confusing words. "No, why do you ask? I had a good conversation," but Alan suddenly asked this question. This made Alice a little puzzled for a while. I don't know why Alan said this suddenly, but still calmly replied. "Then why did you touch my heartstrings?" Looking at the confused little girl in front of him, Alan couldn't help but smile and said seriously, "Ah! I hate it." Iris, who had never reacted, was still full of doubts, but after seeing the smile on Alan's mouth and the TV series she had watched, it was easy to think of the bad guy in front of me. When I confessed to myself, Ulysses' face turned pretty red in an instant, and after saying a word of disgust to Alan, she turned around and ignored him. But at this moment only Ulysses' face, only by her bright red and violently beating little heart, can she show that she is not as calm as she is on the surface at the moment. "Ah! To die, this guy looks handsome, why is it so bad, Ulysses, you have to stick to yourself, don't fall into the beauty, there are still such anime and TV series male protagonists waiting for you to save, how can I get lost here, but he is really handsome, he is so charming when he smiles, plus Alan's truthful words just now, I really like him, what should I do?" At this moment, if someone with a three-dimensional element looks over it, you'll find like a small train, Ulysses' head emits hot steam puff puff. Chapter 59, Strong Little Loli. "Classmates, be quiet, everyone." Not long after, a middle-aged female teacher in her 40s or 50s walked in. After seeing that the students in the classroom were all talking noisily, she left. Arrived at the podium and said something, to maintain discipline. Alan's class is basically 5 or 6-year-old children. It seems that there are no children the same age as Alan. It is a bit early to go to elementary school at the age of 4, but if Alan is really allowed to go to kindergarten, it will really be killed. I don't want to. These children have basically gone to school for 1 or 2 years, so they are very excited when facing the first promotion in their lives. The female teacher still maintains discipline, but except for a few children like Ellen who likes to be alone, the other children basically ignore her, and the classroom is still very noisy. Bang bang bang! The female teacher, who was obviously very experienced in this kind of scene, patted the table vigorously. Only then did she draw the children's attention, and the noisy environment suddenly became quiet. Children, listen to me. I know you may make new friends because of the beginning of school or because of the excitement of going to elementary school, but you must abide by the discipline of the class. In the future, please everyone when I speak with other teachers in class. Keep quiet, okay? The middle-aged female teacher looked at the group of skin children and couldn't help but said seriously, but the effect can be said to be very good. At least for the time being, it has suppressed all these little kids, without saying a word. Dare to say it. Well, very good. Everyone performed well. I hope to continue to work hard. As your teacher in the next year or even several years, I will introduce myself first, Mitchell Linda. I like that everyone can teach me in the future. Teacher Mitchell, and I am also your English teacher and your class teacher. Perhaps the title of the class teacher will make you feel unfamiliar, or perhaps another title, the term parent during school hours, you will understand more clearly. This it means that if you have any questions or are unhappy at school, you can talk to me. Mitchell wrote his name on the blackboard as he talked. Although a little professional and serious, his heart is not bad. This is Alan's impression of what she just said. After all, not every teacher is in the mood or has time to listen to a bunch of kids who have nothing to do and come to chat with him. Okay, classmates, now that I have finished speaking, it is time for you all to volunteer and introduce yourself to let everyone know you. Ms. Mitchell clapped his hands and said to the children below. Why is there always a sense of two-dimensional daily comics? Seeing this scene, Alan couldn't help but think, after all, it seems that many anime's opening scenes are such introductions. My friends, feel free to come up here. Come up and introduce your hobbies, or what you like to eat or what you hate. Are there any friends who are willing to come up? Seeing that the children may be a little timid, Michelle couldn't help but slow down, and then said encouragingly. Teacher me. At this moment, a little loli with blonde hair and ponytail sitting in the rear raised her right hand excitedly. Okay, the little girl is awesome, it seems you are very brave, then the podium is left to you, please. Seeing a rare little girl who gave such a face, Mitchell couldn't help but smile even more and signaled to come forward. After speaking, he stepped back and gave her the podium. Hello classmates, I am Mindy McCready. You can call me Mindy. If someone bullies you in the future, you can keep my name. As long as the other person is not a few adults, trust me and I can take care of them. At the end, Mindy couldn't help but straighten her body with her arms akimbo, and said as if she was a big sister. As for what I like you. Yes, don't look at others, it's you, although I don't know your name, but since the first glance I see you, I have recognized you, and you are, destined. It's my Mindy McCready's man, and you, don't you let anyone rob me. Mindy pointed directly at Alan, who looked confused and looked right and left, and then said forcefully, by the way, it's like guarding a cub. Little hen generally warned the female classmates around. At this moment, countless classmates are stunned. The male classmates are staggered back and forth between Alan and Mindy with a look of envy, while some female classmates look at Mindy like an idol, as if Mindy is like this. This approach is to give them a beacon to lead in the dark. At this time, the protagonist Alan was blank and shocked. What is this NM thing? Is it because you can't keep up with the times? Or what, are primary school students so open now? Fall in love at every turn? And what about the teacher? Don't just look at it, just take care of her, puppy love, this is, my goodness. There were so many moths on the first day of school. What can I do in the future? Alan's brain seemed to be down for a moment, overheating and exploding. Okay, very good, but Mindy, if we have the opportunity in the future, we can be more tactful. After all, our little handsome guy feels a little caught off guard by your direct expression, but the teacher is still here to wish you good luck. Oh. For Alan's dumbfounded eyes, Ms. Mitchell bluntly understood it as being scared by Mindy. www.readaloud.com. After all, the only one who is not noisy since entering the classroom, the cute little boy sitting quietly on the table naturally gave her a deep impression, so Mitchell tried to gently give Mindy a suggestion, but he said quietly in the end. Okay, teacher, I will definitely. Seeing that the teacher didn't stop him, on the contrary, he cheered on himself secretly. Encouraged by Mindy, his mood became more and more happier. He couldn't help blinking and staring at him playfully. Said the teacher. Okay, classmates. Let us applaud the courage of classmate Mindy. As long as everyone has the confidence to summon the courage, they will surely be like Mindy, and eventually a lover will eventually be married. Okay, who is next? Mitchell encouraged everyone with Mindy as a case. Then, as Mitchell imagined, after the Mindy incident, the entire class suddenly became active. But there were no more crazy online confessions like her. Xiao, basically, what children talk about most is eating, drinking, and playing. Even the occasional one or two who want to research and invent electronic technology are just skipped. As for Alan, he is in a state of being stunned all the time. He has not recovered from the state just now. From the time he traveled to the present, how many years has it been? It has always been his part of teasing others. When did others take the initiative to tease others? He? The feeling of being unable to prevent it makes his little heart a little messy up to now, and the subject is still a girl, although she is also quite cute. She is a proper lowly girl, but he is still more than 20 years old in his two lives. Oh, what should I do? When I went back, my parents asked how the school was going. I told them directly, it's okay, it's just that your son was forcibly confessed by Lori during class. It's crazy. Chapter 60, Shy Elise. Ellen, it's time for you. When she saw the teacher signal Ellen to introduce herself but found him in a daze, Elise, who was sitting in front of Ellen, couldn't help but secretly called. Ah. Oh, okay. With Elise's efforts, Alan, who reacted immediately, replied and walked towards the podium. It seems that our classmate Alan has not recovered from Mindy's bold confession just now. Let's cheer for classmate Alan first, classmates. Mitchell looked at Alan in a trance-like state. I couldn't help but sigh secretly. It seems that Mindy's little Nazai put too much pressure on this classmate before, and then began to coax the classmates to applaud Alan, adjust her state, and find herself. Hello everyone, I'm Alan Parker. I like to sing, rap, and play basketball. My hobby is sleeping and sunbathing. I don't have much else. Thank you. Alan walked up with no expression, and then he didn't wait for the rice. Chell spoke and returned to his seat. Ahaha, it seems that our classmate Alan still has a wide range of hobbies. It is very good. You can learn more. Now after the classmates have met, we will give everyone an hour of free time for free activities, drawing and building blocks. Rubik's Cube, guitar, and so on, everyone in the classroom can play. Ms. Mitchell said after Ellen's introduction. Oi! Great! After hearing Mitchell's words, all the students in the class couldn't help but smile and became excited. After all, playing is their best and favorite thing. Just when Alan thought he was liberated and could relax, as a rush of footsteps approached, the blonde little Lori Mindy with a ponytail hopped to Alan's side. Even Elise, who wanted to go back to play with Ellen a while ago, couldn't help but drew her body back and played silently on her own, but little Ears was always paying attention to the movement behind her. "Ellen, let's play with blocks together? How about it?" Little Lori Mindy, now grinning, said to Ellen with great enthusiasm. "No, it's too naive." Alan glanced at Mindy, then retracted his gaze, and after speaking nonchalantly, he put his little face on the table. "Do you think it's naive?" "I think so too, but I thought you liked to play this kind of game before, and sure enough. It's the man that Mindy fancy to me, and the things I like are different from these little kids." At the side, Mindy saw Alan's indifferent answer. Not only was he not disappointed, but he was even happier. Although he was very moved by Alan at first glance, it would be a headache if he couldn't come together sincerely. But now it seems that at least two of them are very mature, well, at least much more mature than the little kid playing with building blocks and Lego beside him. Mindy nodded silently and said happily. Seeing that Mindy was so enthusiastic, Alan turned his head wisely and stopped talking, otherwise the ghost knew how much affection this little girl had to add. "Hey, Ellen, why are you ignoring me?" Seeing Ellen turning his head and not speaking, Mindy pouted and said with his little head close to Ellen. "Well, Alan, I know it may be too short of time, you still have nothing to accept my love for you, but I will use time to prove that you are mine, you can't run away." Mindy sees as Ellen still ignored her, this aroused her persistence even more, and she couldn't help but put her little mouth in Ellen's ear and swear strongly that she belonged to her. Then Mindy jumped happily back to her position, and continued to play with a few little girls, but from their chat and looking at Ellen from time to time, even if Ellen didn't look back, she knew. The future campus life is over. I regretted that I had stayed at home for one more year and killed me, and I didn't agree with Ma May's suggestion to go to school. Now Alan can't help but feel infinitely annoyed. Puff, how about it, classmate Ellen, it feels good to be chased by others. Seeing Mindy is gone, Ulysses, who was sitting in front of Ellen, couldn't help but smile, and then turned to face said Alan. "Oh, don't mention it, it's too uncomfortable. I hope I will tease others, not a demon lord chasing me, this feeling is too uncomfortable." Alan couldn't help but said dejectedly, relying on his little head. "To tell the truth, let him go everywhere to save people or fight with Thanos. It is estimated that it will be faster than now. After all, Thanos will not pester him like a little girl, and can't fight back. The two encounters are the only one. The result is that either he kills Thanos or Thanos kills him. Hey, who made you so bad before? You call the wicked have their own wicked grind." Alice couldn't help but feel happy when she looked at Alan's downcast expression, she couldn't help but snorted, and then raised her neck like an arrogant. The Swan usually says www.readaloud.com. Alice, do you know? I think you are a bit weird. Looking at Ulysses' gloating appearance, Alan couldn't help but turn his small eyes, inadvertently showing a smirk, then adjusted his state and pretended to be curious and said to Ulysses. "Hey? What's the weird?" Seeing Ellen's curious expression, Ulysses thought it was something else in her clothes or her hair. She couldn't help but look left and right, but she couldn't help but find no abnormalities. Asked strangely. "I found you are weirdly cute." Alan put a smirk on his chin, blinked, and said to Elise. "To be honest, these words are really not exaggerated. The author I have a younger brother. Once I saw him picking up other little girls when he was playing. It looked like he was." Ellen, you hate it, I don't want to play with you." Upon hearing Ellen's words, Ulysses suddenly realized that she was being molested by Ellen again, her face was red again, her whole person was like a hedgehog. Retracted to her desk and curled up to a ball, and then pinched the small toy on her desk, but it was obviously an assembled toy, but at this moment it was abruptly squeezed into a decompressed toy in Ulysses' hand. "Oh, suddenly I feel that campus life is not bad. There is a shy female classmate who can tease from time to time. Then the teacher is very responsible for others even though his mouth is hard, and there is also Mindy, who is not afraid of things. Look. Life on campus will not be peaceful anymore. When he thought of this, Alan couldn't help but draw a curve of a smile. So handsome, too handsome. At this time these two paragraphs flashed in their minds at the same time when I looked back at Ellen and Mindy, who looked at Ellen inadvertently at the same time.